Hello, I'm Kev Harris and welcome to Warden Law for round 3 of the 2024 Ultimate Karting Championship. This weekend marks the halfway stage in our 6-round season, and after the opening 2 rounds at Kimbolton and Wilton Mill, we've already seen some great racing from seasoned pros and rookies alike. And looking back at that last round at Wilton, it's easy to see why that circuit is such a firm favourite with all. And even with the addition of that new chicane section ahead of the final pit bend, it wasn't enough to dampen the resolve of those drivers who wanted to take the fastest line, even if that meant it was a little bit rock and roll for both driver and car as they pushed hard for the checkered flag. So let's remind ourselves then of who came out on top at Wilton. Well, congratulations to all the winners from round 2 there at Wilton Mill. Hopefully the bumps and knocks to both man and machine have had time to recover as we now find ourselves here then at Karting North East, the home of the Warden Law circuit. And don't forget, this is the track that won Track of the Year in 2023 as voted for by you. And those votes were based on everything from the food in the canteen, which I can tell you is great, to the track itself. And to take a look at the track, we put a camera on board kart number 5, Kian Bennett, running in TKM, who won the opening round at Kimbolton, and although he didn't feature on the podium last time out at Wilton, he did get the fastest lap, so he's certainly a man who understands the racing line. So we're on board with Kian then, and you notice the camera angle is on the left because on these TKM karts the engine's on the right, of course, no radiators here. Crossing the start-finish line then, and it's the right-hander that you'll be greeted with first here at Warden Law, then the left-hander that is Brian's Bend as you make your way up to the top end of the racecourse. Taking a bit of curb through the dog leg, the right then the left on the curbs there. Then it's the left-hander that is St John's. Clip the inside of that and line yourself up nicely for the Senna S's. A nice sweeping infield section then. The left-hander, then the right-hander, now on the far side of the racecourse. And the next feature that you got is the Dunlop chicane. And you'll see that it's the right, the left, and then the right. Take plenty of curb there because you can carry some high speed now as you run yourself down then what is the back straightaway, coming around to the Gasworks bend, which you've just done nicely there with Kian. Into the infield section then, which is known as the horseshoe. It's a big sweeping left-hander. Carry plenty of speed because before you know it, look, we're coming around the last right-hander then. That is the paddock bend as we are onto the Conrod straight, back across the start-finish line, and that is a lap of Warden Law. Well, big thanks to Kian for sharing one of his practice laps from earlier in the weekend with us there. I'm sure he'll be pushing hard this weekend to put himself back on the top step of the podium where he was at round 1 at Kimbolton. So that's the circuit and an ideal line to take. But don't forget, if a track is going to win Track of the Year, then it's going to take a real team effort across the whole venue. And the man that makes it all possible here at Warden Law is circuit manager Paul Bainbridge, who I caught up with earlier. Well, how about this then? Glorious sunshine up in the northeast, and this is the man that makes it all possible. Well, the track side of things, maybe not the weather. Paul Bainbridge. Paul, great to see you. We're here for another UKC weekend, and oh boy, what a great one we've got.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. We couldn't ask for any better weather. The sun's shining up here in Sunderland. We've got some fantastic racing just getting underway now, so it's great fun.
And huge congratulations, Track of the Year for the UKC, as voted for by all of our drivers and family and friends. You must have been thrilled with that.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic event last year. We had a great time. We couldn't do it without all of the team here at Karting North East, Warden Law, all the marshals, everybody here, girls in the cafe. Everyone does a fantastic job.
And a bit of development going on down there as well. I've seen just on the left a bit of construction taking place. You're always expanding up here at Karting North East.
Yeah, we're always trying to improve and sort of make the place better. Certainly from an owner driver point of view, we've got new workshops going in. We've got a new toilet and shower block. We've got a new sort of what will probably be a bar going in there as well, and all with rooftop viewing. So again, just enhancing the experience every time.
Well, the experience, as far as we're concerned, is always great because it looks immaculate. You've spent a busy week or two, I'd imagine, getting everything painted and the grass cut and it looking good for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a few delays with the rain. We've all had the rain across the country, I think. The last week we've had the weather, so yeah, it's been all hands on deck to get everything painted, everything polished up and get ready for UKC.
Yeah, UKC this weekend, British Championships next weekend. But when the pro racing's not happening, there's still karts running around here probably 6 days a week, is there?
Yeah, 7 days a week. So we've got the corporate hire carts out literally 7 days a week. They run from sort of 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night. We have the paintball that's on as well. We have archery, we have tomahawks, we have a junior circuit for the kids. So yeah, it's full throttle all the way through it.
Well, listen, Paul, huge congratulations once again. Track of the year from the UKC in 2023, and just a great place to come and spend some time over the weekend. Paul, thanks for talking to us, and huge congratulations once again.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Well, big thanks to Paul for taking the time to talk to me earlier on. And it really is easy to see why the facility here at Karting North East is as successful as it is, and why Warden Law is a circuit that the drivers all love. So without further ado, it's time to go racing, where this morning we have the super heats coming up. And don't forget, these races, along with the earlier heat races this weekend, will determine the positions for this afternoon's super finals. And it really is all to play for, as with only 34 grid positions available in those finals, this really does represent a last chance qualifier for some. So let's go and join your race commentator then, who's going to talk us through the action, Kai Bacchini.
Thank you, Kev, and welcome once again to a very sunny Warden Law. An amazing event last year, as we've just said, and we're looking forward to it once again. We're at the halfway stage of the season, round 3 here of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Just 3 more to go, and boy, is it all starting to kick off. It's really starting to get fiery here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. I'm Kai Bacchini, and joining me alongside, he's actually just ran up to the commentary box to join me after a beautiful intro. How are you doing, Kev?
Yeah, hiya, Kai. Great to see you, and kind words. Beautiful intro. It's only beautiful because of the weather. Look at what we've been blessed with up here in the northeast. This is Sunderland, people, in the sunshine. Blue skies, white fluffy clouds, and a circuit that looks absolutely immaculate. Full credit to Paul Bainbridge and his team, who I was chatting to a little bit earlier on there, telling about all the hard work that's gone into making this weekend possible. It looks first class. The grass has been cut, the tyres have been painted, the curbs have been painted, the white lines have been painted. The staff are all on hand. Full credit to the guys up here at Karting North East and Paul and the team. It looks brilliant, and we're set for a great weekend's racing. I'm really, really excited about this.
Yeah, same here. I'm really looking forward to it. As you know, Northeast, we don't normally get very good weather up here, but
well, you would know. This is your neck of the woods.
Yes, this is my local circuit, so it's a bit of nostalgia. This is where I started racing,
right.
So it's always great to return to the circuit. It gets better and better every single time. As you mentioned, Paul Bainbridge and the team here at Karting North East always do such a good job at maintaining the circuit and keeping it at such a high standard. And it's always just a little bit of a bonus when the sun's glaring down on us.
Yeah, it makes the scene just so much better. And look, here we are then, live pictures now from the pre-grid area. Mini Inters just firing up the engines and getting ready to go. There will be in a moment. They're out first. A lot of youngsters there, excited on this one. Quite a big grid. And of course, this morning we got the super heats ahead of the super final. Only 34 spots in the super final. So these youngsters in Mini Inter are going to have to fight their way through to the super final if they want to get there. Not every Mini Inter driver lining up in these super heats will make it to the super final.
Yeah, and it's going to be rigorous and difficult for the drivers out on the circuit. So there's 2 full grids of Mini Inter this weekend. Yeah. It's great to see the number of entries that we'll have here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. But even with there being so many drivers, it just means it's even closer and even more fierce for these drivers to try and get themselves in a position to get into the super finals later on this afternoon. And I mean, it just pans out for great racing. The stakes are even higher, and it's amazing from a driver's point of view, and especially from a spectator's point of view as well.
Yeah, it really is. We've got, like, looking at the top end of the table, Emerson McAndrew are in here, Riley Murrow, Alex Goodson, Zach Starbuck, Miles Burton. Those are your top 5. That's at the top end of the championship. All of those drivers will be doing their best this weekend. But then just on the bubble behind them, the likes of Jamie Ambrose and Otis Cleary and Dan Minto, Louis Radcliffe, They're all going to be pushing as well. Lots of mini-inter drivers here this weekend who've got something to prove, going to want to put themselves into that super final as they get the green light, and off they go then, Kai, making their way on the first of the practice laps.
Yep, so the... Yep, so the drivers just making their way out onto the circuit now for the first of their 2 formation laps. And boy, is it a great way to start off the weekend. This final day of racing, Albert Friend and Edward Haynes are joining alongside on the front row of the grid. Joshua Griffin and Tom Reed on the second row, from Harry Taylor and Riley Muro starting in 6th position. The 4th row consists of Sebastian Clark and Josh Cormack, then Jamie Ambrose and Alfie Ward from Louis Radcliffe and James Fabricus on the 6th row of the grid. The 7th row is Zach Starbuck, Drew Davidson from Leo Livings and Thomas Jackson in behind them. The 9th row of the grid is Maximilian Braskov and Soren Gallagher. Rounding out the grid there in 19th position, 19 drivers, all fierce and ready to go around the final corner. Do we go green first time round? Yes, we do. We go racing down towards the first corner, a little bit of rubbing and racing down this first home straight into the first fly-in corner. It's really difficult for the drivers to find themselves in the right position as they head up towards the dogleg. Now down the hill, really difficult section for the drivers here as they bump over the curbs whilst jostling for position. Down towards the center S is a recently resurfaced part of the track. Loads of grip and loads of action. It's a great overtaking spot for the drivers here. Keeping it in formation, a little bit of tapping between some of the drivers there throughout the field as we go racing into the center S's and now down towards the gaswork bend. There's the 1-2-1 trying to make a move in the background. That's Josh Cormack as we go 3 wide going into the horseshoe around the final section of the circuit. And it's been an action-packed and fueled racing on the first lap of this race. The number 82 just making a move there around the final corner. That's Louis Radcliffe, gets himself up into 9th.
Great start for these mini-inter drivers then, Kai, as we watch this one then, all safely through that first lap. No incident, but we have Albert Friend out in front from Tom Reed, Josh Griffin, Harry Taylor, Riley Murrow in 5th. Edward Haynes drops down to 6th. He started on the front row of the grid, didn't he? As we've got the graphics on screen now giving us the information that we need. But great to see, Kai, we're off and racing. No incidents so far on the opening lap of this one. We're going to have 10 minutes plus a lap to try and qualify for the super final that's coming up this afternoon. And out in front then, it's our friend. Out in front, it's Albie Front. There he is, number 19. Good luck to the youngster. Stretching out a lead already.
Yeah, he's been very strong this weekend so far as Albert Friend, just really getting used to the track, putting down some stellar lap times over the course of the weekend so far. And once again, it's showing off for him. Fastest lap, and he finds himself in the lead of the race. He doesn't have it so easy, though. He has Tom Reed very close in behind him. As you can see, the 2 Strawberry Racing teammates tucked in behind each other as they go down the dogleg and towards the center S's. Joshua Griffin, the odd one out in the LN car in the DHR colours, he's coming to try and break up the fight and throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, he is. I think if we've got a bit of sensible racing going on with these 2 youngsters out front, they'll just keep themselves there and obviously keep Josh Griffin at bay. I can't imagine Tom Reed is going to be pushing Albie Friend too hard in the opening stages of this one. Look, clear air between the 2 of them there, and then clear air back to Josh Griffin, and again a gap further back to Harry Taylor as we're on course now with a little bit of mid-pack action there. Who we got the 188 of Zach Starbuck, Louis Radcliffe just ahead of him then. Close racing all the way through the field in the opening stages of this one. Great to see, great to see. Now the gap has closed up between our 2 Strawberry Racing carts there. The 1-1-1 of Tom Reed putting the hammer down on his teammate and friend, Albert Friend, who's just a little bit further down the road. Brilliant stuff from the off though, Kai, here.
Yeah, it really is. The slipstream is very strong around this circuit due to it being such a fast and flowing circuit. One driver bumping over the grass there. You're just seeing some smoke getting popped up in the background. That'll be the dust from the grass. But yeah, as I was saying before, the slipstream's so strong around the circuit with there being such long straights. Drivers are able to gain so much time just down the home straight alone, meaning for closer battles and closer racing. Having a look at the inside line there, just showing his nose and showing his intention is Edward Haynes right now as he goes for it through the horseshoe and manages to get it done. Great move there. That will gain him up one position up into 4th. Edward Haynes is a man on a mission as he pushes forwards.
He is a man on the mission. He was fist pumping as he went down past what was probably his mechanic on the pit wall there. It was like he'd won the race, but he was probably just signalling to his mechanic that, yeah, I know, I'm getting the job done. As we stay on board then with the, or stay with the camera angle here then with Edward Haynes on the 46, who got himself ahead of number 53, Harry Taylor. Just behind them then Riley Murray, but pictures still with Edward Haynes. Behind him, the 53, that is Harry Taylor. Settling into the lap now then. And obviously Harry Taylor's going to be trying to get that place back, I'm sure, just keeping Edward in his sights as the rest of the karts make their way through that chicane section. Back out in front then. And we just rejoin the action with number 19, Albert Friend, who looks comfortable out front. And like we say, not being pressured then by his teammate 111, Tom Reed. Can't imagine Tom's going to be putting too much pressure on his teammate in the early stages, Kyle.
No, it looks like we're playing a little bit of team games up here at the front end. I can imagine them working together quite a bit until it gets to those closing stages of the race. The last couple of laps is where we're really going to see everything unfold, and that's when it's every man for himself. Team games go out the window, and that's when the action really starts to unfold between the teammates on the last couple of laps. But Edward Haynes, he's really starting to push forwards now. Another fastest lap to go under his belt, and he's starting to catch on to the back of Joshua Griffin, slowly chipping away at that gap that he has to the driver in front. And with it only being around the halfway stage in this race, he's on good pace to catch on to these front three.
Yeah, he is, absolutely. We can see the fastest lap just coming from Edward Haynes there, a 53.24. His next target in his sights then is Joshua Griffin, who's in third. As we get a bit of midfield action here, that's the number 82, all over the back of 55 there. So we're looking at Louis Radcliffe chasing down Jamie Ambrose. This is great midfield action. This is the brilliant thing about kart racing and mini-inters especially. You can look anywhere in the field in a kart race and see close racing and overtakes getting done. Look at the weaving going on there from Jamie Ambrose, the 55 of Jamie Ambrose, just trying to hold his own as we rejoin that front four, though.
It's going to be a difficult position to hold himself in. Jamie Ambrose already feeling the pressure to have to defend so early on in this race. He's going to have to put a lot of effort into that if he wants to keep that up for the rest of the race. But following through on the inside line, that's Zach Starbuck making a move on Sebastian Clark. So Clark drops down one position. Starbuck gets himself up into the top 10 now. 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on the clock. We dive down Gasworks and into the doglegger triple left-hander. Such a grueling corner for these drivers, just hanging on for dear life as they dive down into the final corner and onto the home straight, completing another lap of this beautiful Warden Law circuit. Such a short lap time for a 1.2 kilometer circuit, but it is such a driver circuit. All the drivers love racing around here with all the direction changes, all the camber changes. I mean, there's so much that the drivers have to tackle around this circuit. It just throws a spanner in the mix and makes it even closer than it has to be.
Yeah, it does, as we see number 82 just make a move up the inside there. That's, of course, Lou Radcliffe just trying to be involved in that battle with Jamie Ambrose and the other karts that we've got in that midfield there. But yeah, as you're saying, Kai, a really fast-flowing circuit. No very hard braking sections. If you get a good racing line, as 151 goes up the inside of 188. So we've got our man Sebastian Clark going past Zach Starbuck there. This battle's intriguing in the midfield here. Currently, this is the battle for like 8, 9 and 10. So this is the midfield action. But yeah, a really fast-flowing circuit. Carry your speed, get the good racing line, and you will get quick lap times, as you say. Edward Haynes currently still with that fastest lap. He's got a 53.19 now as the fastest lap on that one. Brilliant racing then, with just under 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, up at the front end once again, Jamie Ambrose. He had to go so defensive early on, and his defensive efforts have just been overturned as all three drivers managed to get past him, going down into that undulating gaswork bends, which we see our leaders heading into now. Albert Friend and Tom Reed, no funny games between the two of them, but down the inside, that's going to be an attempt forward overtake. Sebastian Clark tries it on Radcliffe. Radcliffe tries to fight back. He gets the switch back, but well held on the outside line there. Just braked a fraction later than his opponent did, Sebastian Clark, and is able to get that 8th position. So those two drivers swap going into these closing stages of the race. Up the hill into the first corner we go once again, and back to the front end. Joshua Griffin falling off a little bit from our two leaders right now, falling into the clutches of Edward Haynes and Harry Taylor in behind. Don't count out Harry Taylor in 5th position. He's slowly keeping on to the back of Edward Haynes. He's not letting this lead pack go. And those drivers just in a position right now where they're waiting for something to unfold, waiting for some action to happen, and then they'll pounce at the opportunity when they see it.
Yeah, absolutely. This front 5 then have been so for the last couple of laps. And there's number 53, Harry Taylor. He's sat comfortably in 5th for the whole of this one, so he's probably just going to bide his time to the end and make his way into the super final. As we see then Edward Haynes, the 46, all over the back of number 5, Joshua Griffin. Watch Edward Haynes here then. Will he make a move as we pick up the action on the screen with Albert Friend, number 19, and Tom Reed, 111. But look at Edward Haynes then, all over the back of the number 5, that is Josh Griffin. Really exciting racing from the off with these mini-inters. Edward Haynes has got him in his sights. He's going to make a move with just under a minute to go. You can tell as we get a contact warning up on screen there for number 82, Louis Radcliffe. But eyes on then, Edward Haynes. Will he get it done in the next corner or two? He's keeping him in his sights.
Well, he's definitely going to have a go at it as they go through the chicane now and up, down towards the Gasworks bend. He's having a look at the middle of the circuit, just showing his intention as Edward Haynes, keeping Joshua Griffin on his toes right now as they're edging closer together as they go through once again the horseshoe, diving down into the final corner. We will get 2 more laps of action here with the Mini Inter Superheat A, and what a way it has been to kick off the morning of action here down the inside. He's going to make a bid and he's going to make the move into the first corner. Great overtake there from Edward Haynes. Now Joshua Griffin, he's the one on the attack. He's in the offensive manner as they go down through the dogleg once again towards the center S's. Will we see an attempt on the inside from the LN car? He checks over his shoulder, he sees he's clear, and he's in attacking mode right now with the number 5, but Edward Haynes isn't having any of it. He's going to put his foot down. He's going to try and drive away through the Dunlop chicane. We go once again down towards Gaswork Bend, up at the front end. Albert Freen checks over his shoulder, and he sees that Tom Reed is nowhere in sight. The two teammates, a little bit of a gap has formed between the two of them now, so those two don't need to worry about racing. They're just very comfortably going to get into the super finals for the race later on today, this afternoon. Down the home straight we go. Now is the last chance. The question is, has Haynes went defensive way too early? As they go down the home straight, he weaves to the right, weaves straight back to the left to get on that racing line. But Joshua Griffin, he's just fell off a little bit from the back of Edward Haynes. He doesn't look like he's ready to make a move. He's not in an attacking opposition, which is such a shame for the number 5.
Yeah, he's not going to do it. Just looking at the lap times on the screen, Edward Haynes' last lap was 53.4. Josh Griffin was a 53.7. So, yeah, 3/10 up is what Edward Haynes has done in a lap on Josh Griffin there. As we still continue to follow this action. Back out in front, though, there's your winner, or likely lead, or likely winner, currently out in the lead, number 19, Albert Friend, making his way through the closing stages this one. Tom Reed, the 111, his teammate, just running along behind him there. They've been out in front since the start of this, and it's going to end that way, Kai.
Well, it was a well-played-out race from the Strawberry Racing boys. They pushed out in front, got themselves a gap, and it was easy runnings from there. Albert Friend and Tom Reed, the two Strawberry drivers in a 1-2 right now. Edward Haynes, what a drive through the field. Some amazing overtakes, an opportunistic race there from Edward Haynes, taking away the fastest lap as well in 3rd position. Joshua Griffin takes it home in 4th after a late move done on him, drops him down into 4th position. Harry Taylor from Riley Muro, Josh Cormack from Sebastian Clark, Zach Starbuck and Louis Radcliffe rounds out the top 10. His defensive efforts weren't enough, but he still comes home in 11th position. A good result there from Jamie Ambrose, from Leo Livens, James Fabricus, then Drew Davidson and Braskov, rounding out the top 15 of 18 drivers here in this race. The drivers will come into the paddock here, have the nose cones checked. Hopefully there isn't too many penalties that need to be handed out. It looked like very clean racing. There was some great racing.
I don't think there will be. That was very clean racing. Yeah. It was kind of, it was fast racing. It was clean racing. It was almost without incident though, wasn't it? We didn't see anyone go off. We didn't really see any kind of, too much in the way of bump and hustle. Just smooth lines, clean lines, and Edward Haynes making his way. He started on the front row of the grid, didn't he? He dropped down to 6th early, and then he's put himself back up to 3rd. He'll be pleased with that. But Albert Friend and Tom Reed, well, it was smooth sailing from them out front, wasn't it? And wonderful pictures here as well. If you've never been to a kart track before or see what goes on around the racing out on track, this is obviously directly live pictures after they come in through scrutineering. The top 3 or 4 get pulled in and put on the weighing scales and go to the scrutineers. Everybody else comes back dads and mechanics putting the carts on the trolleys as they go away and then get ready for the super final that'll be coming a little bit later on. But great live scenes here then from Warden Law.
Kev, I just want to say, I do love that rooming cam. It gives you such like a personal perspective of everything that's going on. You're seeing it from the eyes of somebody that's in that holding area, and especially for anybody watching from home, it just makes the broadcast a little bit more personal. Once again, some great pictures from Alpha Live. Yeah, absolutely love it. Full marks to Alpha Live, who are looking after the live stream here today that we're coming to you from. And that was, of course, the first of a few superheats that we have coming up. There's your result, Kai. Yep, so once again, Albert Freen taking it away from Tom Reed, the two Strawberry drivers, front row, and finishing it out in P1 and P2. Edward Haynes recovery back to P3 from Joshua Griffin, Harry Taylor, Riley Muro, Josh Cormack, Sebastian Clark, Zach Starbuck, and Louis Radcliffe rounding out the top 10. Best of the rest was Jamie Ambrose in 11th from Leo Livins at James Fabricus. Drew Davidson coming home in 14th position. Rounding out the grid of drivers, it was Maximilian Braskov from Soren Gallagher, from Loman Wilcox, and Thomas Jackson. One thing I do love to say, out of those 18 drivers, no retirement at all. That's what you love to see. Clean of the drivers. Everyone kept it on the circuit.
Everyone kept it on the circuit, which is good to see. And some of those drivers will make it through to the super final as we then come to the Mini Inter B race that's coming up right after this.
Well, we've had one grid down, another grid to go. Mini Inter Superheat B is going to be the next race out on the circuit, and it's going to be a story that we can't wait to tell. Finley Lyons and Hansen Khan on the front row of the grid. From Jensen Chalk and Emerson McAndrew, you're in our championship leader. From Oliver Spence and Zdeněk Babacek. Then we've got Alex Goodson, Devin Taylor, they're from Miles Burton, Daniel Minto, Archie Rogers-Tyler from Blair Smith on the 6th row. Then we've got Benjamin Lawn, Jensen White, Ollie Thompson, Thomas Potter, Zach Jennings, and Charlie Stapleton from David Horns, rounding out the 19-driver grid that we have here in the Mini Inters. Down the home straight we go, and do we go racing? No, we don't. We'll go around again.
We'll go around again. We'll go around again.
There we go.
Easy for me to say. We'll go around again. The kart racers are wagging their fingers there. Yeah, not a clean start there. So the officials send them round again. Get back in your race order. Perhaps accelerating before the acceleration line, or perhaps not holding pole and rather grid positions ahead of the start of that one, so the karts get a little bit more chance and a bit more time to get some heat into the tyres, just weaving the kart left and right, seesawing the steering wheels as they do. They've got to get themselves lined up in their grid order, because don't forget, if you're new to karting, it's a rolling start with these karts, so they won't come to a full stationary stop. They have to stay within grid order in the two lines as they then come around the final bend over the acceleration line. The lights go out and off they go. If they don't get it right, they go again, which is what we're seeing.
Well, anyone that watches European racing, there's one driver in this grid which hasn't been at any of the previous Ultimate Karting Championship rounds. The name Denny Babacek might jump out to anybody that's watching at home. One of the drivers of the Babachkova family. Some very successful drivers in there. We've got Teresa Aliska and Petra Babachkova. The younger of the siblings, Denny Babacek, will go racing now as we go diving down towards the first corner. As a great start there from Hansen Khan on the inside line as he goes diving down towards the first corner. An easy jump into the lead of this race. Oh, one driver going flying off in the background. That's the 43 and what looked like the 55. We'll try and catch those drivers. That was Miles Burton. Maybe not the 55, it might have been the 56. No, it was Benjamin Lawn, the 85, sorry, and Miles Burton going skirting off at the top end of the circuit. Into the lead of the race, though, Finley Lyons, he makes a bid as we go into the Dunlop chicane. And now towards Gaswork Bend, pointing forwards already. Hansen Khan is in the mindset which he wants to break away from all of these drivers near him. He's not looking to mess around. He's not looking to get in any early battles which may compromise his race. He wants to push forwards and get forwards as fast as possible. But he's got to keep an eye on Jensen Chalk in behind. Chalk showing every intention of getting that second position off him.
Yeah, absolutely. Finley Lyons out in front. They're not running with us all season, but here this weekend, sort of guesting with the UKC, as I'm seeing a yellow flag being waved just out on the track there, probably just the aftermath of that incident in the first lap, which, as you say, we think was Miles Burton, wasn't it, who unfortunately I was chatting to yesterday, and he was in great form coming into this weekend. Also as well, Miles Burton, his first year, full season of a championship racing, only started karting a year or two ago, so going to be disappointed with the start to that race, but currently sitting 5th in the championship, so he's been doing well so far. Rejoining the action though out in front is Finley Lyons and Hasney Khan. Like you say, he was wagging the finger at them all just a few corners ago, saying, come on boys, let's push on, let's get in the game here. Jensen Chalk, Oliver Spencer, Dan Minto, and our championship leader then, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, currently running in 6th as they're all bunched together as we cross the line. This is going to be one of those races, Kai, where it's going to sit like this for quite a few laps, and then it's going to be anyone's, I think, unless Finley Lyons extends a lead, but I don't think he will. No one's going to let him run away with it in this.
No, it's not going to be an easy race at all. You can see all these drivers so tight-knit, nose to bumper, all the way through the field. And as soon as one driver goes for an overtake, it's going to be like a domino effect. Everyone's going to dive to that inside line. Talking about diving to the inside line, that was Emerson McAndrew-Uren making a move on Oliver Spencer for 4th position as we were going through the center S's. Now into Dunlop chicane. One driver kicking up a bit of dust, but we seen earlier it was Miles Burton who was involved in that incident on the first lap. Unfortunately, he's going to have to pull into the pits to now retire from the race. A difficult start to the day and treacherous, especially with how big the grid is trying to get into the superfinals later on. That's, well, less than ideal.
Might be his weekend over. I'm no mathematician, and I've got myself in trouble many times trying to do maths live on air and work out points and scores, but that could be his weekend over. We'll find out when the grids get published after this of the second Mini Inter Super Heats this morning. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, your championship leader, puts in the fastest lap time with a 53.57, currently running in 4th. As we look at some midfield action here, karts 2 and 3 are wide as we go through there. In fact, that was Emerson McAndrew-Uren, number 33 there, just involved in a little battle. I didn't see who it was with, perhaps Oliver Spencer, the 142, or was it Jensen Chalk, the 118, but battling throughout the field. It's 142 who's just pushing on behind him. That's Oliver Spencer putting the heat then on Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Lots of drivers, bumper to bumper, front to rear on this one. It's how it's going to stay. It's going to be anyone's race. A great race for the neutrals, this one, I think, Kai.
Yeah, indeed it is, and we are on the edge of our seats glued to this screen here, watching all the action unfolding right now. We see the 118 there making his way around. That's Jensen Chalk. He's got a lot of pressure on his rear bumper from Denny Babacek in behind. The 130 doing a great job at his first time here at the circuit as we go down towards the center S's once again, keeping an eye on the front battle. That's McAndrew-Uren trying to fend off Oliver Spencer right now through the center S's. He had to go a little bit defensive in the second. There is drifting out wide on the inside. Is it going to be 1? Is it going to be 2? Yes, it is. As down the inside, Alex Goodson and Devin Taylor taking advantage of a mistake there by one of the drivers. Sorry, no, that was the 56. That was Blair Smith and Devin Taylor getting past Alex Goodson after drifting just a little bit wide on the exit of the center S's there.
Yeah, that was the 26 of Alex Goodson. He just sort of drifted wide. He didn't come off well out of that one, losing a couple of spaces. We now look at Goodson down to 10th then, and ahead of him, Devin Taylor and Blair Smith, the 141 and the 56, as there's that man there, Denny Babacek, just ahead of the pair of them. McAndrew-Uren then still with that fastest lap, now a 53.45. He's getting quicker. Clear air out the front, though, for our man Finley Lyons, who joins us in the championship just for this round, ahead of the British Championship that's here next weekend. But look, close racing. Who have we got there? That was probably the 118 of Jensen Chalk being chased down, I think. Brilliant stuff, though, once again from Mini Inters. I am loving this, Kai.
Yeah, it's so close up at the front end. It's down the inside. There's never a dull moment here in Mini Inter as diving down the inside into Gasworks. Jensen Chalk will get that move done on Daniel Minto, getting himself up into 5th position. But that move has now brought Babacek into the battle. Denny Babacek checks over his shoulders, head to the steering wheel, trying to get the aerodynamical advantage as they go down towards the first bend. He's now arrived onto this front battle, doing a great job to try and keep on the back of them out in front. Finley Lyons has got a world of pressure on his shoulders right now. Hasnain Khan and Emerson McAndrew-Uren, our championship leader with the fastest lap in this race right now, just breathing down his neck at every moment. Oliver Spencer keeping an eye on everything happening out in front of him as well, as he's just waiting for a battle to unfold so he can pick up the pieces of what happens. Finley Lines. Great exit there out of the Dunlop chicane as he goes down towards Gaswork Bends, manages to pull himself a little bit of a gap over Hasnain Khan in behind. A little bit of breathing room never hurt anyone.
Yeah, exactly. That breathing room has just opened up because Emerson McAndrew is now all over the back of Hasnain Khan, so Hasnain Khan's gone defensive. I mean, we did see them all close up a moment or two ago, but now it seems Finley Lines is getting some clear. Hasnain Khan then 0.35 of a second as Emerson McAndrew is the number 33 kart there, Dan Holland Racing on that Lando Norris chassis, pushing all over the back of number 7 then, that is Hasnain Khan. That's the battle out in front. And behind them, Oliver Spencer, Jensen Chalk and Dan Minto, lost a place or two a moment ago. Looking fantastic in the sunshine there, the number 7 of Hasnain Khan. Really, really great pictures and really, really great racing in the early stages of this one today here at Warden Law, Kai. Look, well, we can see a gap now to Finley Lines. Finley Lines out front, making the gap extend.
Yeah. Well, with that fastest lap under his belt now, he's just proving that he's one of the top drivers out on the circuit right now. He's proven that in his position and the lap times that he's throwing down on the circuit as well, and so consistent is he. Only 3,000ths off his previous lap. It's so close, the times that he's doing out on the circuit right now.
Yeah, and I'm just sorry to interrupt you, but I'm just seeing the battle here. I'm looking at Oliver Spencer all over the back of Emerson McAndrew. It's like Oliver Spencer is on the charge. The number 142 there. He's really giving Emerson McAndrew a run for his money here. Another DHR driver, Oliver Spencer. Look at this, the 142.
Yeah, the 142, Oliver Spencer in the Great Britain suit. He's represented Great Britain in the Rotax Euro Series before, but he's now representing them in the Ultimate Karting Championship. He's all over the back of Emerson McAndrew right now. Urin has his work cut out for him if he wants to keep in this 3rd position right now.
Yeah.
On the edge of a podium, this is always going to be the most difficult position for a driver. You're edging closer to a podium. You know you want to get that overtake done to get yourself up on that podium spot, but he has to remember this is only the superheat. He doesn't want to do anything silly, which is going to compromise his racing later on this afternoon, but he's not going to wait around. He's going to go for it, and that's such a late move down there in the dogleg. You don't see that very often, but it's a brave move there from Oliver Spencer. McAndrew was caught off guard there. He wasn't expecting the overtake. We weren't expecting the overtake. I don't even know if Oliver Spencer was expecting the overtake.
No, I think that was coming for a couple of corners there. You could just sense it. Oliver Spencer had the bit between his teeth. KR Sport driver, by the way, my mistake a moment or two ago. But yeah, I just sensed that one was coming. Emerson McAndrew was sort of like fighting him off for a few corners there with 1 minute left on the clock. 1 minute plus a lap, of course. So it looks like then Oliver Spencer now sitting in 3rd. McAndrew going to up the road for this one, which of course is the superheat that will determine partly where you're going to sit in that super final, sitting alongside those results that you got in the earlier heats yesterday, of course. So this really is, you know, it is all to play for. It's the superheat. We still have the super final, but the better you can do here, the better it will be for you when you come to that super final. Oh, as we see number 20, we have somebody who has just retired. Thomas Potter.
Yeah, so Thomas Potter hasn't had the best of luck this season. Unfortunately, had a couple issues with the mechanical side of his racing, nothing that he can control. But something that the drivers can control right now is the battle for 6th position on the circuit. As Daniel Minto checking over his shoulder, as Denny Babacek is breathing down his neck as they go down the home straight right now. He's going to tuck his head to the steering wheel. Minto is on limbs here. He's against the ropes, having to go defensive into the first corner. It's the penultimate lap of the race. It's all to play for. Babacek, will he go for the move down through the dogleg? He's going to think about it. He gets ever so closer to the back of that 28. These two drivers toing and throwing as they go down towards the center S's. To the inside goes Minto. Will we see a switch back here from Denny Babacek? He's going to have a look at it, but no, he's going to think better. He goes for the racing line. He's going to wait for a better opportunity, and he's playing the smart game here. But Daniel Minto, defensive and pinned to that inside white line. He doesn't want to give up an opportunity for an attack. Another opportunity for an attack, though. Devin Taylor's arrived onto the back of this battle. With these two drivers scrapping for so long, they've lost so much time. Now the 141 has now been invited to come and play. We go down the home straight. Last lap board is upon us, checking over his shoulder. Babacek now knows he's under pressure. Up at the front end, though, there's another battle going on. It's all kicking off at the end of this Mini Inter Superheat B as the number 7 on Hansane Khan is going to have to go defensive if he wants to hold on to this second position, because the fast-charging Oliver Spencer, he now has the fastest lap under his belt. Will he try it into the center S's? Not through the first, not through the second. He's going to have to wait until the later stages of this race. The best chance of an overtake that he's going to have on this last lap is going to be into the Gasworks bend, and he gets a good run off Dunlop chicane. That's what he would have been hoping for. He's not going to think about it. He's not going to do anything silly. Will we see anything through the horseshoe? I highly doubt it. He looks to the inside. That car sideways through, braking, pushing it to the limits is Oliver Spencer. And if you can't hear me grinning through my teeth, this is some of the best action I've seen from the Superheats here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Down to the wire. Non-stop racing, non-stop action, and edge of the seat nail biting from the Mini Inter Superheat B. Now we can breathe. Now we can take a moment to catch our breath, because what a race we've just had unfold in front of us. All the drivers, so many drivers battling all the way to the end of that race. You didn't know who was going to finish where until that checker flag flied.
You really didn't. I mean, the closing stages of that one were just awesome, Kai. That's what it means to these youngsters to make it through to the super final. They are pushing hard in the Superheats this morning. And the man that crossed the line first, Finney Lines, there was a brilliant shot from the reverse angle as they crossed the line. You saw him sort of chuck his helmet back and look to the sky. And he was breathing out as he crossed the line, because Finney Lines was like taking a big out with, oh, thank goodness that's over. And I've done it and I'm first. Because behind him, it was all going on. Finney Lines was under pressure for all of that. And full credit to Hansane Khan as well, holding his own, because Oliver Spencer was the quicker driver in those last few laps. But he just couldn't quite make it work, could he?
Well, yeah, Finney Lines, a breath of relief as he crosses the line. Hansane Khan was keeping the pressure on for that whole race. Oliver Spencer comes home in third from Emerson McAndrew. Urin Jensen Scholl just wasn't able to get that move done for fourth position there. Daniel Minto, not sure how, but he's managed to fend him off with some great defensive maneuvers. Denny Babachek will come home in 7th position. Devin Taylor from Alex Goodson, then Blair Smith and Archie Rogers Taylor in 11th. 12th place was Ollie Thompson from Charlie Stapleton. Benjamin Lawn, Jensen White, Zach Jennings. Thomas Potter unfortunately retiring towards the end of that race from Miles Burton and David Hjorns, which we've seen come together at the end of that race. That was so close. The top 11 only separated by 10 seconds. That's amazing to see how close the racing was between the Mini Inter Superheat B. But as if you weren't warmed up and ready enough, that was only the first class of the day. And coming up next, we've got some extreme racing from an extreme class. It's TKM Extreme Superheat coming up next. So well, if you didn't already get a sneak preview of the grid there for TKM Extreme, it's going to be coming up next, and we'll talk you through it. Kian Bennett and Yehan Kalichern will be starting on the front row of the grid from Leo Robinson and William Bryan. Third row will be Zach Stewart, then Luke Jarman starting in 6th position. 7th is going to be Harrison Morrow from Jessica Fitch Hall, then Chris Whitten and Spencer Lane rounding out the 10-driver grid here for TKM Extreme. Now, you may be sitting at home looking at this grid thinking, why is there so many little drivers? Well, when you watch this racing unfold, it really doesn't matter. There may only be 10 cars on the circuit, but 10 cars that will be battling non-stop until it is the end of this race. I mean, it's always so close between TKM Extreme. There's always something going on. And, I mean, I've even got Kev here to vouch for me on that one.
Yeah, TKM Extreme, I'm a huge fan of this because the whole atmosphere around the class is just brilliant. They're kind of like a family of racers. They are obviously highly competitive when they get out on track, but the vibe is always good amongst the TKM class. 10 of them lining up for this one then, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, there they go. Just making their way through, and don't forget, as always, like the other classes, with the exception of Honda Cadet, it is a rolling start, so that's what they'll be doing, keeping themselves in grid order as they roll around. Looking at the championship, though, Chris Whitten is leading it from Adam Sparrow and Kian Bennett and Ian Kalichern. And it's Kian Bennett and Ian Kalichern then who line up on the front row of the grid for this one. Chris Whitten a little bit further back down the order. Hasn't obviously had a great weekend thus far. As we go across the line then, Kai, and we are off and racing we are.
Yep, Chris Whitten, championship leader, has a lot of work to do here from 9th on the grid as we dive through the first corner for the first time of this race up into the dogleg section. Everyone just keeping it very neat. We see some battling in the midsection. He's already getting his work done early. Chris Whitten on the inside. He'll get the move done on Harrison Morrow up there at the dogleg on the inside line. Squeezing, trying to make his way through was Jack Stewart. He's had a brilliant jump off the line to find himself up at the front end of the grid. Diving on that inside line, using the curb to his advantage, was the number 28 of Yehan Kalichern, trying to gain back some of the track, which he lost earlier on in this race. Leah Robinson looks to the inside of Gasworks. They'll go side by side, even on the exit, still fighting it. How was there no contact between those two drivers? Kian Bennett just left enough room there for Leah Robinson on the inside line, and Robinson said, thank you very much. If you're going to leave a cart whip, I'll take it and I'll run with it. He tried that move on the inside line. He'll try it again on the first corner. This time he'll get it done. Leah Robinson into the lead of the race. Kian Bennett now dropped down into second position. But if we know Kian Bennett, the winner of round one, he's not going to let that one fall down very easily. A mistake there from Robinson, and Bennett will recognize that. But he's going to be caught lacking there going into the first of the Senna S's. Yehan Kalichern started second. He finds himself back there once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Kian Bennett going backwards in this one from the off. I think what happened here, then obviously Leo Robinson out in front at the moment. There he is, the number 36. He's really started with a bit between his teeth. He had it in his head that he's going to make a move and make it early and then try and get some clear air off and away down the road, and that's exactly what he's done. So as we look at it, it's Kian Bennett from Leo Robinson from Yehan Kalichern then. On the graphics, when the graphics change, Robinson, Kalichern, Bennett. That's how it is after the first lap. So a really exciting start to this one then in TKM Extreme. And there's your leaders then out in front. Leo Robinson from Yehan Kalichern, from Kian Bennett. Kian Bennett, of course, winning the opening round, as you said there, Kai. Didn't make the podium last time, but he did get the fastest lap at Wilton. So we know he's a hard charger. We know he knows how to understand the racing line and run a car. And big thanks to Kian as well for lending us one of his practice laps for our circuit guide at the opening of the live stream earlier today. As part of the Alpha Live coverage. But here we are then, out in front. Look at Yehan Kalichern, having a look up the inside. Ooh. Goes wide, gets it done. Lovely pass from him then, the number 28, going past Leo Robinson, now putting himself in second. Kian Bennett then stays in third. That was a textbook overtake there, Kai.
Well, yeah, Leo Robinson taking the racing line, but leaving a wide, inviting open door on that inside line. And Yehan Kalichern snatched up the opportunity to now get himself into the lead of the race and also get himself the fastest lap whilst he's at it. You may as well do the double if you're going to get yourself into the lead of this race. But look at this train of karts, which we have 5 karts all the way down from Chris Whitten down into 8th position. That's Luke Jarman at the back of that field. Chris Whitten, he may have started down in 9th position, but he now finds himself up into 4th, and he's fighting ever so far forwards towards the front end of this grid. And I'm sure it won't be long before we see him up at the front end, but up at the front end down the inside, that's going to be a move. And that's going to be a good one there from Kian Bennett as he gets that move done. It was done to him earlier on by Leo Robinson. He gets his own back, and he now finds himself into second position once again. So Kian Bennett up into second. Leo Robinson was in the lead just a few laps ago, now finds himself down in third.
Yeah, and I think Kian had his eyes on that one, as are all the drivers there. Looking at the corner going into the gasworks, this is where they're getting the overtake done there, I think. Seems to be the spot to get it done. Just leave the braking late, come up the inside, and then use that little bit of extra road that's out on the left-hand side to give yourself a bit more room. Kian Bennett's going to be fighting hard now to get himself back out in front as we're following your leaders on screen. Yehan Kalichern, Kian Bennett and Leo Robinson. Behind them then, it is your championship leader, Chris Whitten, who I've seen every time he comes on the Conrod straight, the start-finish straight, then tucking his head down, trying to make himself as aerodynamic as possible, getting as much speed on the straight. There's the little bit of road that you can use to run wide, then through the gasworks before you then come round through into the horseshoe, and then you're off and away.
Off and away indeed, and completing another lap here of the circuit in Warden Law Karting Northeast. A very sunny circuit, so it's going to be high. It's going to be high temperatures here, and number 6 picking up a warning there. Luke Jarman picking up a contact warning, and words coming into my ear that there's a problem for the driver number 11 in P5. and we're going to get a picture of it here. A broken rear bumper, just looks a little bit bent, maybe been knocked off by another cart there. We'll have to wait and see if the stewards are going to deem that as a technical fault, and if he's going to pick up a technical flag. It's definitely something wrong with the rear bumper there of the number 11, but we're going to have to wait and see if anything changes there going around the circuit. We'll get another picture of that as he comes around the final bend now, and doesn't look like it's causing any problems. It's not dragging along the ground just yet, so I think you'll get away with that one for now.
Yeah, maybe. Number 11 there, of course. We're looking at Spencer Lane. Back bumper there hanging off on the one side, but out in front, Cian Bennett. While I've been watching all that action, Cian Bennett now back in the lead. Ian Calichurn in second and Leo Robinson then in third. That's how they started. The fastest lap then to Cian Bennett now at 52.5 as he puts himself in the front of the pack where he would have wanted to have been for all of this race, really, having started on pole. Here's some midfield action that we're picking up. It's the number 6, that's Luke Jarman, chasing down William Bryant and Jack Stewart. Shout out as well to cart number 14, Jess Fitch Hall. It's her birthday yesterday, so happy birthday to her. I don't think the present is going to be a podium position in this one though, but I know she's having a great weekend all the same. As we rejoin the action then with the number 57 of Jack Stewart, and there's number 6 we're looking at there, just moving up. Luke Jarman, Jack Stewart ahead of him, William Bryant at 72, that's ahead of them, as we see on the screen right now. Great pictures following the action. Back out in front though with Cian Bennett, and that battle between himself, Ian Calichurn, and Leo Robinson out in front.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to call this one indeed. Cian Bennett out in front right now. 2/10 he has back to Jehan Calichurn in second position right now, but I'm telling you what, that number 28 isn't going to give up on this race just yet. He has a lot of pace behind him in that kart, and I'm sure he'll be feeling like he has that pace to be in the lead of the race. He still has 3 minutes remaining on the clock plus a lap, so plenty of time for him to get himself in an offensive position if he wants to challenge for the lead of this race. Leo Robinson was previously in the lead, now finds himself in third. He's looking quite comfortable in the top 3 right now. Hasn't been able to catch on to the back of Jehan Calichurn, as so to say, but also has quite a bit of breathing room back to Chris Whitten, so doesn't need to worry about any pressure from behind.
Yeah, not too much. We just saw Chris Whitten there, look, in the all-black cart there, number 33. With a sort of red and orange on his helmet and then his overalls. You'll see him when he goes down that straightaway, the front straight, the Conrad straight over the start-finish line. He seems to be one of the only drivers that's sort of ducking his head down, trying to make himself more aerodynamic to close that gap up to Leo Robinson, who's the next driver away down the road in fourth, ahead of him. It doesn't look like, though, that Chris Whitten has the pace in this one to catch these front 3 drivers. And business as usual then now for Cian Bennett. He's out in front, but Ian Calichurn is putting the heat on him a little bit here. Leo Robinson has dropped back. Clean air between Calichurn and Robinson now then, as we cross the line in the penultimate stages of this one with 2 minutes plus a lap left on the clock. Calichurn not letting Bennett go then, keeping him in his sights. Watch when he tries to make the overtake or has a think about where he can do it. Could be this lap, Kai. I think we're going to see something this lap. Look at this, Calichurn closing himself up, pushing himself up on it, doing his best to try and move up and forwards in the closing stages. Here we go then, Cian Bennett now out in front, Ian Calichurn in second, Robinson behind. A little bit of clean air between Bennett and Calichurn. Calichurn now then over the back of him, just keeping his eyes on him. Will we see something going down into Gasworks around the back straight away here then? And no, it's not close enough. He can't do anything on this lap.
Nope, not close enough just yet as we go around the final couple of corners once again. Gosh, has the time went quickly. Now only a minute remaining on the timing board. 52-second lap times, so we will get around 3 more laps out of these drivers. Cian Bennett out in front. If he wasn't under pressure before, he is now. Jehan Calichurn has not came to play around. He's came for the lead of this race, and he's showing his intentions by the force. His hand is on full show as they go into the ZRSs once again. The number 28 followed by the number 36, Leo Robinson, the bystander in this battle right now, waiting for this battle to start to unfold, and that's when he's going to be able to close down the gap to the leading drivers, and that's when he's going to be able to get involved in this fight. Calichurn thinking of that inside line, talking about thinking of the inside line. Chris Whitten going so defensive, couldn't get any closer to the inside white line if he was even going to think about it. Number 72, William Bryant, is having to make a move on Jack Stewart. Those 2 drivers battling it out on the circuit right now. No changes in the order, but it's all starting to kick off. These 4 drivers are going to go at it until the final stages. Chris Whitten has so much work to do if he wants to keep it out in front. The number 11 of Spencer Lane's all over the rear bumper of the number 33. Our championship leader went from 9th to 4th so far this race, and he's not looking to lose any more positions if he doesn't have to.
Yeah, he's not. And my eyes were on kart number 72 there, which is William Bryant. He was looking like he's going to make a move on Spencer Lane. Chris Whitten is the man under pressure here, and the guy that's sort of watching it all unfold just behind them, then Jack Stewart, number 57. He's thinking, what can I do? But look at this, the number 11. We've got Spencer Lane all over the back of Chris Whitten as they go into Gasworks. Back out in front, though. Calichurn is all over the back of Bennett. It's racing everywhere you look in the field of this TKM Extreme. Rejoining the action again with Chris Whitten as number 11 is pushing on behind him. We can see Spencer Lane making the name for himself. Back out in front, though. Here we are then with Cian Bennett and Ian Calichurn on the final lap. Cian Bennett still has the fastest lap. Number 28 chasing down number 5. Calichurn chasing down Bennett then. A little look over the shoulder from Bennett. Calichurn tries to make a move, goes wide. Will he get the undercut in? No, he doesn't. Bennett then just, here he goes. Here's the undercut now. Here's the undercut now. Can he make it stick round this corner? They're wheel to wheel. Calichurn tries to get it done. And I think a little bit of bump and hustle. That's just wheel to wheel. He was the man that was pushing. He's come out worse off there. Cian Bennett is going to take this one home in first. Leo Robinson will now be second. Chris Whitten will find himself promoted up to third. I don't think Calichurn has anything he can say about that one. He was the man pushing. He was the man that chose to go wheel to wheel with Bennett. For me, Kai, that was a racing incident, an excitement at the end there of TKM Extreme.
Well, the question was it a little bit of last lap desperation trying to get the move done? I mean, it's such a tight section of the circuit as the Dunlop chicane. You can see him walking away deflated from his car. The Dunlop chicane, it's such a tight section of the circuit. There's barely enough room for 2 cars to fit through side by side. So once again, we're not the stewards. We're simply spectators watching it from our point of view. They'll have plenty more cameras. They'll also have the marshal's report, and they're the ones that will have to make the decision on that. But we will go through the results for now. Cian Bennett will walk away with the victory, and Leo Robinson, after biding his time waiting for it to unfold, he walked away with a good result in second position. Chris Whitten, recovery drive, you couldn't ask for any better, finishes in third position starting from 9th. Spencer Lane in 4th, from William Bryant, Jack Stewart, then Luke Jarman, Harrison Morrow, Jessica Fitch-Hall, and Yehan Calichurn, a late retirement on the last lap of the race after making contact with our race leader.
Yeah, and look, here we are then, live Parc Ferme pictures here. Just the 10 karts in the TKM Extreme. So it does mean, of course, they will all make it through to the super final coming up a little bit later on, because they're not fighting out for 34 grid spots. But what, of course, that does mean for those drivers, their positions that they finish there at the end of the super heat will help them determine where they're going to line up for that super final. The person that came off worst was Ian Calichurn, with that late last lap, almost last corner retirement coming together with Cian Bennett as he pushed hard to take the victory. That's not going to help him at all. He's going to find himself starting much lower back down the grid for that super final coming up a little bit later on. Live scenes there as we see the birthday girl Jessica Fitch-Hall on the right hand side, just taking off her rib protection and getting the cart putting up onto the trolley. There's Dad. Brilliant scenes here though in the sunshine at Warden Law. The other kart we're looking at there is Harrison Morrow, the number 75. William Bryant, 72 we're looking at, not 75, my apologies. But there we are then, so William Bryant, number 72. And then the rest of the drivers just waiting till they get the all clear. Usually the top 1 or 2 or 3 get pulled into the scrutineering, get on the scales, and then the rest are free to go. Getting the thumbs up from one of the scrutineering team there. I think that's George in the background. As we look at number 57, that is Jack Stewart that we've got there. Next out on track though, Kai, who do we have? We have Micromax. There we are.
Well, Micromax, some of our youngest drivers to be competing this weekend are going to be next out onto the circuit. They may be young, but they definitely are fast. Austin Oman starts on pole position with the O-plate of Josh Cook alongside him. Josh Husker is then going to follow us from Arthur Farrow. Then it's going to be Maximilian Eberhardt and Dean Sinch-Fahal on the third row of the grid. Fourth row consists of George Klimo from Harry Radcliffe, Lucian Smith from Sebastian Behrman, Luke Millward, and George Swire. Then it's going to be Max Jolly, Sebastian Crawford, Albert Farrow, then Harris Barber, James Roots, and Maria Roberto rounding out the ninth row of the grid. Finishing off the Micromax grid here is going to be Oliver Dawson, Dax Farah, and in 21st, Logan Stanley Jones. What a grid we have put out for us, and another name which we can jump on. If it doesn't jump out to you initially, it's the Sebastian Behrman ring a bell. The name Behrman, you know, we've also got, you know, his relative Oliver Behrman, the Formula 2 driver, and made his debut in Formula 1 in the Jeddah Grand Prix earlier this year. Finished in 7th position, a very impressive drive from Oliver Behrman, and it wasn't actually long ago where we would see Oliver Behrman racing in the UK karting scene. It just shows you how fast these drivers go up the rankings and up the routes of motorsport. It's amazing.
It makes me feel old, Kai, but it's just another example of the very obvious route from karting all the way to F1. If you have the skill, if you have the drive, if you have the luck, and if you have the backing, because it's a hard road to get up there. But we have seen, like you say, with Oliver Behrman there, if you get yourself all the way up there, you can make a show yourself. You know, he did fantastically well in that Formula 1 drive. So it's very possible that one of these drivers one day, extremely possible, one of these drivers in the future, we could be talking about him, you could be commentating on them, Kai, on the F1.
Well, yep, it's something that we very much look forward to, but for the time being, all our attention is posed on the Micromax Superheat. They round the final corner. We've only had one false start. Will we go green this time? The lights are on. Do they go off? No, they don't. So we'll go around once again.
We're going again. All the drivers wagging their fingers, letting the other drivers behind them know. I've seen it. Have you seen it? Look, we got to go again. We got to reform. Let's get ourselves back around. Sometimes with these younger drivers, obviously Micromax here, we're talking about sort of like 10, 11-year-olds in the mix here. Sometimes these sort of go-arounds can take 2 or 3 goes. I've seen it before. After 3 goes, the marshals all pull them to a stop and line them up and try and remind them of how they're supposed to do it. But they've got to learn, I suppose. But I don't think with the likes of Josh Cook out front and Austin Oman leading the train in this one, we'll see that today. I think they'll get themselves in order and ready to go second time away. Of course, Josh Cook, the O-plate holder here then of KL Sport out in front. Not with us for the whole of the championship, I don't think, Kai, but obviously joining us this weekend.
Yeah, some very quick drivers out in front. I'll take the blame for that one. I'm the one that jinxed it, saying we've only had one false start. And then, of course, as soon as I say that, we get another false start.
We get another one.
So let's try not to mention that this time on this start. And hopefully we go racing this time round. Do we go green for the second time here with Micromax? Yes, we do. The second time is nice, and we won't have to do it twice. Down to the first bend we go. It's all fighting up at the front end. Josh Cook gets a great run down to that first bend as he now goes through the dog leg once again and down towards what is going to be St. John's. We've seen a couple moves down the hill, dust being kicked off as drivers are going to have to take evasive action, going straight over the corner, and now into the center S's once again up at the front end. Josh Cook followed by Austin Oman. Those two drivers still nose and tail. They started on the front row and they'll keep it that way as well. Some fighting in the mid pack. That's the number 16 trying to get involved in the battle. That's Sebastian Crawford trying to gain a few positions. He started further down the field and now trying to fight his way through.
Yeah, action from the off here with these Micromax drivers as we join the midfield, going through Gasworks then, 2, 3 wide, settling in. What they've got to try to do in the opening lap is just keep the car on the tarmac. Don't get too involved. Just try and get yourself settled for a lap or two and then start making up the positions as we go across the line for the first time. Then Austin Oman, then now out in front, number 11. There he is from Josh Cook, O-plate holder there, and Josh Hushka. We got a Josh and we got a Joss side by side. Not going to be easy for us, this one, Kai, as Harry Radcliffe from Sam Pollitt Racing there is in 4th, and Max Abrahart, there he is in 5th. Max had a fantastic round last time. As we see him move up the inside then, it's from the O-plate of Josh Cook, just overtaking Austin Oman, putting himself back out in front. This is going to be a great battle for all of this one, Kai.
Well, the O-plate and the double one are going at it once again up at the front end. We've seen this battle before, and we will see it again. Austin Oman and Josh Cook fighting up at the front end right now. Cook, the O-plate, in first position right now. He's going to go middle of the circuit. Not going to give the inside line to the number 11 of Austin Oman. He's not going to let him run on the inside just yet. Jos Husker in behind, though. He's going to have to tag along with this fight as well. A warning flag going out to the number 16 further down in the pack. That is going to be one of the drivers in a little bit of trouble. That's Sebastian Crawford down in 14th position right now. But up at the front end, nothing changing just yet. I'm sure we'll wait till the center S's, and we may see an opportunity for an overtake from one of these drivers. They're going to keep it in sync, keep it in order for the time being. No desperate overtakes, no silly overtakes or moves being made by these drivers. They may be young, maybe some of the youngest in the field, but they're wise beyond their age around the circuit.
Yeah, they really are. We're seeing some fantastic racing from the off with Micromax as Austin Oman looks up the inside of Josh Cook, gets it done at the gasworks there. Number 55, Jos Husker, staying there in third. Harry Radcliffe in fourth. And full credit to Dian Singh Pahal with the fastest lap at the moment, doing a 57.38. Dian got himself on the podium last time out, don't forget, at Wilton Mill, currently sitting in fifth. That's your number 23 car. Keep your eyes on him. But look at this battle out in front. This is brilliant. I'm loving the fact that Austin Oman has got a little bit of a challenger this weekend from Josh Cook. And just behind them, then Jos Husker and Harry Radcliffe. Right, come on. Get me somebody else that isn't a Josh or a Joss, Kai.
Well, that's what I'm going to be tripping over all day. I'll let you off. It's an easy mistake to make, Kev. I'll let you off. You're not the commentator.
No,
Don't
exactly.
worry about it.
This is your domain for the rest of the day, so I'll leave you. You can have this one.
So you'll leave me with the trouble of mixing up the names. Well, I'm going to have to figure it out over the day because both the drivers are fast and raring to go up at the front end of the field. But Austin Oman, he's going to be the fastest man. Not the fastest man out on the circuit, but he's going to be the one leading the charge. Down the field, though, Sebastian Crawford, he's already had a contact warning. He's going to have to be careful there. He doesn't want to pick up another one. He doesn't want to attract the attention of the stewards. Now, as in behind him, number 52 is going to have to tuck in, and he'll follow through to make the overtake as well. Further down the field, Maria Roberto manages to follow through for the move on Sebastian Behrman. That was an unfortunate move for him. Austin Oman, well, once again, I jinxed it. I said he wasn't the fastest man on the circuit because he didn't have the fastest lap. He proves me wrong. He must be listening to me in his helmet. He crosses the line. He says, well, you know what? Take that, Kai. I'll take the fastest lap. Thank you very much.
Well, he's being forced to take the fastest lap because he's got Josh Cook all over him. So the battle is out in front. Josh Cook, Austin Oman and Jos Husker just behind. So those three drivers out in front, they're being forced to run fast. And as we've seen, Austin Oman getting that fastest lap now then with a 56.8 as we look at a midfield battle there, picking it up with the number 26 of Harry Radcliffe, rather not midfield. That's the battle for fourth and fifth. Dian Singh Pahal, the number 23, the RCE driver, is all over the rear bumper of him. He's going to be trying to get himself from fifth up to fourth and then probably up to third as we see a move go up the inside here. Can't quite see it is. Kart number 23. That is Dian Singh Pahal. Full credit to him. Great overtake there, young man. What a move. And he's going to hang on to that position, I think, as number 26, Harry Radcliffe, has to settle just to hang on to the back of his bumper if he can. Back out in front, though, Austin Oman being chased down by that O-plate holder of Josh Cook. Look at this, though. Dian Singh Pahal, number 23, pushing hard up on the back of them, trying to get himself from what will be fourth up to third if he can.
Well, Dian Singh Pahal picking up a warning flag for contact from the stewards. So maybe a little bit too close to the rear bumpers as he picks up a contact warning there. You'll see that when he crosses the line. But just crossed the halfway mark of the race now. 4 minutes 22 remaining on the clock. It's calmed down a little bit of breathing room has started to form between these drivers now. But this is where it really starts to become a mental game for these drivers. Can they keep themselves in the right mindset to consistently do these fast lap times? Because even if they just slip up for a moment of a second, that's when it all congests together, and that's when it all starts to become chaos for these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. We're looking at 10 minutes plus a lap for these superheats, so it's a long time to stay focused, and it's a long time to be under pressure. And under pressure is what Austin Oman is right now, because on the back of him is Josh Cook. He's not going to let him out of his sights. The KR Sport driver, one of the drivers being looked after by the likes of Sean Butcher in KR Sport this weekend. Highly experienced older driver looking after these youngsters and giving them the right coaching they need. And it shows when you see someone like Josh Cook doing a great job hustling Austin Oman from Sam Pollitt Racing. Always a great atmosphere when you go in the SPR awning, like many of these ones. But we've got Josh Hushka there sitting in third, and his teammate Austin Oman just ahead down the road in first, and Harry Radcliffe in fifth. Sam Pollitt Racing making a great name for themselves once again here then at Warden Law, as Austin Oman still out in front in the sunshine, with Josh Cook just behind him. Great pictures, Kai. And look at 23. There's our man, Dian Singh Pahal, pushing up, just linking up the front three, making it a front four now out in front. Yeah, look, you could throw a blanket over the front four.
Well, the KR Sport colours are being repped in second position right now. So from Josh Cook's perspective, surely you've got to start getting a little bit frustrated now. You know you have the pace. You're getting ever so closer to that rear bumper, but down the inside, that's a late move. We weren't expecting that one. Dian Singh Pahal, he was in a nice order. He was just linking them together. Now he's going to throw a bit extra. He's going to throw some fireworks in the can, and he's going to get himself into third position. He's going to break up the battle, and now going to be the one to charge onto the front two. This is where it all starts to kick off. Closing stages of the race, and now we have a new leader. Josh Cook finds himself in the lead of the race. We were saying he may be getting a little bit frustrated, runs a bit wide over the rumble strips, manages to keep it under control through the dogleg, and now through St. John's we go towards the center S's. Has a quick check over his shoulder. He's not going to worry about the drivers in behind too much. Austin Oman now in second position. He's the driver in a sandwich. This is where he needs to be careful. He wants to attack. He doesn't want to attack too much, though. He doesn't want to lose too much time because he's got the fast charging Dian Singh Pahal in behind him. Anything that happens here, Pahal is going to he's going to pick up, and he's going to pick up the crumbs as well. No, he's not a Hoover, but he is going to pick up the crumbs. He's the driver out on the circuit right now, the one to watch up at the front end of this battle. As we go around the final couple of bends and down the home straight, a minute 30 has just ticked over on the clock, and it's all starting to heat up.
Yeah, it really is. As we rejoin the action out in front, then look at this. Number 11, Austin Oman, making a move on Josh Cook, gets himself back in first. Singh Pahal, Dian Singh Pahal then in third. He's staying with him. He's obviously got the speed. He's come up through the field in this one, and now it's a front three that are charging. I think we should keep our eyes on that number 23 kart from RCE. That is Singh Pahal, as we see Josh Cook make another move. Austin Oman losing a space. Will Singh Pahal come up through there? He might do. This is just great racing. Josh Cook then now in front from Austin Oman, and Dian Singh Pahal behind them, then Josh Hushka. This is great. This is really good. Any one of these three can take this one, Kai.
Well, patience obviously isn't a word in Josh Cook's vocabulary. As soon as he sees a gap open up on that inside line, he's going to pounce at it. He's going to dive down the inside, and he's not going to go for a half-committed move. He'll get that move done, and he will make sure of it. Hits the front once again, but he's going to have to start going defensive because Austin Oman is breathing in behind him, peering over his shoulder, waiting for a chance to try and get into the lead of this race. These drivers have been going at it for the whole race right now. Singh Pahal ran a little bit wide there, bumping over the curbs, and you can see it's left a little bit of breathing room in behind to Austin Oman. Going defensive in the middle of the circuit. He's going to cover off that inside line, but does he cover it off well enough? A little look on the inside. He poses his front bumper there, and now trying to challenge as well as Dian Singh Pahal. That Dunlop chicane is so tight, though. He's going to get a good exit. He's squeezed over the curb on the inside. Will he be able to get it done down in the gasworks? It's so tight, and oh, they all run wide. 3 wide, and picking it up, trying to go past both of them is Josh Hushka. It's not going to work out for him, but it'll work out for the number 11 of Austin Oman. After all the trouble that he went through in those final couple of corners, he would have been holding onto that wheel for dear life as they went through that dogleg section. It was so close between those three as they went 3 wide at one point, going through the horseshoe down the inside. Here's another move. Josh Hushka's wanting to get involved. He's seen all this fighting in front of him, and he's thinking, now it's my chance to go for a couple of overtakes on the number 23 of Dian Singh Pahal. Will he be able to hold him off? No, he's not, because the 26 of Harry Radcliffe is going to get himself in the mixer as well. The SBR drivers all going at it on this final lap, but all this battling and all this commotion means Josh Cook has driven away with the race lead and given him enough room that he doesn't have to worry about losing out in these final stages.
Yeah, he really does. It's super stuff in the closing stages of this one, Kai. Josh Cook out in the lead, Austin Oman in second, and the battle between Pahal, Huska and Radcliffe behind was just intriguing. But it looks like Pahal's going to settle for third, but well done to him, because it could have so easily gone awry for him. So it's Cook from Oman, from Pahal, from Radcliffe and from Huska. Full credit to all of those youngsters. Thanks for entertaining us. What a race that was. They learnt so much in just like the last few laps of that, Kai. There was all manner of attacking and defending going on, looking at when they're going to overtake, trying to make an undercut, trying to make it stick, trying to go quick, trying to defend. It all happened in the closing stages of that. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And that, of course, don't forget, is Micromax. They're only little ones.
Well, do you think these drivers in the Ultimate Karting Championship know that we need to save some racing for the finals later on? I mean,
yeah, this isn't the super final.
No,
this
exactly.
is the super heats.
They're completely gunning it in these super heats, and I'm grinning from ear to ear because the action out on this circuit is so good. Maybe it's because it's sunny. Maybe it's finally sunny for once, so we're getting some better action out there on the circuit. And we're not going to complain at all with Josh Cook taking it home in first position from Austin Oman and Dean Sinch Bahal. Then Harry Radcliffe, Jos Huska from Arthur Farrow. Then Maximilian Eberhardt, George Klimo, Max Jolly, and James Root rounding out the top 10. Then it's going to be Lucian Smith from George Swire, Luke Millward, and Harris Barber rounding out the top 14. Following in behind is Maria Roberto from Sebastian Crawford, Sebastian Behrman, Logan Stanley Jones, Albert Farrow, Oliver Dawson, and Dax Farrow rounding out the 21 driver grid in the Micro Max Super Heat. Not a single dull moment, not just in this race, but all morning. I feel like my voice is going to be gone by this afternoon. I mean,
yeah, I think you need to keep your powder dry, Kai, because it's a long day ahead of us, a long day for the drivers, and a long day for you up here in the commentary box. But we're being treated to action from the off. It is brilliant. Maybe it is because the sunshine is the sun's gone to their heads a bit, and they're all really fighting, and they all really, really want it, don't they? Super, super stuff. Great to see. Means the action for us watching, if you are a neutral, is brilliant. Just got a great shot there from Coles Racing of George Klimo, number 83. Made himself finish in 8th place. And just to his left there's Max Aberhart from RCE. Won last time out, top step of the podium, don't forget, at Warden Law. The best he could do in that super heat then was 7th. Ahead of him, Arthur Farrow. And then we had that intriguing battle, didn't we, with our top 5 from Huska, Radcliffe, Pahal, Oman and Cook. What a race it was.
Well, if it wasn't obvious why this was voted Track of the Year by the drivers, I think it's pretty obvious now. I mean, what a morning we've had so far, and it's not even done yet, as Honda Cadet Super Heat is coming up next. Well, if you thought the Micromax drivers were young enough, we've got Honda Cadet coming up from the youngest ages of 8 years old. These drivers are still in primary school, but they're taking it, blasting at 60 miles an hour around the circuits here in the Ultimate Karting Championship, with Ralphie Branscombe starting on pole position from Marijus Kovacic. Then we've got Ricky Jr. McIntosh from Elliot Bork. Then Esme Rosie and Ashton Horspool in 6th position. The 4th row consists of Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, then Jackson Heath, Theo Hamilton, Toby Turner, Harry Grant, then Morgan Cooney in 12th position. The 7th row of the grid is going to round it out with Harry Pennington and Shea Hilton rounding out the 14 driver grid here for Honda Cadets. As we briefly mentioned, from the youngest ages of 8 years old. I mean, Kev, when you were 8 years old, were you driving at 60 miles an hour?
I wasn't. At 8 years old, what was I doing? I was doing a bit of bike riding. I was doing a bit of football, a bit of cricket. I mean, when I was going on from that, when I was about 10 or 11 and I started doing athletics and going over hurdles, my mum couldn't watch me jump over a hurdle because she worried I might hurt myself. I would not have been allowed to do this.
Well, I mean, motorsport isn't for the faint-hearted.
It's
and
not.
Yeah, these drivers, they may only be from the youngest ages of 8 years old, but the racecraft which is developed between all of these drivers in the field is amazing. We have such good action between the Honda cadets out there on the field. It's such a tight class up at the front end and all the way throughout the field, as to say, the only class which will be having a standing start this weekend is the Honda cadets, meaning the drivers will take up in a Grand Prix start. They will take their grid positions, and once the marshals are happy with everybody is in their retrospective grid positions, then we will see the lights on the gantry. When the lights go out, that's when we will start racing. And it's a tense moment for these drivers. They're sat there anxiously waiting for this race to get underway and for the race to get started. But we can only start when the lights go out. We'll look to the lights on the gantry. 5 lights are on. And we go racing, hopping off the start. We go here with the Honda Cadet. A good start from the inside line. Ralphie Branscombe, he struggled with it last time round. Doesn't struggle this time. He gets himself very nicely into the lead of the race so far as he takes it away into the first couple of corners. As Ralphie Branscombe, the bright pink helmet on the front row of the grid, into the lead very early on. And he won't struggle with that one at all, following in behind. Kovacic will just have to tuck in behind for the time being, but through the center S as we go, nice and tidy here from the Honda Cadets for the first time round. No worries, no problems, and no retirements so far yet. Everybody keeping it in a straight line, and everyone keeping it on the circuit. But Ralphie Branscombe, he got a good start, but he isn't free of pressure at all down the inside. There's the 300 making a move. That's Theo Hamilton getting the move done on the 45 as he bounces along the grass, does Harry Grant. Not the nicest of exits that he had there. Not a very nice delivery off the corner.
No, not at all, but it's business as usual out front for Branscombe, Kovacic, McIntosh and Bork. Then Esme Rosie finds herself up in 5th. Good luck to her. Keep that one going then. But really good to see then all of these Honda Cadet youngsters making their way safely through the first lap. Full credit as well to Theo Hamilton, kart number 300, who I had chat with yesterday. Again, another one of these youngsters. It's his first full season of doing a whole championship season. Previous to that, running at the likes of club meets at Kimbolton, where we were just a couple of rounds a few weekends ago. So good luck to kart number 13. Theo Hamilton, well done on his little TV interview yesterday as well. As we pick up the action back out in front then, Ralphie Branscombe with the O plate on his kart. Kovacic, number 15, just behind him. And now we've got McIntosh then there, Ricky Jr. McIntosh, number 44, sitting in 3rd. Obviously, with these Honda Cadets, you've obviously got to make sure that you carry your speed. And if you dump too much speed by stomping on the brakes a bit heavy, it takes a while to get back up and going again. So really understanding the racing line, being a flowing, smooth driver is the way to get the best out of your Honda Cadet kart. But look at the battle out in front then. Look, Ralphie Branscombe under pressure from Kovacic and McIntosh then. Those are your leaders, 1, 2, 3. Behind him, Elliot Bork of Zipcar, making a great showing of himself in his first year at the UKC. As we see McIntosh pick up the fastest lap of 57.99.
Well, these Honda Cadet karts are all about keeping up the minimum speeds and carrying as much momentum as possible. As out in front, Ralphie Branscombe's mastering it at the moment. Keeping it a little bit defensive, though. He's not going to fully open up that inside line. He doesn't feel 100% confident that Kovacic isn't going to go for a move down the inside. He's just playing his cards close to his hands. He's going to keep them to himself for the time being. Doesn't look over his shoulder down the straight, though, so he's clearly not too worried about the drivers in behind.
No.
But just being wary, not going to give it up too early.
No, he's not. We've got our front 4 then that really are bumper to bumper. The front 3 are glued together, and hanging onto the back of him is Elliot Bork, and he gets a move done up the inside. Number 44 caught napping there. That's McIntosh getting taken by Bork. Well done to Elliot Bork, sitting 2nd in the championship at the moment. Moves from 4th to 3rd. A good move, young man, on the zip car. Now he has the 2 drivers ahead of him in his sights. That's Kovacic and Branscombe, of course. Branscombe, business as usual, out in front, leading the championship. Won the championship last year, and this weekend he won Heat 1, he won Heat 2. Will he win the Super Heat? Well, there's 6.5 minutes to go. We'll find out. But look, there's that man that just made a great move. Elliot Bork in the zip car. Good work, fella, as we go up the inside then. Look, he's got number 15 in his sights. He wants another place early in this one. He's all over the back of number 15, Kovacic. Watch this one, Kai. I think we're going to see Elliot Bork make a move on this lap.
Well, he made one last lap when he got the fastest lap, and I wouldn't be surprised he has a look to the inside. That one a little bit too late. That was a little bit too close for comfort there from Elliot Bork. He's just making his intentions clear to the drivers in front. He's putting the other drivers on edge, making them know that he's not playing around. He's ready to make an overtake when the gap opens up, and it opens up now into the first of the ZRS as he squeezes his opponent wide. Kovacic did very well to hang on to the position there with the amount of pressure that Bork's putting onto the back of him. But we've got to take into account all of this battling between these two drivers. Branscom's just getting away. He's delivering. He's racing away. With Bork going down the inside, he'll get the move done. Kovacic is now down into third position as Elliot Bork hits second position. But will he now be able to close down the gap which he has created between this pack and Ralphie Branscombe out in front?
Well, I don't know, but I could see that overtake coming. Elliot Bork had the bit between his teeth there. He really did. I said he was going to get a move done on this lap, and he did, and he waited all the way to the gasworks, but there was that bit of excitement in the middle in the center S's where he was trying it there, which was just brilliant to see. In that helmet of number 15, Kovacic now, he's going to be absolutely sort of spitting feathers as we see a car, I think, just making his way into the Parc Ferme area. There was it Shea Hilton, the 888. Sad end to his superheat. There he is, parked up, sadly. As we're back out in front then, Ralphie Branscombe, now Elliot Bork in second. Kovacic will be the man who's feeling a little bit hard done by, losing the space in this exact position last time out, a lap or two ago on that final, or 1 lap ago in actual fact. So Kovacic will be wanting to get that position back, but a gap opening up ahead of him. Elliot Bork is putting the heat on Ralphie Branscombe. So Branscombe is the next person with the target on his back as far as Elliot Bork is concerned.
Well, a delivery driver in terms of lap times right now is Elliot Bork. He's putting down some blistering times out on the circuit. He's pulling down that gap which he made between him and Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe, he might want to have a little look over his shoulder because he's going to have a surprise in behind him.
Yeah, he is. He's a great driver and he's comfortable out in front. And we've seen Ralphie Branscombe lead so many laps over the last couple of seasons, well, last season and this for sure. But he's going to have to start thinking about what's going on behind him in this race because the others aren't letting him get away with it. They're not going to let him go. Elliot Bork is just going to sit there. But look, now Kovacic on the back of Elliot Bork here as they come into the gasworks. This is where he got the overtake done last time. And they stay there. But look, yes, look at this. These front 4 then. Elliot Bork now up on the back of Ralphie Branscombe. Behind him, Kovacic's pushing. Bork has closed that gap on Branscombe that lap. The gap now just, what, 1/10, 0.13. As Bork makes the move up the inside of Branscombe. Wow! He's put the afterburners on, Kai. Where did that come from? He must have carried some serious speed down the Conrad Straight.
Yeah, so much momentum there from Elliot Bork. It'll be that great run he got off the final corner, combined with the slipstream he had down the home straight, was just able to slingshot past into the first corner. It looked effortless there.
It was like DRS was enabled and Branscombe was like powerless.
Well, DRS in karting, oh my! I can imagine that being an interesting feat. Maybe we should propose that as an addition to the Ultimate Karting Championship next year. DRS down the home straight was definitely enabled for Elliot Bork that time round as he slingshots past into the lead. Ralphie Branscombe pointing forwards to Kovacic saying we need to work together. We need to work together and push forwards if we want to get past Elliot Bork, because Bork is so fast and so comfortable on this circuit at the moment. He's just looking unstoppable out in front.
Yeah, he is. But one thing I'm looking at, full credit to kart number 153, which is Ashton Horsepull, who has the fastest lap at a 57.81. He's down in 7th, so the guy that's running in 7th is putting in the fastest lap. We would expect to see Elliot Bork get the fastest lap in the coming moments, but at the moment, it's the driver in 7th who's got it.
Well, I think that's just a great display of how close this field is. If the fastest driver is down in 7th position, that just shows you how close the lap times are between these drivers and how competitive the field here is in the Ultimate Karting Championship, especially in the Honda Cadets right now, as this front 4 still glued nose to tail, still fighting onwards and onwards. The freight train of Elliot Bork out in front. He's fought his way through the field and he's now reaping the rewards as he finds himself out in the lead of the race right now. With 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining on the clock, we'll have 3 more laps of racing here around the Warden Law circuit. And Elliot Bork, He has to keep it in a straight line, has to keep it in tight order. Made a little bit of a mistake running up the hill there through Brian's Bend as his kart snatched a little bit away from him. Ralphie Branscombe will now eke closer and closer to the back of the number 14, just waiting for that gap to open up now. The O-plate, he didn't let him run away at all, and now Elliot Borg is going to feel the wrath of the pink helmet driver. That's Ralphie Branscombe in second position right now. Bork is used to being on the attack, but can he run the same in defense?
Maybe. He glances over his right shoulder there, looking behind him, seeing where those other drivers are. Has he got a lead? Well, not really. 0.3 of a second at the moment as well. Look, Ralphie Branscombe's going to be thinking, come on, I know this game. I'm going to get this place back off you. But at the moment, the only drivers are running in the 57s. Our quickest drivers are Elliot Bork with a 57.93. Then we've got McIntosh with a 57.91. And then that man, Horseball, with the fastest lap, still a 57.81. So just the three of them running 57s. Everyone else 58 and change. But out in front, Elliot Bork fighting off the battle that's going on behind him. The pressure from Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie Branscombe running in second, pushing it onto Bork. Looks wide, goes around the outside, does Branscombe. Will he get the undercut on this next one as we come through the infield? I don't think so. Bork now running wide, using all the curb, and that gives Branscombe a chance to close up on his rear bumper. We've got the right, the left, and then the right as they come now around the back straight away, then through the Dunlop chicane onto the back straight. Here's the gasworks. Look at Kovacic. What's Kovacic doing as Branscombe runs wide? Oh, I thought something was going to happen there, Kai.
Well, Bork picks up a track limit warning there for running wide out of the Dunlop chicane. Although it may not have went to his advantage, he still picks up a track limit warning. You'll have to keep an eye on that coming into the final lap. Intermittent checks over his shoulders. Bork is not comfortable in his seat right now as he's checking left and right. Branscombe's fast and charging onto the rear bumper of this zip cart right now. They go down through the dogleg into St. John's we go. We've seen a move before. We won't see it again. Ralphie Branscombe goes to the outside. Can he sell the dummy? Yes, he can. Down the inside. Branscombe gets the move on the inside. He's going to have to defend, though. Kovacic follows through. And per hand in the air. He's not focusing on the track in front of him. He's lost his head, has Elliot Bork right now, as all three drivers manage to slip through on the inside line. Branscombe, Kovacic, and McIntosh all managed to get themselves past our past leading driver. As hand in the air once again, it's all kicking off. Kovacic isn't happy. Back down the inside. Bork's going to at least recover one of those positions. He looks down the inside in final corner. He slips wide, sideways down the home straight, hands in the air. It's a nightmare of a final lap from Elliot Bork. He's livid in that zip cart right now, but can you blame him after a nightmare final lap like that? Left the door open to Kovacic. Kovacic took the advantage. McIntosh followed through, and it all just fell apart for Elliot Bork there on that final lap. Ralphie Branscombe started that domino effect, and every driver just followed through, taking advantage of a hot-headed Elliot Bork.
I think I'm sorry to say Elliot Bork is a really quick driver and he's a lovely young man, but I think what we saw there was just a moment of inexperience compared to the likes of Branscombe and Kovacic. It didn't quite go his way. He lost his head for a second. He went from first to fourth in two corners. We see it a lot in karting. It does happen. He'll learn from it. He's a quick driver. He's a good driver. He recovers to third, but ahead of him, Kovacic and Branscombe. As we come back down then through fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth, we've got McIntosh, Fullbrook, Harmer, Horseball and Turner. Full credit as well to Jackson Heath, another great young man, brilliant talker on camera, really enjoying his karting journey. That's Jackson Heath, number 64, well done to him. Great teammates alongside Theo Hamilton as well, so well done to Theo Hamilton, 300. Both of those youngsters, Heath and Hamilton, running their first full season of competitive karting. Esme Rosie, well done to her, kart number 42 in 10th. Then we had Harry Grant in 11th, Morgan Cooney, Harry Pennington, and commiserations to Shay Hilton, who was the driver that we saw retire early in that one. But a lot of learning and a lot of excitement from those young Honda cadets. And in the finish, though, Ralphie Branscombe coming out on top, as we see Jack Fullbrook Harmer there just getting the fist bump from his dad and the pat on the helmet. That's what it's all about, folks. Don't forget, this is motorsport, but it is also, it's a fun Sunday in the sunshine for these youngsters. Don't forget that.
Yeah, it's lovely to see the dad and lad racing, the classic combination, the kid racing and the parent mechanicking. I mean, how often do you see it in the motorsport paddock? And it's lovely to see that family connection being taken into a race day. You may think it's such an isolated sport, but motorsport, it's such a tight-knit community. I mean,
it is.
The paddock's like a family here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Everyone's so lovely, everyone's so nice to each other, so welcoming. Always open to helping each other, and I think that's the great thing to see here from UK motorsport as a general.
Yep, but from the sort of youngsters finding their way and just having fun in the sunshine, things will now get serious. Fireworks on course next, because Senior Rotax A are coming up.
Oh, if you thought that action was done, you are completely wrong. Some of the biggest racing is to come up this afternoon and early of this morning. Kai Hunter's going to kick it off on the front row with Teddy Pritchard-Williams alongside him. Jamie Perrelly from Lewis Gilbert, Alexander Cole and Ewan Charman on the third row of the grid. Ethan Martin, Liam Hartley, Macaulay Bishop, Reese Bailey from Alex Adams Acton, then Gustavs Usakovs on the sixth row of the grid. Seventh row consists of Ryan Ward, then John Brown, Gabe Fairbrother, Deacon Russell, Rachel Robertson and David Mitchell in 18th. Then we have Marco Dritten Perez in 19 from Miles Roby. Then Ben Cook, Harry Gilbert, Jay Pearson, and Ethan Bentley starting in 24th. Rounding out the grid on 13th row is Mac McGilvray and Gemma Hjorns. 26 drivers pack this circuit. No room for error and no room for mistakes. Leave your toys and prams at the side of the road because there's no time for playing at all. This is where it gets serious. The big guns, the fastest karts that we have this weekend. And this is where it all goes awry. Some of the biggest names of European motorsport, never mind the United Kingdom. Some of the biggest European names have came out to play in the sunshine at Warden Law here this weekend. Some for their first time in the Ultimate Karting Championship, but if you're a regular watching racing, some names that will definitely be recognized throughout the field. But Kai Hunter, the local lad, it's his home circuit. He'll take it away from the front row of the grid. Do we go around again? Yes, we do. We've seen it with the younger drivers, and we'll see it with the oldest. I mean, it just shows that not everyone can be perfect.
No,
it's not
exactly.
all down to age. It's not all down to the experience. Sometimes it just happens.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of sort of excitement there from these senior Rotax drivers, just getting all a little bit twitchy, a bit edgy. People not getting themselves quite lined up, people perhaps not getting paying attention to that acceleration line. I could see that one coming. There was drivers further back in the field sort of wagging their finger and making the little upward circles to sort of signify, no, we're going around again, that's not right. They knew it, but yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be great as we see them putting heat in the tyres. I think that's number 4, Lewis Gilbert there, really aggressively left and right next to Jamie Perrelly there, number 40. But lining up on the front. Oh, we got a kart off at the back there. Who we got there? Kart number 12.
Yeah, we had 2 drivers collide there, both trying to warm up their tyres, banging wheels on the formation lap. I mean, if you're gonna have contact, at least have it during the race. Obviously, Rachel Robinson being coming off worst out of the 2 drivers that came together. Glad to see both of them manage to get back into racing formation, and we'll go again. Down the home straight, blasting towards the first corner. You've already called it, Kev. We go racing this time round, down towards the first corner. Hunter knows this track like the back of his hand, but will he be able to keep it in that pole position? Pritchard Williams, he goes very wide, drifting off. How has he kept that car under control as that rear wheel skirting off into the dust? He keeps it in a straight line, though, somehow. But up at the front end, Jamie Perrelly, a good stop, bowl backwards into the barriers is the number 39. That's a Jack's car of Ryan Ward there going off in the background. Was there contact? Was it a mistake? We'll never know. But up at the front end, great start from Jamie Perrelly and Alexander Cole as they find themselves fighting up at the front end already.
Yeah, fighting up at the front end already. A couple of drivers coming off worse, sliding off onto the dust and the grass that we've seen. But out in front, it looks like we have settled into something of a racing line as we cross the start-finish line for the first time. Then Kai Hunter out in front from Perrelli and Carl and Gilbert and Bishop. Look at the names we've got in this one, and there's others still to come. Pritchard Williams, Fairbrother, Ewan Charman with us this weekend as well. Former UKC alumni, brilliant driver under Argenti Motorsport. He's going to be want to make a name for himself, a show of himself rather, as we see Kai Hunter go with the fastest lap of 51.29. Brilliant action from the off, Kai. I'm excited about this. Nearly 9 minutes of racing to go.
Yeah, we've just seen in the corner of our eye, that was Lewis Gilbert diving down the inside for third position on Alexander Cole. Talking about the inside line, it's obviously going to be notable for the 111. That's Gabe Fairbrother making the move on what looked like Ewan Charman. Those drivers still going at it as they go round the final bend now and down the home straight. Lewis Gilbert, big name in Europe and big name on the circuit right now as he is lighting up the boards purple in third position right now. He's going to be chasing down our leading two drivers, trying to get himself involved in the battle for the lead. Kai Hunter, reigning champion, rocking that #1 on the kart, but can he keep it in that position, or will he have a challenge on his hands? It's definitely looking to be the latter of those options, the way that things are going right now. 75 pedaling it around the circuit right now. That's Ethan Martin after recently being dropped off by Gabe Fairbrother. Inside line, having to go defensive right now is Alex Cole. Macaulay Bishop started a little bit further down the order than what we've seen previously for the O-Plate, but fighting his way back through the field once again after having troubles earlier on this weekend. Fireworks once again between Hunter and Bishop. We've seen it at the first round and we've seen it earlier on this weekend as well. Bishop's going to have a little bit of work to do if he wants to find himself back up at the front end though, and he's definitely putting in the work early. Love to see that from the DHR driver.
Yeah, brilliant racing from these older, faster drivers as we see Macaulay Bishop in the midfield here then on the O-Plate, currently running in 5th. Doing a great job of just putting some pressure on the man that's ahead of him. It's Teddy Pritchard Williams actually in 5th, and Alexander Cull, that number 14 has just dropped back. There we are, TPW. Number 5, as we look down the inside then, who have we got there making a move on Macaulay Bishop? That is, I think that's Gabe Fairbrother, the 111 of Gabe Fairbrother making a move past Macaulay Bishop. Really exciting racing then, fighting for 5th place at the moment in this one as Kai Hunter then strides out in front. Look at this, and the fastest lap going to Kai Hunter is a 50.63. Let's put that in context. The fastest lap in the Honda Cadets a moment or two ago was a 57.8 or something, so 7 seconds per lap quicker, the senior rotax compared to a Honda Cadet. Bigger drivers, faster karts, better racecraft. That's some margin, isn't it, Kai?
Yeah, indeed it is. And I would say I'm surprised that Kai Hunter's got the fastest laps, but this is basically his back garden.
He must know it.
This is Kai Hunter's playground. He's been on this circuit since he's a youngster. He's done so many laps around this circuit, and so many moves are being made as Pritchard Williams goes down the inside of Alexander Cole. But out in front, Kai Hunter just looking to drop off the field, looking to try and extend his lead, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. Deacon Russell picks up a track limit warning, the number 21. A little bit further down the field, but still doing a good job out there on the circuit right now. Lewis Gilbert, though, he's going to snatch the fastest lap. The number 4, he's a top driver out in Europe. He's a top driver in the UK, and he's looking to make a move down the inside. That was a late move for what was going to be 2nd position. Jamie Perrelli caught off guard there. Yellow flags are out as we make our way through the Dunlop chicane. Can't quite see what that was for. I see one driver fixing, sorry, not a driver, it's a marshal fixing a tyre barrier. So maybe just for the safety of the marshal, we have a yellow flag there out on the circuit. But opportunistic indeed. A timely overtake there from Lewis Gilbert. Just got it done in time before the yellow flags.
Yeah, brilliant racing there. Good to see that move from Lewis Gilbert on Perrelli. If you're a youngster watching how to do a super silky smooth overtake, that is how you do it. He just slotted that one really, really in nicely there. He got himself the fastest lap previously. That's now changed to Teddy Pritchard Williams, who's just done a 50.5. But yeah, we saw that, didn't we, from Lewis Gilbert in the corners in the moments prior to that overtake. He was linking things up. He got that fastest lap, and then as soon as he had the opportunity, just sent it down the inside. Perily was powerless to that one, couldn't do anything. But while these two are locked in something of a battle, then the gap now further up to Kai Hunter is 0.88 of a second. So Kai Hunter's going to want to extend a lead in this one as he gets some clear air between him and what's going on behind him. Just staying with this action then. There we are. Look, you can see the gap now from Hunter back to Gilbert, back to Perily, Teddy Pritchard-Williams then in fourth, and Gabe Fairbrother with the fastest lap now, clocking a 50.45. Of course, Fairbrother we've seen in the UKC before, then go off on racing cars, and now he's back with us for the full season in the karts, which is great. Another experienced driver, adding to the excitement this weekend here at Warden Law for Senior Rotax.
Another thing that's amazing to see is a multitude of drivers all trading fastest lap after fastest lap. Everybody improving lap upon lap, and not just the same driver putting in the lap times on each other. The fastest driver in front of him, Macaulay Bishop, is in behind the driver with the fastest lap. That's Gabe Fairbrother just fending off Macaulay Bishop for now. It was a couple laps ago where we seen the 111 get that overtake done. He has a long look over his shoulder, and that invites Macaulay Bishop to the inside line. He'll go down the inside, get that move done with no troubles. As the O-plate goes down the inside, Gabe Fairbrother, that's very much a front fairing nose cone penalty, which he's going to have to deal with at the end of that race. A big dent on the front of that front bumper, and you can just see it moving up and down, a very flimsy front bumper right now, and that's a very common sign of a front fairing penalty. It's been knocked in somehow.
Yeah, you can see there, very much pushed in on that front fairing, that front bumper. Got a nice camera shot of that as he still puts the heat on Macaulay Bishop. Yeah, you can see it hanging down now, dragging on the floor there. So he's not going to be happy with that when he comes back into scrutineering, but he's got to stay in the race and hang on in there for now. As you now see Ewan Charman clocking a fastest lap of 50.4. No, that's changed again. Pritchard-Williams gets a 50.42. Charman had a 50.44. And Ewan Charman racing with racing perfection on his Birolart chassis, no longer with Argenti. So apologies to that one earlier there, Ewan. As we see him there, number 42, running on the infield. But out in front, the man that's not troubled by any of this, Kai Hunter. As we pick up the action, though, on the screen, there we are. You can see Ewan Charman all over the back of Gabe Fairbrother. Charman then on Fairbrother, going to just bide his time. He's going to have a look through this section here. The right, the left, the right of the chicane, then come around the back straight. Gabe just glancing over his right shoulder. He knows Charman's there, into Gasworks. Charman just sitting, waiting at the moment. That's where we've seen so many overtakes get done already this morning, Kai.
Yeah, we've seen overtake after overtake. It's been an action-packed morning so far. Alex Cole trying to get involved in this battle as well, as he's just blasting down the home straight right now in behind Ewan Charman and Gabe Fairbrother. Fairbrother just holding off the 42 for the time being. Macaulay Bishop now being the newest driver to pick up the fastest lap under his belt. But the lap time is considerably dropping. It wasn't long ago that we were seeing 50.8 lap times, and now it's 50.37 is the fastest lap. The heat of the circuit, the surface temperature will just be increasing the more sunlight that it's exposed to, and the driver's becoming more and more confident lap after lap. Ewan Charman, he had a little cheeky look to the inside there. He's letting Gabe Fairbrother know how close he is to the rear bumper of his car. And that Birolart is looking feisty and looking to get onto that sixth position.
Yeah, we're seeing some rubber go down on the circuit here, Kai. As you say, things are heating up, so we're seeing some faster lap times. I was just looking at the lap times between Fairbrother and Charman. They're there or thereabouts. They're almost identical, both running at 50.7 on that last lap. 50.71 to Fairbrother, 50.73 to Ewan Charman. So they are on an absolute even keel pace. So this battle's intriguing. So even if Charman can try and make a move, as far as out-and-out pace is concerned, Gabe's got him, so he's going to have to work hard, is Charman, to be a little bit of a wily fox to get something done, to get himself past Gabe Fairbrother. And this is where Charman had a look last time. Can't do anything this time. And behind them, of course, it's the number 14 of Alexander Cull. So now we have 3 drivers locked in a battle. In fact, 4 drivers. As who's that on the back of Alexander Cull? It is Gustav Yusukovs, who's grown up since I last saw him. Number 189 of Yusukovs. He was a Honda cadet, I feel. Now also on the back of them. We're now 5 running in this chain, just behind Yusukovs. Adam Zacton, what's going on here? Oh, Fairbrother now lost the rear bumper as well.
Yeah, we've seen contact there between the 42 of Charman and Gabe Fairbrother. Now his rear bumper hanging off. That's a very dangerous rear bumper there. It's actually rubbing on the rear tire as well. That's why there's smoke coming off the back of the 111. He's going to have to be careful to not get in the way of any other driver. Reese Bailey.
He's going to get called in for that, Kai.
Well, yeah, it's the final lap of the race, so we won't see a technical flag go out just yet. But Reese Bailey doing a great job at actually avoiding the rear bumper of Gabe Fairbrother there, as he will come into the pit lane now, but that's unfortunate on the last lap of the race. Gabe Fairbrother involved in that incident with Ewan Charman there. You can see the tire, the rubber mark there on the front bumper of Ewan Charman. He doesn't have a front nose cone, doesn't have a nose cone penalty to be noted by the stewards. One driver that does is Gabe Fairbrother. He'll be stopped to get his picture taken. You know, it's not going on Instagram, it's not going on TikTok, it's actually going straight to the stewards, unfortunately.
That's what it is. Do you know, I was so involved in kind of watching that one and looking at the timings. It seemed to go by in a breeze.
Yeah, it really did. 10 minutes.
10 minutes plus a lap. I completely missed the last couple of laps of that because I was so engrossed in what was going on.
I mean, it was a great race indeed. Kai Hunter, though, not much struggle for him out in front. Lewis Gilbert did try to pose a bit of a challenge, but it wasn't yet enough. 6 attempts between Kai Hunter and Lewis Gilbert from Jamie Perrelly, then Teddy Pritchard Williams. Macaulay Bishop recovered to 5th position from Ewan Charman. Alexander Cole, then Gustav Zutzkovs, Alex Adams-Acton from Gabe Fairbrother, a nightmare final lap and problems with damage. Reese Bailey then comes in 11th from Liam Hartley, Deacon Russell and Rachel Robertson in 14th. 15th is going to be David Mitchell from Ethan Bentley, then John Brown, Marco Dritten-Praise. Then it's going to be Ryan Ward, Jay Pearson, Ben Cook from Harry Gilbert, Gemma Hjorns from Ethan Martin, and Miles Roby rounding out the 25 driver grid here for Senior Rotax.
So we got the pictures then live, 1, 2, 3 in the Parc Fermé. Kai Hunter there, just sitting, enjoying the sunshine. Well done to him. As we see the 101 just getting moved back, wheeled back. Who we on there? 101, just one of the drivers that didn't make it home in that one. Miles Roby, privateer on his Tony kart there. But number 4, Lewis Gilbert, came home in 2nd, of course, and then in 3rd place behind them. Who did we have? As we just wait for the next one, of course. The next one then is Senior Rotax, about to go out. That was Senior Rotax A. Next up then, Senior Rotax B. So here's your starting grid then for Senior Rotax B. Don't forget, fighting out for 34 super final positions. Pearson Bullock Carter and Jack Lilly line up on the front row of the grid. Archie Walker's in 3rd. Tyler Harris is on 4th. Row 3, Alex Duncan and Stephen Duncan there. Then we got Daniel Armstrong on row 4, lining up alongside Joshua Graham. Morgan Hudson-Brown sits alongside Brandon Klein Nagelvort. Callum Bradshaw, there's a name that needs no introduction in the world of karting. He lines up on 6th. Jack Collins then lines up in 12th. That's your row 6. Archie Buttle, a hard charger, sitting just behind them. Louis Weaver alongside him. Sam Baker, Reg Hayward are on row 8. Louis Merica on row 9 and Callum Kinder alongside him. Then we come to row 10, back end of the grid here. Then Ben Southgate and Jack Gilliam just ahead of Ethan Critchley, Caitlin Seabrook, Stephanie Hobika and Aaron Mackay. And then the final row of the grid, row 13, Harry Lamond and James Dunbar. So here we are then, glorious sunshine as we see Pearson Bullock Carter sitting up front. And then we have the 05 of Jack Lilly just sitting alongside him. Great pictures here, nervously waiting. All of these Senior Rotax drivers just getting ready for what is going to be a battle royale as they fight their way into, hopefully, the super final. 34 grid positions, and I forget exactly how many entries we've got in Senior Rotax, but probably a good sort of 60 or so, I think. So 60 into 34 won't go. So some of these drivers, their day will end after this race. And we'll find out who that will be in just a moment or two. Looking back down the order there, then we see number A on his cart. That's Stephen Duncan. And then we have 84, Tyler Harris, just on the 2nd row of the grid. sitting alongside number 7, Archie Walker. Kai, it's going to be another exciting one.
Well, if the first race is anything to go off, it means that these drivers are going to be gunning it all the way around for a solid 10 minutes plus 1 lap once again. As you mentioned, the second of these senior rotax races. Kai Hunter walked away with the victory in the last one. Kai Hunter won't be taking to the circuit this time, but it'll be interesting to see who else is able to take the challenge up at the front end. Pearson Bullen Carter and Jack Lilly, obviously big names we need to keep an eye on. Both drivers leading the championship. P1 and P2 in the championship right now, and P1 and P2 on the road. 2 doesn't go into 1 though, so where are we going to see it happen?
It doesn't, and the great thing is we're looking at our 2 leading drivers in the championship on the front row of the grid here, waiting to go out. And then as we look at the championship, it's Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop behind them. Obviously, they both featured in that last super heat, and they will make their way safely through to the super final. And of course, this one has Callum Bradshaw in it as well. He's lining up a little bit further back. Lots of big names joining us this weekend. Stephen Duncan, who I just mentioned there with the letter A on his car, he's currently 7th in the championship. Archie Buttle is fully in the mix, as is Alexander Cull, who we saw in that previous one. So, yeah, lots to take away from this one. It's all about to unfold. The picture that we've got, obviously, is like the holding area, the dummy grid. They're just kind of sitting there, all their eyes. There's a clock just the way to the kind of ahead of where they're sat right now. It'll be currently saying race end from the last race, and then it will turn to the numbers, and the clock will start counting down at the start of this one. And they're all eyes on that, waiting to go. But then, of course, don't forget they'll have that warm-up lap where they'll try and get as much heat into the tyres as they absolutely can. But as we were talking about in the last one, Kai, track getting warmer, some rubber going down. It was like the fastest lap was changing every time with that last race.
Yeah, it really was. And I think that will just be multiplied and emphasized for these drivers as well. It will just be even quicker, even better, and it just means that we have better racing in store for us. You mentioned Callum Bradshaw there, Kev. I mean, one of the biggest drivers, 2-time world champion. He's massive in the world of karting, not just in rotax, but IAME as well. He's raced pretty much anywhere you can think of. Callum Bradshaw has probably raced there. And you actually spoke to him earlier, didn't you, Kevin?
Yeah, I spoke to him yesterday. And UKC Statos will note that when we had our first UKC round in 2020 at Rowra, he was running X30 seniors, and he won that opening round in 2020. And then that was also the same season when he won his first world championship. So, I mean, no stranger to karting, no stranger to the top step of the podium when he won with us first in 2020 at the UKC. He'd already been karting for a number of years at that point. Although he did say he started late, started racing when he was about 12 or 13 years old. Yep. But he was already putting it on the podium, you know, in his sort of early teens. So, yeah, a great driver. I did say to him as well, I thought I read, Callum, that you were hanging up the race gloves at the end of 2023, having sort of done it all. And he said, yeah, I was, but then I got lured back into it. The season sort of starts. You think, maybe I'll give it a go. As actually, we just got the pictures on screen. Who we got here? The 112 cart not getting started. That's Dan Armstrong on a Tony kart there, privateer, just getting a bit of a bump start. But yeah, Callum was sort of set to hang up the race gloves, but then he's been lured back into karting, and he's in a very enviable position of spending his winter time in the sunshine out in the Middle East, working as a driver coach, coaching drivers out there, goes out there for sort of 6 months of the year, which is quite nice. So when you make it to the top in karting, doors start opening up for you with positions like that. So he wants to stay within karting, stay working within it, but I think this year just, well, I thought he was just doing the British Championship. You said to me that you think he's also going to have a go at the World Championship again.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me with the World Championships being held at PFI this year. It's his home country, a home circuit, a circuit that he's very much used to. I would not be surprised if we see his name pop up there, but only time will tell. But for now, let's focus on the start here for Senior Rotax Super Heat B. We go green first time this time. Did we have a bit of an off down the home straight there? One driver definitely skirted to the inside line. Looks like everyone's just about facing the right way right now as we go up through the dogleg and now down towards St. John's. 3 wide, some sections of the circuit. Drivers having to take to the grass for some avoiding action, but everyone just about keeping it in order. One driver having a little bit of a round, managed to get going again though. Yeah,
I didn't quite see who that was, but like you say, 3 wide through the middle. Some of them take to the grass, bit of dust thrown up, and then there was somebody who did a full spin, but we look out in front then, here we go. We've got the 103 being chased down by the number 7. This is the front of the pack then now, as we're looking at this one, the second of the 2 Senior rotax superheats here this morning, picking up some midfield action. But out in front, it's business as usual. Karts going sideways as they cross over the line. Then Pearson Bullock Carter from Archie Walker, from Alex Duncan.
Yep, out in front right now, Pearson Bullock Carter just about holding on at the front of the grid. Second in championship, first on the road right now, though. His championship rival, Jack Liddy, who's leading the fight right now, is currently down in 4th position. Still very close between everybody up at the front end right now. Tyler Harris getting involved in this battle as well up at the front end. Archie Walker, you can't miss him in the bright purple KR Sport colours as they come diving down towards the Gasworks bend, but down the inside. We were waiting for the first driver to make that move, and it's Alex Duncan to get himself up into 2nd position right now. The 225, Callum Bradshaw, he was in 6th position at the beginning of this lap. No longer is he in 6th. He finds himself in 5th with the fastest lap under his belt as well. He's ready and raring to go. He's carving his way through the field right now. Disposed of Tyler Harris on that previous lap, but who's going to be his next victim out on the circuit? We'll have to wait and see. This Tony Kart driver, very dedicated to that team, been racing with Strawberry for quite a while, and his knowledge and experience is proving a bunch. Tyler Harris was able to follow through, but they both get the move done on Jack Liddy, and it looks like there may have been a little bit of a problem there for Alex Duncan.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Alex Duncan seemed to just drift wide. He loses 2 places in 1, but Callum Bradshaw's class is really showing forth. Brilliant driving from him. Nothing less you would expect from a 2-time world and European champion. Great racing in the opening stage of this one. Now the graphics all sort of reorder themselves as they cross over the start-finish line. Pearson Bullock Carter then off and away down the road on the 03 plate. Watching a bit of racing here then from Callum Bradshaw. Another little move up the inside. Another overtake done from him. Good.
Freight train with no brakes. There is no stopping Callum Bradshaw. When he has his mind set on a mission, he will complete it.
Yeah,
no
and
question
just
about it.
Smooth as you like as well.
Yeah.
No aggression, just smooth, fast racing. Brilliant to see.
Yeah, it just looks almost effortless from Callum Bradshaw. It's second, showing his experience, showing his class out there on the circuit, as you mentioned, Kev. He gets himself up in a 2nd position, and I'm sure it's not long before he's charging onto the back of Pearson Bullock Carter. He does have a 1-second gap, which he has to break down. He'll have some work to do, but he's not afraid of it. An attempt of an overtake down the inside there from the number 37. That's Reg Haywood trying to get the move done on Klein Nagelvoort. Nagelvoort was just able to fend that off into the first corner, though, but back up at the front end. Tyler Harris, a lot of pressure on his rear bumper. But down the inside, that's Jack Lilly, our championship leader, getting the move done on Alex Duncan. But Duncan's race is just falling apart.
It's falling apart. He's all over the place, Alex Duncan, in this one. He's just lost another couple of places there. Not quite sure what's happened here because he started out so well. Picking up the action at the front, though. Here we go, KR Sport. Oh, look at this. Into Gasworks. This is where we've seen so much action already. Lots of drivers getting involved here then. Can't quite pick them out with the speed of this one, but we're looking at what is a DHR kart there with a KR Sport chassis in front of him. This is really exciting stuff as they cross the start-finish line again. Another lap done, and Callum Bradshaw showing his speed, 50.37. He's the new fastest lap holder there. And he's closed that gap to Pearson Bullock Carter, now 0.68 on this one. It was a full second last time by.
Yeah, Callum Bradshaw, I mean, blistering pace around this circuit. I don't think this is one of the circuits that Callum Bradshaw's done a lot of laps around, but it looks like he's a seasoned professional around this circuit alone. I mean, it's transferable between track to track, and Callum Bradshaw showing that in spades. We're keeping an eye on the number 5 of Jack Lilly, though. Our championship leader is trying to find a way past the MLC of Tyler Harris in 4th position right now. But out in front, Pearson Bullock Carter, he may have started to feel a little bit comfortable with the gap, but it's cut down even more like a lumberjack on a tree. The gap is now 0.35, not just chipping away, but hacking away at that gap between them two.
Yeah, we're going to see. We've got 4 minutes, 30 seconds left in this one, plus a lap. We're going to see Bradshaw all over the back of Pearson Bullock Carter in a couple of laps' time. Then that will be the battle for the checkered flag come the end. I can tell you that much already. As we see it here then unfold, watching out in front then. There's the 03 of Pearson Bullock Carter. You can now fix. Oh, here we got a DHR driver off on the grass. Look, we haven't had to wait long. Callum Bullock Carter just in the very next lap. That is class showing there, Kai. That's brilliant driving from Callum Bradshaw. Question is now, can he stretch his legs and get off and away down the road, or will Pearson Bullock Carter stay with him?
No hesitation behind that, no thought behind that overtake.
I thought it was going to take a couple of laps. It took a couple of corners.
No, not at all. Bradshaw arrives onto the back of Bullock Carter, and Bullock Carter is a top-class driver, but Callum Bradshaw just his experience showing once again, just dives to that inside line straight away, doesn't mess around with it, gets the move done straight away. Mechanical flag goes the way of Harry Lamond, so the number 63 will have to pull into the pit lane, unfortunately. But out in front, although Bradshaw very quickly got that move done, Bullock Carter is here to stay. He's not going to let the 225 run away with that.
As we see number 63 of Lamond there, just in the Parc Fermé area, retiring from this one. And as you say, Callum Bradshaw out in front, but I don't think we're going to see him extend a hugely, because Pearson Bullock Carter's too good of a driver to let that happen, as Josh Graham clocks a 50.2. Will we see anyone knock on the door of a 49 today? We'll find out as the day goes on for sure. But great racing in this one then, the second of our two senior Rotax super heats. Watching the action on screen then, we've got the number 7 of Archie Walker, who's under pressure from the driver behind him. That is Tyler Harris. That's the 05, or the... No, that is the... Sorry, apologies. That's the 05 of Jack Lilly. Tyler Harris is 84, just behind, of course. So, yeah, just so many good drivers in this one. So much talent in the senior Rotax.
Well, if we're looking at the lap times out in front, Bradshaw still just marginally quicker than Pearson Bullock Carter for the time being. But with that slipstream to the aid of Bullock Carter, any small or miniature mistakes from Callum Bradshaw will be amplified. Mistake is crucial and will come back to bite you around this Warden Law circuit. And that's why the drivers love the challenge so much. As out in front, still just hooking it up nicely right now is Bradshaw. Has a check over his shoulder. You'll see that Bullock Carter's still not far in behind, so he's not too comfortable out in front for the time being. 1 minute 40 is remaining on the clock, though. Time is ticking down, but the question I'm going to ask you, Kev, is do you feel like Bullock Carter will be able to get back in front?
I'm sorry to say, I don't think he will. I think Callum Bradshaw has this one wrapped up. Yes, he's under pressure, but it's pressure that he's seen before. He knows what this is all about. He knows the game. He can keep his head. He's a fast driver. He's a smooth driver. That kart will be mechanicked within an inch of its life. It will be running sweet. So I think we're not going to see Bullock Carter get past Callum Bradshaw. I think this is how it's going to stay. They're both too good. They're both too good. Unless there's some glaring error, I think your 1-2 is going to stay as it is.
I think both drivers are smart enough to also not go for any dumb or silly overtakes, which will, as we still see fighting along Archie Walker. Jack Lilly is closer than ever, though.
This is where the action's going to be in the next couple of laps. Look at this, number 5 of Jack Lilly all over the back of Archie Walker. They're pushing for third, don't forget. And look, here we can see a move now. Here we are then. It is Lilly just looking wide, and Archie Walker closes the door for him, but they are bumper to bumper. So look, here we are then, number 5 over the back, or all over the back of number 7. Lilly chasing down Walker for number 3, as Josh Graham clocks a 50.09. Fastest lap. Look at this battle though in the infield. Jack Lilly and Walker then now side by side, wheel to wheel. Number 7 then, which is Archie Walker, fighting off Jack Lilly, number 5. They went wheel to wheel for a moment, but for the time being, Jack Lilly just staying behind Walker. Coming into the action then is the driver that's behind them, number 84, Tyler Harris. He's having a look, but no. So now we have the 3 drivers then, bumper to bumper. This is great stuff, Kai.
Well, if 2 karts wasn't entertaining enough, let's make it a 3-way fight. Tyler Harris is now invited to the party as he comes along as a bystander. Both drivers still squabbling left and right, exploring the avenues on the circuit. Final lap of the race is now upon us, and this is where it's do or die for these drivers. It may only be the superheat, but pride is still at stake as we go into the center S's. Tight to the inside line is the 7 of Archie Walker. He doesn't want to give up the inside line to Jack Lilly just yet. They go through the Dunlop chicane. Now we have a long run down towards the Gasworks bend. Pinned to that inside line, glued to the middle of the circuit right now is Archie Walker. He's not going to give it up to Jack Lilly. Lilly isn't going to force anything, though.
No.
He's quite comfortable staying in this 4th position right now, as it will set him up nicely for the superfinal later on this afternoon.
Yeah, no silly mistakes in the closing stages there from any of them. They're too clever, they're too wily, they know what they've got to do. And as we saw with Ian Calichurn in the TK KM Extremes. If you push hard in the last couple of corners, well, then it can all go awry. And this is only the super heats. It's just keep it on the tarmac, get through the super final, and then that is when it's go big or go home, do or die, all or nothing, double or bust. That's what it's going to be in the super final. But for the super heat, no, keep it on the road, go sensible, and just come home in the best position you can. Fastest lap stayed with Josh Graham then, 50.09. Brilliant stuff from Senior Rotax, Kai.
Yeah, some amazing racing. Bradshaw had his work cut out for him, but it's a light work for the 225. Back on the top step. You'll be used to that position by now. Pearson Bullet Carter will come home in second position from Archie Walker, Jack Lilly, Tyler Harris, and Alex Duncan. Then Morgan Hudson-Brown, Stephen Duncan with the A-plate from Joshua Graham and Archie Buttle rounding out the top 10. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort in 11 from Reg Haywood, Sam Baker and Jack Collins rounding out the top 14. If we look further down the grid, the 15th is going to go the way of Louis Weaver. Then we've got Ben Southgate, Louis Marika, then is going to be Callum Kinder, then Ethan Critchley, and 20th is Jack Gillingham. 21st is Daniel Armstrong from Caitlin Seabrook, Aaron McKay, James Dunbar, Harry Lambert, and is going to be Stephanie Hobecker rounding out the 26 driver grid. Now, that is going to round out the racing here for Senior Rotax Superheat B. But a red flag there out on the circuit and a ambulance out on the circuit as well. So there will be a brief pause in proceedings while any injured driver or any driver in trouble is given the medical attention that they need. Obviously, the ambulance going out on the circuit doesn't mean there's anything major. It's just precautionary. The medicals will have a check over the driver, make sure everything's okay. And as soon as that ambulance is off the circuit and as soon as it's green flags once again, we will be ready for racing action.
Yep, I can't quite see who it is, but there's a driver just walking over to get it checked over by the medical team here, sat up on his feet and walking away. So no dramas there, hopefully. But great racing in Senior Rotax, waiting for the next Senior Rotax heat to come up after this one. We've had Senior Rotax A and B. In fact, that was both of our Senior Rotax. So our next one then, of course, will be Junior Rotax, the first of... what is it? We've got 3 Junior Rotax super heats then, A, B, and C in Junior Rotax. So race end is what it says on your screen there, where champions are born.
Well, we've got plenty of champions racing with us in multiple classes as well, returning to the Ultimate Karting Championship and champions of other racing as well. But all the drivers just sitting on the grid very patiently right now is the final of the Senior Rotax, sorry, not Senior Rotax, but the first of our Junior Rotax races. Junior Rotax, the biggest class which we have here with us this weekend. Not 1, not 2, but 3 grids of Junior Rotax drivers here. I mean, 34 spots are available in the final, and 34 drivers will have to be picked out of over 70 entries.
Yeah, I've got 2 sheets worth of Junior Rotax drivers in front of me here, Kai. I think it's near enough 80 drivers almost in Junior Rotax this weekend. As we look at the first of them, there's the O-plate of Harry Bartle lining up on the front row of the grid for this one. You'll see Jacob Ashcroft lining up on the front row of the grid for the next one. At 42, we've got Jared Fox-Whiteley there. Then who else are we looking at? We've got 140 there, and that Carlos Sainz chassis there. That's Oakley Garthwaite on the next row of the grid. 266. We're looking at Rory Armstrong there on the Tony Cup. Great scenes, lovely pictures. Big thanks to Alpha Life. This one, 62 is what we're looking at there. That's Cole Denham on these Lando Norris, Dan Holland chassis. Haven't seen Cole Denham for a while at the UKC, but had a little chat to him this morning. So good luck to him. Few KR Sport drivers here then, the 75 and the 71. Ryan Gandor and 75 then, Kai Vetch. 174, we've got Tony Kart Strawberry Racing there, looking at Charlie King. Another Dan Holland Racing, big showing from them once again. That's Dan Kilpatrick. Good luck to Daniel this weekend, finding his way in Junior Rotax. He's been doing brilliantly with it for the last couple of seasons. Real learning curve. Did brilliantly as a younger driver, and now he's really in the mix with the big guns, the older boys. 777 there on a Carlos Sainz chassis. That's Alfie McBain from Hunter Motorsport. Good luck to him. Here's 306, Joel Murphy. Looking nice on that kind of like white, almost silver chassis. 47 then, another one of these red and black Carlos Sainz Hunter Motorsport chassis. Who have we got there? That's Stanley Clark. So good luck to you, Stanley. That's the back end of the grid. Lovely pictures. This is what it's like here at a kart weekend. Then Lenny Messenger Motorsport. Good luck to Team LMM. Matthew Clark there on his Esprit chassis. Good luck, Matthew. Matthew, go well. Another Hunter Motorsport there, 46. That's Lloyd Palmer, obviously there. Ultimate R driver, 35. Looking at Jensen Pritchard from Ultimate R. Good luck to you, sir. 332, the next one that's on screen. Then Mikey Walker from JDR. And then we see number 56, who is Shane Chandaria from Pro Train, one of the Pro Train drivers run this weekend. Another Hunter Motorsport driver, 275, which is Zach Turner, as we then see the 336 of Sebastian Luisch, Sam Pollitt Racing, 195. Next that we're looking at there from MLC. We're looking at Charlie Wolfett. So good luck to Charlie. Seen Charlie locked in many battles in the UKC before. 66. We've got then Elliot Powell from Hunter Motorsport. 261. Another Carlos Sainz chassis there, which is Will Archer, a 266. Next to him, Rory Armstrong. Another Dan Holland racing driver, Cameron Nelson. There's number 42. Number 42 then is Jared Fox-Whiteley. And that is your full lineup in the first of 3 Junior Rotax Super Heats here this morning in the sunshine. So good luck to all of them. Be a moment or two before we get them out on the grid. Just waiting obviously for the clear from the last one, which was Senior Rotax. The ambulance is still out there. But like I say, when we saw the driver involved in being picked up at the end of the Senior Rotax, I could see that driver just walking towards the ambulance. So I can't quite remember who it was that had gone off or who'd been involved in the incident, but I can see the ambulance moving away off the track now. So this one will start in due course, I'm sure. And the sun is shining. The flags are still flapping, though, here at Warden Law. So we've got beautiful weather, beautiful conditions. The rubber going down the track sets us up nicely after these super heats for the super finals that will take place shortly. We're going to see some fast lap times under blue skies here in Sunderland for sure. The fastest we've seen so far is a 50.90 in that last Senior Rotax, and that was Joshua Graham, Chaos Sport Joshua Graham, 50.09. So 50 almost dead. I think in the super finals we'll see people doing the 49s, I'm sure.
Yep. Times will continue to fall over the course of the day. The more rubber, the more heat, and the more experience that the drivers have over the course of the day, the more confident that they get in the circuit and the cars themselves, we'll see those lap times continue to tumble and continue to fall. Junior Rotax are going to be the next kart out onto the circuit, though, and going to be the next drivers to take our challenge in the Ultimate Karting Championship. So, with the incident cleared on the circuit and ourselves and the marshals also getting ready for racing once again, it's going to be Junior Rotax Super Heat A that kicks it off for us, with Harry Bartle and Jared Fox-Whiteley alongside on the front row. From Oakley, Garthwaite, then Cameron Nelson, Lewis Goff and Rory Armstrong starting 6th. The 4th row is going to be Cole Denham, then it's going to be Will Archer, Kai Clark, Elliot Powell, Kai Veitch and Charlie Wolfett rounding out the 6th row. 13th is going to be Rayhan Gandor, then it's going to be Sebastian Luisch, Charlie King, Zach Turner, Daniel Kilpatrick and Shane Chandaria. 19th is going to be Aris Majewskis from Mikey Walker, Ethan Hatch, then Jensen Pritchard, Alfie McBain and Lloyd Palmer rounding out the 12th row of the grid. Finishing off the 27 driver grid is going to be Joel Murphy, Matthew Clark, and the only driver on the 14th row was Stanley Clark. 27 drivers to take out onto the circuit. The red flag has been cleared. The ambulance is back parked up, which means that we'll be very soon ready for action to get underway once again.
Yeah, we're getting underway just as soon as we can here at Warden Law, the first of 3 Junior Rotax Super Heats, of course. And don't forget, we are fighting out for 34 grid positions, so almost 80 drivers fighting for 34 super final grid positions. Not every one of these drivers will continue after this super heat. It is all based on your heat races, heats 1 and 2. We have the time qualifying, then heats 1 and 2 where you get points, super heat where you get points. That determines whether or not you make it through to the super final, and indeed where you will line up for that super final. We're expecting to see a bit of a battle royale out the front. I think when we get to the super final between Harry Bartle, who's done brilliantly this weekend already. I think he's won or both of his heats. I certainly know Jacob Ashcroft, who is just ahead of him in the championship overall at the moment. He's definitely won both of his heats. So we're going to see a battle between those two out in front for sure. That one's going to be interesting. But then behind them, of course, lots of other name drivers in the junior rotax. The likes of Lizzie Mentier, she's going to be pushing hard from Dan Holland Racing. Sitting, I think, 3rd or 4th in the championship as it stands right now. So that's going to be interesting to see how she gets on as well. And then as we look down the order, just so many names. And some of them that we've seen at UKC before, others that have gone off and raced elsewhere and then have come back to us, and using this round here at the UKC as a little bit of a warm-up ahead of the British Championship that's here next weekend. A lot of these drivers running both championships side by side. Certainly the two top championships that you want to be making a name for yourself in as it stands in the UK right now, the UKC and then the British Championship. So just patiently waiting. Must be nerve-wracking, Kai, for these drivers sitting there just waiting. Visors just passed up, getting a bit of airflow through the helmet, but the heart rate must be up, I would imagine, as the clock has clicked over from race end to race start. And then now fire up the car, put the toe down, and off we go. Let's get the warm-up lap done. Let's get some heat into the tyres, and let's get this one underway. This is going to be great. 3 great super heats then about to start. The first of 3 on the junior rotax. It's going to be all guns blazing. This will be fireworks because they're fighting it out, folks, for just 34 spots in the super final. Who's going to make it to that super final? We'll find out in the next 15 minutes.
The drivers will have been eager to get onto the circuit. Now the opportunity has finally arisen for them, and they will make their way out onto the circuit and be ready for racing once again. Junior Rotax, a little bit of a slow started morning for them. They've had a bit of a break and a bit of time to think over their warm-up and results from yesterday. But now is the time to put it all down on the circuit, and there's no time to waste. Nothing like the present here for Junior Rotax. We've got 3 of these races coming up, 3 from the same class, and it's going to be Super Heat A, which is taking it away. First of all, Harry Bartle starts on pole position. Will he finish that way? Let's wait and see. We cross the start-finish line. Do we go racing first time round? Yes, we will. Diving down towards the first corner, 3 wide in the mid-pack. All of the drivers keeping it nice and tidy as a couple drivers. Never mind, I spoke a little bit too soon. As a couple go flying off onto the grass on the first corner. Looks like no retirements just yet, though. Everybody will keep it going in the straight line. Get it going once again into the center S as we go now up at the front end of the grid. A couple drivers making some moves in the mid-pack, finding themselves in a better order than before, as through the Dunlop chicane once again and down towards the gasworks bend for the first time of this race. We're keeping an eye up at the front end of the grid there. That was a little bit further down the pack. We've seen the number 14 and the 75 of Kai Veitch going at it as they went round what is going to be the horse. Textbook start from the front row there, isn't it, Kev? Harry Bartle out in front. You'll be used to this position. But Oakley Garth, right, what a start from him. Already putting the pressure on him.
A great start from him into that first corner. He went from 4th to 2nd, which was brilliant. So well done to Oakley Garthwaite. Harry Bartle, though, maintaining his pole position, staying out in front right now. As we see this battle then, here we are. Oh, as we get a move going up through the infield there, a Jack's Motorsport kart going up the inside of someone. Can't quite see who that was. But, yeah, in that opening lap, there was some drivers in that first corner off onto the grass and into the dust as they went 3 or 4 wide. But Harry Bartle kept it on track, and then Oakley Garthwaite made up a couple of places. Then as we look at it, we've got Lewis Goff in 2nd. That's the number 74. Jared Fox-Whiteley, number 42, in 4th. Cole Denham, welcome back to UKC, Cole, putting himself in 5th. Kai Clark then in 6th. Cameron Nelson 7th, and Rory Armstrong. As we see a move going there, the 261 of Will Archer just going past Kai Clark. Well done to you, Mr. Archer, just making a move as they cross the start-finish line then. Now through Brian's Bend and up to the top end. Track limit warning though for Mikey Walker, who's obviously run himself a little bit wide summer on that one. But Will Archer, that man who made a move stick and got the overtake, is also on the fastest lap currently with a 52.01.
Garthright from second position on the grid, from second position on the track, sorry, has pulled off the circuit and retired from the race. Was there contact?
Well, there must have been. We didn't see that, but he was in second, obviously, Oakley Garthwaite. Who did he have contact with?
Jared Fox-Whiteley.
Jared Fox-Whiteley, who has also disappeared down. Yeah, they've both gone down. So they have disappeared way down. Means Harry Bartle's still out in front, but Lewis Goff and Cole Denham now, who are running fourth and fifth, find themselves in front. So, yeah, if you're just joining us, it's Bartle, Goff, Denham, Nelson, Clark, Archer, Powell as your top 7 then. Excitement in the early stages of this one. We said there'd be fireworks. They're fighting for their lives to get themselves into that super final, and that's what's happened. That's the outcome. So commiserations to those drivers that have gone off.
Yeah, that's really difficult, especially in the superheats. The last, big contact there as running into the back of the 266. Aris Majewskis and Rory Armstrong come together. Sorry for shouting there. That one caught me off guard. I mean, Aris Majewskis just misjudged his braking there, ran straight into the back of Rory Armstrong and spears him round.
Yeah, it just happens in a fraction of a second, and suddenly it's all going brilliantly, and then suddenly it isn't. You're off and you're spinning, and that's what kart racing is all about. It happens that way sometimes. We pick up here then the action. Kai Clark being chased down by Will Archer. That's 76 being chased down by 261, and behind them is Charlie King and Elliot Powell. This is that battle then that sits in the middle on the bubble then around 5th, 6th, 7th. Great racing then from the KR Sport driver, just clipping the curbs there. But now we pick up some pictures here out in front. We can see how comfortable that Harry Bartle is out in front. Got himself almost a 1 second gap back to Lewis Goff, who's in second there, number 74. And behind him, Cole Denham from Dan Holland Racing on that Lando Norris kart. So well done to you, Cole, keeping yourself safely in third as it's all going on behind you.
I mean, a great cushion which Harry Bartle has been able to build for himself. As you mentioned, nearly a second there separating him and Lewis Goff. Set exactly the same lap time on that previous lap, though, so the gap hasn't changed between them two. A 51.7 was the time that got put down on the circuit. Aris Majewskis, after having that problem last time round, running in dust with him into the first part, but down the inside into Gasworks. Will it be one? Yes, it's only one. Tried to follow through as well. Number 76 managed to get it done for a moment there. Kai Clark nearly got it done on Cameron Nelson. Nelson responds, though, through the horseshoe complex and manages to dive back down the inside and get the move done. Will Archer thought it was his lucky day to follow through, but wasn't able to do so on either occasion.
Yeah, brilliant racing from Clark and Archer there. 76 and 261 trading places, but at the moment it is, of course, Will Archer who's out in front in that pairing. Great racing from those two. Behind them, then we got the Cameron Nelson and Kai Clark. Behind them, Will Archer's the 261, of course. And then behind them, we've obviously got Charlie King, the 174. So racing in the mid-pack then, fighting it out for 5th place at the moment as we rejoin the action out in front with Harry Bartle. Clear air, but look at this back midfield battle then for 5th. This is all going on between Nelson, Clark, Archer and King. At the moment, Nelson running at the front of that selection there of drivers there, and ahead of him is his Dan Holland Racing teammate of Cole Denham, who we just see at the top of your picture, number 62. Picking up the action then once again, here we are, Nelson fending off Clark, and Clark then fending off Archer, and Archer fending off King. 4 drivers bumper to bumper, as we see in karting so many times. They get involved in their little battle, but it means further down the road ahead of them, the others start to stretch their legs a bit and just get the hammer down. So great racing then for 5th in the sunshine here. Up the inside, we see a move there, brilliant from the 261 of Will Archer. Great move, making his way past then number 76 of Kai Clark.
Kai Clark has had nothing short but action on every single lap, every single corner of this race so far. He's in a new battle every time we look at this number 76, and he's handling the pressure so well right now. Currently in 5th position. Now down in 6th after that move was made by Will Archer. Looking to the inside. Charlie King's now trying to get it done. Is there a problem with Kai Clark's car? It just seems the pace has dropped off a little bit there for the KR Sport driver. Even so, he's handling the pressure very well. He's defending really well right now, keeping that car in a good position and a competitive position as well. A little bit further up, though, and that looks like that's the 74 of Lewis Goff, currently in second position. Cole Denham's tucked in behind him. We're straight back to Kai Clark, under even more pressure from 2, never mind 3 karts are actually tucked in behind him. Sideways under braking as it's edging closer and closer to that braking point. Kai Clark checking over his shoulder at every single opportunity, making sure that he's still in one piece.
Yeah, I think Kai Clark is really under pressure here. I've seen him take his hands off the steering wheel a couple of times, just adjusting his visor. He's twitching, looking over his shoulder. Kai Clark, of course, was in a battle with Nelson and Archer, and now Nelson and Archer are off on the way down the road. So Kai Clark very much under pressure. The man behind him, which is Charlie King, and then Aris Majauskas. Will that young man, Kai Clark, be able to keep this position? I'm not sure, as we stay with the pictures on that one, because it really is a super battle. But look at this. This is who we've got here. Is this cold? Oh, that's the 2, Nelson and Archer, that we just saw ahead of them. But look, in the midfield here, then Kai Clark still under pressure, being chased from behind, as we then see Cameron Nelson and Will Archer a little bit ahead of both of them. Cole Denham, Lewis Goff and Harry Bartle not even featuring, because they're off and away down the road. There's quite a gap forward to all of those guys.
Yeah, a super battle indeed. A super battle in the super heat. What more could you ask for from the first of the junior rotax groups? The number 74, Lewis Goff, under a lot of pressure. He's been looking quite nice in this second position right now. Hasn't been able to compete with the lap times of Harry Bartle, but second position is still it's going to set him up very nicely for the final later on this afternoon. But will he be able to hold on to it, or is Cole Denham going to be able to top him in these closing stages of the race? The clock is now going to strike 0, which means next time round will be the last lap of this race. And it's getting ever so closer between these drivers. There's no time like the present, and these drivers aren't wasting around down the inside. That's such a late dive on the inside there from Cameron Nelson as he tried to get the move back on Will Archer. Archer did so well to keep that car on the circuit. Just left enough room for there to be no contact between them, but also held on to the position, did the 261. Very well driven there by Will Archer as he holds on to 4th position for the time being. But Cameron Nelson, he's getting impatient. He's starting to wants it to get into that 4th position right now, and he's showing his intentions very clearly out there on the circuit. Pinned to the inside white line. Lewis Goff isn't going to risk anything as he keeps it in the middle of the track, but on the inside, beautiful switch back out of the center S's there from Cole Denham as he gets to that inside line into the Dunlop chicane. You don't see that very often, but now he's going to have to park the brakes. He's the one who's going to have to get that bus on the inside line as he goes very defensive. Only a couple more corners to go. Keep an eye on Will Archer as he now arrives onto the back of this battle into the final corner. Can they try anything? Any switchbacks out of the final corner? We'll have to wait and see. No, there isn't. But great racing, such close racing, but it's completely clean from all the drivers. No contact there, and I'm so surprised that there wasn't between Cole Denham and Lewis Goff. Lewis Goff was doing such a good job at defending there from Cole Denham, but Denham sells the dummy. He goes to the outside, makes Lewis Goff position his car in the middle of the center S's, and then uses that great run to get to the inside line for the Dunlop chicane, gets himself into 2nd position, and great racing. Some brilliant racecraft on display there from Junior Rotax.
Brilliant stuff, Kai. Really, really exciting in the closing stages. That one, and full credit to Cole Denham for getting that move done, putting himself in 2nd. But the gap between Cole and Harry Bartle, who came away in 1st, look, 2.86 seconds. So nearly, 3 seconds ahead was Harry Bartle. Cole Denham, Lewis Goff behind him. And in the closing stages of that one, Kai, I was looking at Cole's car. There was I don't know if it's the water hose off the radiator or something. There was some bit of a hose flapping off the top of Cole Denham's cart there. So they'll probably have a look at that when he pulls in now. But I was wondering if he was going to end up pulling up with the mechanical, but he didn't. He held it well. And then what brilliant racing we saw as well from Will Archer and Cameron Nelson, 261 and 241. They traded places a few times in the closing stages. That one, Lewis Goff, of course, came home in 3rd. Well done to Lewis for getting home in 3rd. And Kai Clark and Charlie King gave us lots to get excited about there, coming home in 6th and 7th, respectively. So many little mini battles all the way through that. So well done to all of those young drivers there in Junior Rotax. The first of 3 super heats in Junior Rotax this morning, Kai. In fact, this afternoon as we make our way just past 12:30 here at Warden Law.
Yeah. Brilliant racing to kick off the Junior Rotax, but that's only the first of the 3, as you mentioned there, Kev. Junior Rotax Superheat A has now been put out of the way, and next up, we're all looking forward to it. It's Junior Rotax Superheat B. So, Junior Rotax Superheat B are going to be next out onto the circuit, and boy, do we have a plate full of action to look forward to. Jacob Ashcroft and Thomas Behrman, the other Oliver Behrman sibling, his brother, taking it on the front row of the grid. It must run through the family. On the second row of the grid, it's going to be Daniel Amore, though, and Joshua Smith, then Charlie Neve and Joshua Turnbull on row 3 of the grid. Row 4 is going to be Ollie Wise from Finley Buck, Joe Anderson, Zach McDonald, Victor Hansen, and Thomas Mintz spearing in 12th position. 13th is going to be Matteo Palazzo. Then it's going to be James Philip King, Oliver White, then Oliver Fabricus, Daniel Whitfield, and Joseph McCannon in 18th position. Row 10 consists of Vlad Tomanchuk. Then it's going to be Aryaman Bansal from Owen Wallace, Alex Lynn, Rayaman Rapini. Then it's going to be John J. Buchanan in 24th. Final row of the grid on the 13th row is going to be Oliver Vo and Michael Dalton. 26 drivers taking to the track, and hopefully we have 26 drivers across the start-finish line at the end of this 10-minute race as well. But the front row of the grid, it's a feisty one indeed. I mean, Oliver Behrman finished 6th in the championship last year. He's looking to improve on that this time round, though. With Jacob Ashcroft, the 222, our championship leader, it's nothing but gold for him so far. I mean, he's been so dominant out there on the circuit. He may not have run every single race so far, but the last 2 rounds, it's been 2 victories under his belt. I mean, unstoppable in the superheat, the pre-finals, also known as the superheats, and the finals. Jacob Ashcroft could not be topped. He has been topped in the heats, never been topped in the superheat though. Are we going to see that change for the first time? Well,
we may do, and obviously the point to note this weekend is Jacob Ashcroft has won both of his heats. Will he win his superheat? We've just seen Harry Bartle, who's also won both of his heats, and he's just won his superheat, and those are our 2 championship leaders. Jacob Ashcroft, though, just 13 years old, had his birthday on Friday, and Harry Bartle is actually 15 years old, so 2 years older is Harry. As we get underway with this one, Kai, we're off and away and racing. Out in front then goes Jacob Ashcroft.
Yep, Ashcroft driving away into the first corner there. A couple of drivers getting put sideways as trying to get involved in the background. You see Zach McDonald getting put sideways as we go down through the dog leg. All the drivers squabbling, banging wheels as they go down the hill towards St. John's. All the drivers keeping it in a straight line though as we're going side by side. As no worries as we go straight through the 2 center S's. It's going to be tight, tight indeed all the way throughout the field. But up at the front end, Jacob Ashcroft, it was a textbook start, manages to keep it going from the front row of the grid, the 222. They couldn't ask anything more from him, though. DHR specialist keeps it out in front for the time being. Thomas Behrman, though, it was a textbook start from him as well, just not able to jump the leader.
Well, as we cross the start-finish line at the first lap of a 10-minute plus 1 lap race, Kai, I'm going to hand over to you to see this one home, and then the other Junior Rotax Superheat, because I need to go and get myself up there in the scrutineer area to get ready for some winners interviews when we get to the super finals that are starting at 1 o'clock. So thanks for your company, Kai. I'll see you next up there for those winners interviews for the super finals.
Thank you so much for joining me this morning, Kev. As Kev just mentioned, we'll see him later on this afternoon doing the winners interviews in the post-race paddock. 2 drivers coming off there. That's the 41 and the 663. That looks like that may have been further down the order. Trying to find out who that was on our screens. A couple of drivers being involved in that battle. That was Dan Amore and Oliver Vo in 20th and 21st position, both coming off the circuit. Unfortunate contacts for them. And no surprise on your screens. Well, it was briefly Jacob Ashcroft with the fastest lap. Now it's Aryaman Bansal puts it in his pocket as they go up through the dog leg once again. The driver's now down towards St. John's. Jacob Ashcroft doing a great job out in front to maintain that gap back to Thomas Behrman right now. In the mid-pack, drivers all congesting up into the first of the center S's. Seen a couple bumping nose and tail, but everyone just keeping it in the straight line for now. A battle in the mid-pack, that's going to be a couple drivers. Seen a couple of Strawberry Racing drivers that look like Charlie Neve, Thomas Mint spearing, and involved in an incident there. That's the number 16 of Matteo Plazo and Zach McDonald both coming together. So both of them losing a lot of time. He's gonna have to try and shake that off if he wants to keep plowing forwards through the field. Unfortunate incident between them. Just looked like both drivers going for the same part of the circuit. Didn't look like either driver had any malicious intent in that incident indeed. Down towards the center S's and down towards the inside. You can see the rear camber of that wheel banged off the circuit. There is the number 9 as he manages to recover it onto the circuit quite nicely. Does Finley Buck. Turnbull managed to get the move down the inside. Ollie Wise tried to follow through. They bang wheels and Finley Buck had to take to the grass for a short period of time. Manages to rejoin the circuit. Not losing too many positions though. Up at the front end, once again, we're watching the drivers file through the final couple of corners. Joshua Turnbull picks up the fastest lap. No, it goes the way of Joe Anderson. Anderson currently in 9th position. 3 seconds off the lead, but only 4/10 off Charlie Neve in front. So still very close between a lot of the drivers all the way throughout this field. Jacob Ashcroft out in front. 9/10 of a gap that he has now back to Joshua Smith. Thomas Behrman no longer in 2nd position after that move was committed last lap from the number 11. Smith doing a good job in that car. And the number 10, that's the Argenti colours of Thomas Minspearing. Didn't want to wait around much longer though, did Behrman. He tries to move down the inside, but the switchback, great momentum, is ran out the corner there from the Jax Motorsport car of Joshua Smith. Manages to get the switchback out of the Gasworks bend and gets himself into 2nd position once again. Behrman, though, he's looking very feisty. He doesn't want to give it up. He's looking left and right, waiting for a gap to open up for him on the inside or even the outside line. Behrman doesn't care as long as it's an opening to get past the car in front of him. Out in front, we're still keeping an eye on this battle as it's Joshua Smith is going to be the one charging, trying to catch onto the back of Jacob Ashcroft. But with all this battling going on between them and all the commotion being caused by Behrman and Joshua Smith, this is just allowing Jacob Ashcroft to drive away from the rest of the field right now. Seen just going through our picture right there, that was Charlie Neve and Finley Buck as well. Into the final corner, Finley Buck under a lot of pressure from Joe Anderson in behind. Sorry, that's Charlie Neve under pressure from Joe Anderson as those two cars were nose and tail. Nothing separating them. Not even a sheet of paper could have been fit between the front and rear bumper of those two cars as they went around that final corner. But into the center S's once again. Focused on that apex on the inside line is number 11 of Joshua Smith. He does have a lot of pressure in behind him, but it's not seeming to phase him just yet, as he's doing a great job right now, is Joshua Smith of fending off Thomas Behrman. We've seen he's fast, we've seen he's feisty, and we've seen he's looking for that 2nd position as well. As a little bit of a mistake there, running wide out of Gaswork bends did Joshua Smith. That's opened the doors to Thomas Behrman. Behrman's closer than ever. A look over the shoulder there from Smith. That's an invitation to Behrman on the inside line. Behrman takes the opportunity, gets himself into 2nd. Thomas Behrman now once again in the position he found himself in before. 2nd is going to be the place of the number 6. Joshua Smith is dropped down into 3rd, and Joshua Turnbull is following very closely in behind, just waiting for something to unfold in front of him. All these drivers keeping it neat and tidy out on the circuit though. Jacob Ashcroft doing a great job at maintaining the gap that he has back to Joshua Smith. Back to Thomas Behrman now after that overtake was done in the early stages of this lap. All our attention right now was on that battle between Charlie Neve, Finley Buck and Joe Anderson. Those 3 drivers, nose and tail, just waiting for one of them to make a mistake and waiting for the opportunity to arise between them. They bounce over the curbs as they head down towards what is St. John's Corner. into the center S's. Great overtaking opportunities for the drivers. And that's on display indeed there from Joe Anderson. The Argenti colors dive down the inside. No waiting around to get that move done. As on the inside, that's going to be a move from Joshua Turnbull. He gets a move done back on Thomas Minspiering. Minspiering got that move done through the center S's, and returning the favor is going to be Joshua Turnbull as they trade places on that previous lap. No changes in the order as they change between each other, but Thomas Behrman really putting the burners on now. In the closing stages of the race, Jacob Ashcroft may have felt a little bit comfortable out in front, but not for much longer, as Jacob Ashcroft, that gap is now being cut down between him and Thomas Behrman. Behrman sets the fastest lap on that previous lap, nearly 2 tenths faster than Jacob Ashcroft out in front right now. Danamore snatches up that fastest lap, but he's down in 19th position for the time being. Had that incident with Matteo Plazo earlier on in that race, but manages to keep the car in a straight line, and he will be looking to cross the finish line at the end of this race. Around the final bend we go once again, checking over our shoulders, making sure there's no karts in sight. Well, for some drivers there is, and they're under a lot of pressure indeed, especially in the closing stages. 1 minute and 15 seconds has just passed over on the clock, meaning that we shall have around 3 laps remaining on this circuit. Danamore setting fastest lap after fastest lap, proving that he should be up at the front end of the field. But after an unfortunate incident, once again, he's down in 19th position. A less than ideal situation there for the number 41, although we may have the pace. Other circumstances are proving him otherwise. Down the inside, there's a move eventually from Charlie Neve. He'll get that done on what is going to be Finley Buck. Buck's trying to hold on to it, and he will fend off Joe Anderson. Anderson tried to sneak through on that inside line, but not this time round. He'll be denied the opportunity there by Finley Buck. Great defensive and evasive action. There's the number 10 of the Argenti colours of Thomas Spearing. Danamore, another fastest lap, goes the way of the 41, down in 19th position, really setting a time. It's a race against the clock for him at this stage in the race. And talking about the clock, it ticks down to 0 now, which means this is the penultimate lap of the race. Next time round will be the final lap, and Ashcroft is getting closer and closer to Thomas Behrman as Behrman is closing in on the 222 out in front. The question is, has he left it a little bit too late, or will he close in time? We've got one more lap to tell. Ashcroft is going to be focused forwards, and so is Behrman. He's got no intention but to get that race lead. In behind him, though, there's a couple drivers still squabbling for position. It's Joshua Turnbull, Thomas Minspiering, and Ollie Wise all going at it. We go down towards the center S's. Feeling he has to go a little bit defensive there is the 20 of Turnbull. Turnbull pinned to the inside line. Is that going to leave Spearing vulnerable? No. But Spearing just about holds on to it. The 256 of Ollie Wise in behind, just waiting for a gap to open up. Will it open up in the gasworks? No, it won't. But it goes from a 3-car battle into a 6-car battle. But there's only a couple corners remaining on the circuit. Ashcroft's done enough to get the race win. But what about this battle? We'll see as they all dive out of the final corner. They all keep it tidy and follow in order. I mean, wow, what a race there from Junior Rotax. It all went down to the wire. And even in those final couple of corners, 3 karts turns into 6 as Jacob Ashcroft manages to walk away with that one. Undefeated so far in these races this week. He's won both heats and a super heat under his belt right now, and you couldn't ask for any more. Thomas Behrman comes home in second position from Joshua Smith, from Joshua Turnbull, then Thomas Minspiering, Ollie Wise, Charlie Neve, then it's going to be Finley Buck, Joe Anderson, Aryaman Bansal, Daniel Whitfield, Vlad Tomanchik from Joshua, James Philip King, from Joseph McCannon in 14th position. Zach McDonald comes home in 15th from Danamore in 16th. Then it's going to be Mateo Plazo from Michael Dalton, Alex Lynn, Owen Wallace, then Oliver White, Brian Rapardi, John J. Buchan, then it's going to be Oliver Fabricus and Oliver Vo coming home in 25th position. So, 2 races out the way there for Junior Rotax. We've had Superheat A, we've had Superheat B, and the last race to round out these Superheats is going to be nonetheless but Junior Rotax Superheat Superheat C, sorry if I can get my words out of my mouth. Plenty of action's been put out the way for the Junior Rotax class, and plenty more action to come. Let's see what the third group has in store. Well, if 2 wasn't enough, we've got a third one on our plate. A 3-course meal of Junior Rotax racing. Lizzie Mentia will start from pole position with Jack West alongside her. From Zane Quaker and Lucas Blanford on the second row of the grid. Then William Antrobus and Noah Barham. Jake Flewitt and Jack Thompson are on the 4th row of the grid. 9th is going to be Shun Segiguchi. Then it's going to be Adam Wooden, Jake Woods and Charlie Benson. 13th is Albie Lapper from Ben Horner, Joshua Whitcomb and Henry Cameron rounding out the 8th row. The 9th row consists of Charlie Cox and Rossi Costello. 10th row is going to be Callum Foster and Benjamin Baker rounding out the top 20 from Toby Lean, Amy Peacock, Zach McKay and Bella McConville starting at 24th. The final row of the grid in row 13 is going to be Jake Gruffity and Elliot Surtees. 26 drivers are going to be taking to the circuit, and 26 drivers are going to be fighting non-stop all the way throughout this race. Formation lap has nearly been complete, which you know what that means. It's nearly time to get underway with action here with Junior Rotax Superheat C. So around the final couple of bends we go now. Up at the front end, will we get a clean start? Will we go racing time? Yes, we will. Diving down towards the first bend. It's going to be Jack West, which gets the jump on Lizzie Mencher initially. Will she be able to overturn that in the first couple of corners, though? We'll have to wait and see as we go down through the dog leg and now into St. John's. Up at the front end, back in the pack, we see a couple of drivers squabbling, banging wheels, a couple of drivers having to take to the grass. It is the number 92 out in front, that's Jack West. Lizzie Mentia falling down the order just a little bit. It looks like she's fell down into 3rd, with Lucas Blanford managing to get himself into 2nd position. Yes, that is the case. Lizzie Mentia, will she be able to act on some of the ground which was lost early on in this race? All the drivers keeping it nice and tidy, a little bit of bumping as we go through the Gasworks bend, but all the drivers keeping it in a straight line and keeping it nice and tidy on the first lap of this race. So side by side, didn't take long for that move to be made there by Lizzie Mentia. She gets herself into 2nd position, as Lucas Blanford is now dropped down into 3rd position. The yellow flag is out there on the circuit, which means that one driver's went off up there at the dog leg. Can't quite see who that is or what the issue is out on the circuit, but a warning flag has been handed out to the double 2. That's the triple digit driver of the 229 is being handed a warning flag for contact down the inside. Diving for the move is Shun Segiguchi, manages to get that one done this time round. No issues just yet there. Up at the front end, down the inside, there's another move from the 57 of William Antrobus. He'll get himself up the order past Adam Wooden. So Adam Wooden now drops down into 6th position. Antrobus up into 5th. Out in front, Lizzie Mentia going very hot and hairy into the first of the Senna S's. Going completely sideways, under braking, nearly losing it, but managed to keep that one on the circuit. No worries just yet for her. As we go down into Gasworks Bend once again. Was waiting for an opportunity to arise, was the number 65. Jack Thompson gets that one done past Noah Barham this time round. Barham got the move done a couple of corners earlier on this lap, but Thompson able to return the favor and gets that position back very nicely as they are cruising around the circuit right now. Well, Antrobus in 5th position picks up the fastest lap of the race as he tours around the circuit last time round. Jack West out in front, so close between him and Mentia, but Mentia goes for the move now down the inside and will pick it up very nicely. The DHR driver will now hit the front of the race, started on pole, dropped down into 3rd, and then making her way back up through the field, finds herself in the lead of the race once again. Lizzie Mentia not afraid of making a move and not afraid of getting it done indeed. She hits the front and will now be the one controlling the pace from that top spot of the grid. Crossing the line though is William Antrobus, which picks up the fastest lap of the race of 51.050 is the lap time that he puts down on the clock. He's currently sitting in 5th position, trying to get some advances, trying to make a move on Zane Quaker in front of him, just waiting for the chance to arise for him though. Now we're having a look at Jake Fluid as we are making our way around the circuit once again. All the drivers, great camera angle there, exiting out of the 2 Senna S's. On the inside, wasn't long before we seen another move in that section. That was the 129 making an overtake as moves are being made all the way throughout the field. The 129, that was Abby Lapper making a move on Charlie Benson. So Benson drops down another position as Lapper makes a move and gets herself up another position. Lizzie Mentia, though, sitting quite nicely out in front right now. Managed to pull a little bit of a breathing room, a little bit of a cushion, which has managed to associate between her and Jack West. 4.5 tenths is the gap which separates the two of them for the time being. But purple sectors are only going to go in her favor as Lizzie Mentia. But down the inside, there's Antrobus. Antrobus gets the move done on Lucas Blamford. Oh, and one driver going off there in the background. That was the number 27 of Jake Grufferty running into some issues there out on the circuit. Jake Grufferty taking the scenic route, taking to the grass, manages to recover that kart though and gets himself back out onto the circuit. So, as our drivers now round the center S's once again up at the front end, so close between all of them as we're just keeping an eye on the number 57 and number 59. That's Lucas Blamford and William Antrobus. Antrobus, the fastest driver out on the circuit right now. We've seen him just make that move on Lucas Blamford on the previous tour of the circuit to get himself up into 3rd position. We'll see if anything changes between them two. But around the final couple of corners we go and down the home straight once again. Head to the steering wheel for Lizzie Mentia. She's not messing around, trying to pull away from the drivers in behind her. She's doing a very good job at it indeed. 9 tenths is the gap that now separates Mentia and Jack West. Our 4th seed in the championship from last year, just improving on the positions that she's making. A great job from Lizzie Mentia so far. Jack West in 2nd, though, has a lot of pressure from William Antrobus in behind. Here we're keeping an eye on the number 22 of Noah Barham as he's trying to make a move on Adam Wooden, but he's got Jack Flewitt in behind for company as well. Three minutes and 20 seconds is remaining on the clock as the time is ticking down. 2 drivers being awarded warnings on that previous lap. It's the 125 and the 69. 1 for contact and 1 for track limits. It's track limits for the 125 of Charlie Benson, and it was contact for the 69 of Callum Foster. So 2 drivers picking up warnings on that previous lap. Gap has now been extended officially to a 2nd as she picks up the fastest lap, just for good health as well. Lizzie Mentia manages to pick up the fastest lap, pulling away from Jack West. William Antrobus, though, still staying for a little bit of trouble, trying to cause some issues to Jack West in front, as these drivers all so close together. That's Jake Woods and the drivers in behind him, as they're all squabbling for position. That was the number 69, the number 65 making an overtake there, as Shun Seguguchi getting involved in that battle. Jack Thompson managing to make back one of the places which he lost on that last lap. He lost 2 initially to Jake Woods and Shun Seguguchi, but Jack Thompson was able to snatch at least one of them back. 2 minutes remaining on the clock now. Not long left as the time is ticking down. And not long left in this order. Down the inside. That was a late move. Wasn't expecting to see that one this time round, as losing out on a position there is the 65. That was Jack Thompson. Shun Seguguchi proving his dominance and getting back on the inside line, making the move where it counts indeed. Oh, contact between the two of them there, as the 129 of Avi Lapa went diving down the inside over the curve, bouncing into the side of the 65 of Jack Thompson, as those two clash and come together as they go up through the first corner once again. Avi Lapa picks up not a contact warning, but it's actually given the way of Jack Thompson. So the 65 of Jack Thompson picks up a contact warning, whether that be for this lap or the lap before. Only the stewards will know. There is William Antrobus on the back of Jack West right now. A little bit of breathing room to separate them, though. It's around 0.36 seconds. So just shy of 4/10 is what separates Jack West and William Antrobus right now. We're keeping an eye on Jake Woods and Shun Seguguchi, those two drivers very close together once again. And we'll get an update as they cross the line on what the gap is between them. 20 seconds is only remaining on the clock now, meaning that this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Next lap will be the last lap. The last of the superheats and the last one to put on a show for us. William Antrobus getting even closer now to the back of Jack West. This is going to be a nice battle which starts to develop between the two of them, and I'm sure it won't be long before it starts to unfold, because these two are hot and ready to go in the glaring sunlight here in the northeast of England. Lizzie Mentia, no troubles out in front. She'll just have to bring this one home. A nice Sunday drive. She checks over her shoulder, sees that there's no trouble, sees that she has no pressure coming from Jack West, though. He's the one with a world of trouble right now. The fast-charging William Antrobus is in behind. Jack West may have picked up the fastest lap, but William Antrobus isn't going anywhere as he looks to the inside of the center S's. Maybe a little bit too hot under braking there as he nearly loses the kart through the first of the center S's. Manages to keep it under control though and keep it in a straight line. He only has a couple of corners left. His last big opportunity is going to be into the gasworks, and he's a bit too far back, but going defensive, maybe a little bit too defensive, was Jack West, as he's now opened an opportunity going through what is going to be the horseshoe here into the final bend. Antrobus isn't going to risk it. He's going to come home in a nice third position. Great racing from them. No silly moves and no treacherous overtakes being made, putting anyone at risk. But Lizzie Mentia, I would say a lights to finish race, but no, it wasn't. Jack West managed to jump her off the start, and so did Lucas Blanford. But she kept her cool, kept her head, fought her way back through, got back to that P1 position, and then drove away from the rest of the field. Great race there from Lizzie Mentia. Jack West comes home in second with an accompanying fastest lap of the race. William Antrobus in third from Lucas Blanford, Adam Wooden, then Zane Quaker, Noah Barham, Jack Fluitt, then Shun Seguguchi in ninth. 10th is going to be Jake Woods. Avi Lapa, then it's going to be Joshua Whittaker. Jack Thompson is going to come home in 13th. From 14th being Charlie Cox, the 112, will round out the first page of the results. coming home in 15th. Only 10 seconds off the back of the leader is Henry Cameron. Then Charlie Benson, Callum Foster, Benjamin Baker, Ben Horner in 19th. Rounding out the top 20 is Amy Peacock. Then Bella McConville, Zach McKay, Toby Lean from Rossi Costello. Then Elliot Surtees and Jake Gravity rounding out the 26 driver grid here for Junior Rotax Superheat C. Well, that's all of the superheats now out of the way, and all of the drivers are done with their action of the morning. I mean, I say of the morning, it's now 1 o'clock, meaning that we are in the afternoon's racing action, but only only 6 more races to come your way. And it's the 6 races that we've all been waiting for. It's all to play for, and it's all going to go down now. It's going to be coming up next. The Mini Inter Super Finals is the next that we're ready and raring for. Well, the first of the Super Finals, and what a way to kick it off with the Ultimate Karting Championship. We're ready for this one, indeed. It's going to be Albert Friend taking it away from the front row of the grid from Finley Lines, Edward Haynes. Tom Reed on the second row from Hansen Khan and Joshua Griffin. The intensity is raised as we go further down the field. It's Jensen Chalk and Emerson McAndrew, Urinor Championship leader, starting in 8th position. From Oliver Spencer and Harry Taylor. Riley Muro and Denny Babacek round out row 6. Then it's going to be Sebastian Clark, Josh Cormack from Alex Goodson, Devin Taylor, Jamie Ambrose from Daniel Minto on the 9th row of the grid. 10th row of the grid is going to consist of Louis Radcliffe and Blair Smith rounding out the top 20. From Miles Burton, Zach Starbuck, Archie Rogers Taylor, then James Fabricus. Row 13 is going to be Ollie Thompson, then Benjamin Lawn, Drew Davidson, Leo Livingston 28th. 29th and 30th is going to be Jensen White and Alfie Ward. 34 drivers have qualified for this one. It's Maximilian Braskov, Thomas Potter, Thomas Jackson, and Charlie Stapleton, which bag themselves those back positions, getting into the final places on the grid. Now, if you've noticed watching from the broadcast at home that all the drivers are standing with their mechanics and their karts on the grid, well, we're not going to take them away from the pit lane. We're going to have a Grand Prix walk onto the start-finish straight where the karts get put down in their retrospective positions. So just a nice little addition there for the drivers. Adds a bit more class to the race, and I'm sure the drivers will be very much pleased that it happens on every single race. So just a little bit more spotlight for the drivers. Maybe some added pressure on top of that. So all the drivers just ready for the green light, ready for the green flag to get themselves onto the starting grid. And if you're watching at home from the Alpha Live YouTube channel, make sure to say hello in the live chat. Make sure to tell us where you're watching from and which drivers you are rooting for in today's racing action, because I mean, an action-packed day we've had so far. A lot of drivers taken to the circuit, but only 34 in each class are making their way to the super finals. And all of these drivers, even down to the 34th position, have driven so well over the course of the day to bag themselves a position in the super final. And it's something to be proud of, nevertheless, the result in this one. So a lot of drivers just being ready. You can see drivers maybe getting a little bit bored on the grid there, trying to find themselves some entertainment as they're sat with their mechanics ready for the start of this one. I'm sure it won't be long before they get the green flag from the marshal at the front of the grid, getting ready for the start of this one. We do have a shout out in chat from Barbara Lapper. A shout out and a good luck to Abby Lapper in the Junior Rotax Group C, which we've just had in that previous race, from Nana Lapper. Watching from sunny Spain. Well, we're racing over here in sunny England. Maybe brought over some good luck and brought over the weather as well. All of the Lapper family also watching at home in the UK. A lot of support there for Abby Lapper. Drove very well in that previous race, getting herself involved in a lot of action and doing a good job. Sorry, that's Albie Lapper doing a good job out there on the circuit, getting involved in the action. He did a great job out there on the circuit, fighting his way through the field. Lizzie Mentia was the one that walked away with the victory there for Junior Rotax Superheat C. Jack West was the driver that followed up, managed to hold off the pressure from William Antrobus. But with it being the Mini Inter Super Final coming up next, we'll have a quick look over at what happened in the Mini Inter Superheat, because it definitely wasn't one to forget. I mean, it was action-packed over the course of the morning. We had the Mini Inter Superheats this morning. There was 2 of them indeed, Mini Inter Superheat A and Superheat B, to kick off this morning's action. What more could you ask for to start off at a sunny northeast here in Warden Law? We'll have a look over at what those results were. In the first of the Mini Inter Superheat, it was Albert Friend which walked away with that race victory, with Tom Reed following him in behind. Edward Haynes was able to come home with a 3rd position from Joshua Griffin. Harry Taylor and Riley Muro followed up in 5th and 6th. From Joshua Cormack, Sebastian Clark, Zach Starbuck and Louis Radcliffe, rounding out the top 10 in the first of those Mini Inter Superheats. The drivers are now released onto the grid and they will walk down towards the start-finish line, which they will set down their carts and be ready for action once again. All the drivers walking down, you can see, ready for a racing, spotting the drivers as they go down. Mechanics keeping an eye on the carts, and maybe even keeping an eye on the Alpha Live. On the Alpha Live stream is Clark's mechanic there in the 151. But in the second of the Mini Inter Superheats this morning, we had Finley Lyons take away the victory from Oliver Spencer in 2nd position. Emerson McAndrew Urin, our championship leader, came home in 3rd position from Jensen Chalk and Daniel Minto. A new driver to the championship and definitely making his mark. He's not new to the world of motorsport. He's been setting his spot in the whole of Europe. Denny Babacek came home in 6th position on what I am pretty sure is his first time here at the circuit. So picking up the circuit very nicely and doing a good job out there on the circuit to stay competitive and throw a spanner in the works with some of the drivers. Hansen Khan, the number 7 seed, came home in 7th in behind Denny Babacek last time round. Alex Goodson came home in 8th position from Blair Smith, and Devon Taylor rounded out the top 10 from that previous Superheat B for the Mini Inter class. So as the drivers now walk down towards the start-finish straight and across the grid, this is where the drivers' carts will be put down in their retrospective starting order. We'll have a Grand Prix look over the grid. The beautiful camera angle there as we see all the drivers walking down the home straight. We get a rare shot of Josh East there getting to work, taking some pictures of the drivers on the grid as everybody makes their way down. Once the carts are on the grid, we will have one formation lap for these drivers. A thumbs up there from Ambrose as he walks down the grid. Great to see that all the drivers are happy and raring to go. Rare spot of Miles, the cameraman from Alpha Live, as he stood next to Josh East, getting some good shots of the drivers walking down the grid right now. Finley Lyons, though, what can he do from the front row alongside Albert Friend? I mean, it's going to be a difficult one. It's going to be tight, and it's going to be treacherous indeed. There is a lot of drivers which could walk away with a victory from this one. We've got Lyons, Friend, Griffin, Haynes, Reed, Khan, McAndrew, Urin, Chalk, Spencer, Muro, just to say a few names which could walk away with a victory in this one. And it's all up for grabs. So many drivers that could walk away with a victory on this one. So many drivers that have had recent success in the world of motorsport. And I mean, the question is, who will walk away with this one? We're all sat at home, we're all ready, and we're all raring to get going once again. I mean, looking at the drivers on the grid, you see the O plate starting on pole position, Finley Lines. A tough competition is the British O plate. It's so notorious here in the British paddock. There's always such great talent competing for it every year. The number 19 of Albert Friend starting alongside him. There's number 46 of Edward Haynes in the Thule colours on the second row of the grid, with the 111 of Tom Reed joining him alongside. The front two rows of the grid with some very, very fast and raring to go drivers. I mean, just looking down the order, there's so many drivers which could be walking away with a victory in this one, and I can't quite put my finger on one name which would be walking away with this one. We'll have to wait and see how it plans out and what the result is. You can hear some either drivers on the sideline or drivers on the grid shouting to each other. There's the number 53 sitting on the grid. That's Harry Taylor. Joining him alongside is the 142 of Oliver Spencer. In behind him, the 130 of Denny Babacek, the MS car, the Tepes colours, after a recent victory just a couple months ago in the Rotax Mass Challenge Euro Trophy. The first round in Belgium, he was able to walk away with a victory on that one. A very impressive result from him. Still running on the high of the result back in April and still running with the same force and the same pace. We'll have to see what he's able to do in this one indeed. His first appearance in the Ultimate Karting Championship, and we'll have to see where he's able to walk away with on this first time on the grid. Number 55, that is going to be the DHR colours of one of the drivers further down the grid. That's Jamie Ambrose. He'll start from the mid-pack. The 56 and the 82 both lining up alongside each other. That's Blair Smith and Louis Radcliffe. Then we have Zach Starbuck there in the Zip Kart colours, joining him alongside in the Kato Motorsport. They've been around a while. They know how to do things right. Miles Burton will be starting for them a little bit further down the field. But 34 karts are lining up on this grid, and 34 karts which I'm sure will definitely not be starting in the same order that they finish indeed. I mean, so many drivers that will be fighting their way through the field. Some that got unlucky in the super heats, some that got unlucky in the heats earlier on, maybe starting a little bit further down than you would be expecting earlier on in this race. We'll have to wait and see on how this one plans out for them. Well, I mean, if you didn't see any camaraderie between driver and mechanic, you've definitely seen it now. The number 77 of Leo Livings there, obviously with a special handshake between him and his mechanic, as I'm guessing it will be a procedure to do that before the start of any race and every race as well. The mechanic still sitting very tightly next to the drivers on the grid, waiting for this one to get underway. Trolleys have been cleared off the grid. Now it's just drivers and mechanics, and that's a very good sign to show that we will be getting underway with racing very shortly. Josh East getting some final pictures there of the drivers on the grid before he shortly will clear the grid, ready for the drivers to get underway. If you thought 10 minutes wasn't enough action for these drivers in the super heats, well, we've now got news for you. 12 minutes plus 1 lap of racing will be in stock for these drivers on the grid. But 12 minutes, that's a long time for Finley Lines and Albert Friend to keep themselves up at the front end of the grid. And I'm sure it won't be made easy for them at all. I mean, just the names of Joshua Griffin and Edward Haynes starting in behind him. Edward Haynes, not new to the championship, but new to the class, as it's his first year racing in this class, not his first year racing in the Ultimate Karting Championship, though. So all the drivers now in their karts, sitting very nicely, patiently waiting for the green and go signal from the marshals to let them know they're able to go onto their first of 2 formation laps for these drivers. We're having a look at the back of the MLC car. And that was the 177 there down the back end of the grid. That's Alfie Ward. Has been diagnosed with a little bit of bad luck earlier on this weekend, but I'm sure he will be fighting back through at the start of this race. He's got 12 minutes to gain as much time as possible, and we'll see what he's able to do. So as we're waiting for the drivers to get ready and ready for racing once again, it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a delay in the proceedings. So we're going to take a quick break here on the live stream and run some quick adverts. The racing will commence shortly once again.
So let's take a look at the classes that will be running in 2024, and we start with Honda Cadet. Now these drivers are just 8 to 13 years of age and they're running that Honda GX200 engine on a 900 or 950mm chassis. Vega supply the rubber that will keep them on the tarmac, and they have a choice of the Cadet Slick or the WM1 for when it's wet. Next up, it's Micromax, also younger drivers here, aged 8 to 12 years, but now running that 125cc Micromax Evo engine on a 950mm chassis. Vega supplying the rubber once again, and it's the Cadet Slicks or the WM1 wets. Then we move up to Mini Inter, and now the drivers are 10 to 13 years of age, running a 125cc Minimax Evo engine on a 950mm chassis. But Mojo now supply the rubber, C2 in the dry and CW in the wet. Junior rotax are next, and now things start to get a little bit serious. 12 to 16-year-olds here running that 125cc Junior Max Evo engine. Mojo supplying the rubber, D2 and W5, and we're expecting a huge number of entries in this class, and it's going to be really competitive. Following on from Junior Rotax, and we have Senior Rotax, open to drivers over the age of 15, running that full 125cc Senior Max Evo engine with Mojo supplying the rubber. Win a championship in Senior Rotax and you're well on your way, climbing the ladder of professional motorsport. And new to UKC for 2024 are TKM Extreme, open to drivers over the age of 15, and they'll be running that tag TKM BT82 Extreme engine. 115 cc's at their disposal, and they'll be laying down the power onto the tarmac through Maxxis rubber. Let's take a look then at the road to the podium over race weekend in 2024. It all starts on Saturday morning with timed qualifying. All drivers take part here, and this will determine your starting position for the heat races. Then all drivers take part in a minimum of 2 heat races, where you'll gain championship points and determine your starting position for the superheat. The superheat follows for the top 68 drivers, and not only will you gain championship points here, but you'll also decide your start position for the superfinal based on the heats and the superheat. Then it's the top 34 drivers who will compete in the superfinal and gain those all-important championship points based on their finishing position. And if you're in the top 3, well, you'll be standing on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the trophy and the prizes. So there it is then, through time qualifying, the heat races, the superheat, the super final, and then hopefully the podium.
So as we're back from our short ad break and ready for racing once again, drivers have had time for a toilet break, a little bit of a refresh, and now we're ready for racing once again. 12 minutes is set on the clock. Mechanics are starting to clear the grid, and you know what that means. It's time for action, and we can't wait. I'm sure the drivers can't as well, as we'll soon be back into racing action. 12 minutes of petrol-fueled racing here from the drivers. And it all came down to this. All the preparation, all the practice, and all the racing so far. It all comes down to the super finals. Put everything behind you. You may have had bad luck, but don't worry about it right now. Lights are on, and that means we're away for the first of our formation laps. The drivers will have time to prepare themselves, warm up the tires, and get ready for the start of proceedings. Question on everyone's lips, though, is who is going to walk away with this race victory? Is it going to be someone from the front row? Is it going to be Albert Friend? Is it going to be Finley Lyons? Is it going to be Edward Haynes, Hansine Khan, Tom Reed, Joshua Griffin, Jensen Chalk? Name after name, driver after driver, all with a big chance of walking away with this victory. So many drivers which could walk away with this one. I just can't throw a favor one way because of how close it has been so far. The drivers will now form up in proceedings and get ready for the start of this race. Will we be ready to go green first time round? Down the home straight we go. And no, we won't. It's a false start, which means that we'll go around the track once more. So the drivers have a second opportunity to warm up their tyres and get back into formation, maybe formed up just a little bit too late, but the drivers will be getting a second chance at the formation lap. So as we tour the circuit, come into the final stages of the lap now, the drivers will start forming up and getting ready once again for the start of this race. Mini Inter's going to kick it off with the superfinals here, and I'm sure it will start off with a bang. Nothing less than fireworks here from the Mini Inter class. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen it 2 times so far this season, and for the 3rd time to mark the halfway stage in the championship. Will we go green? Yes, we will. Mini Inter Super Final is now underway. As we go diving down towards the first corner, problems in the mid-pack, but up the front end, it's all cool runnings. Through the dogleg we go. Couple of drivers being spat out wide. A little bit of argy-bargy in the mid-pack. Some drivers having to go over the grass, taking to the curbs as well. Now down we go. Keeping an eye on the drivers out in front. Albert Friend, it was a good start from him. Finley Lines following him behind, but the drivers in the mid-pack, someone getting forced out wide just before the Dunlop chicane. That was the exit of the center S's. That was the 141 going off the circuit, taking evasive action. The 141 of Devin Taylor was involved in that incident, manages to keep himself on the road though and keep himself in racing form. Cutting through our pictures, the pack now make their way round for the first time of the circuit. Down the hill we go into St. John's. Albert Friend still leading the way from Finley Lines. It was a good start from the front of the grid. Down the inside, there's the number 7. That was Hansen Khan. Oh, but he gets a little nudge from behind. Oh, and he comes straight across the front end of Jensen Chalk. Tom Reed, a little bump into the rear bumper of Hansen Khan, and Jensen Chalk responds with a jerk to the right and comes across the front end of Jensen Chalk. Chalk won't be too happy about that one. Joshua Griffin is tucked in behind him. As the drivers all squabble for positions, keeping themselves in racing order though. No problems just yet for them out on the field. As we see, up through the dogleg, down through into the St. John's corner. We have now 3 wide going down to St. John's. That's not going to work as they bang wheels. Somehow walking away from that one unscathed. Denny Babachek goes down the middle of 2 carts into St. John's. Wow, what a move there from Denny Babachek. I mean, bravery at its finest. Down the inside of 2 carts. He's not afraid of a little bit of contact, and he walks away from that one somehow unscathed, gaining 2 positions in doing so. Down into the Horseshoe Complex and into the final corner we go. Emerson McAndrew Urine just trying to keep at bay right now. He's trying to keep at bay Riley Muro and Denny Babachek in behind him. Back up at the front end, Hansen Khan trying to catch on to the back of Tom Reed, but he's got to keep an eye on Edward Haynes behind him. Haynes is looking pretty strong. The number 46, first year in the Mini Inter class. It was Micro Max last year, so a step up in class, but stays with the championship. Albert Friend out in front. Move down the inside. There goes the number 26, gaining a position in his favour. That's Alex Goodson getting the move done on Miles Burton. Burton straight back with a response. He's not going to get 1, but can he get 2? Yes, he can. What a move. Miles Burton, last of the late breakers down the inside, gets 2 moves and 2 places done up at the Gasworks Bend. Great move there from Miles Burton to get that move done and gain himself a couple of positions out in front. We're looking at the number 7 right now. That's Hansing Khan. Edward Haynes just getting closer and closer to the rear bumper of that driver in 4th position right now. Oliver Spencer sets the fastest lap. He's currently in 8th position out on the circuit right now. As we're keeping an eye on the 142, the driver with the Great Britain suit on. He's represented his country before. He's currently in 8th position. Tucked in behind him, we've got Jensen Chalk and Joshua Graham, just a little bit off the back of these two drivers. Out in front though, Albert Friend just walking away from the rest of the pack for the time being. 9/10 is the gap which he's managed to extend over Finlay Lines in 2nd position right now. Tom Reed also not able to respond to the gap which Albert Friend has been putting down on the circuit. Tom Reed is still very close to the back of our row plate in 2nd right now. Talking about very close to the back of other drivers, Edward Haynes has been very close to the back of Hansing Khan for a number of laps now. Just hasn't been able to find a good overtaking opportunity, hasn't been able to get himself a move done just yet. I'm sure it's not long before we see the 46 diving down the inside. But we see going round the final corner, there's Emerson McAndrew-Uren tucked in behind his teammate. The 33 and the 53, that's Harry Taylor and Emerson McAndrew-Uren nose and tail. So as the drivers go up through the dogleg once again and down into St. John's. A lot of drivers separated by barely any time. Can't miss him. A fluoro green helmet is being rocked by Finlay Lines right now. The 0 out in 2nd position, doing a good job at keeping Tom Reed at bay. Tom Reed has not had much to say about the gap between those two. Albert Friend, though, making his own story up, managing to pull away from the rest of the field very early on in this race has been beneficial for him moving forwards, and you can see how he's doing it as he gets another fastest lap under his belt. 3/10 of a lap quicker than Finlay Lines in 2nd position. And the gap has now been extended to 1.16 seconds. Albert Friend is a man on a mission, and his mission is going very successfully so far for him. Tom Reed, though, still all over the back of Finlay Lines right now as they go through the Dunlop chicanes. He has a check over his shoulder. He sees he has a little bit of breathing room. He had a look on the inside, clips the rear bumper of Finlay Lines, actually loses a little bit of time in doing so. But the 111 showing his intentions and showing his thoughts of going for the move on the inside line. Finlay Lines will now know how close Tom Reed is to the rear bumper of his kart in 2nd position. And down the hill we go once again into St. John's. We're following Hansing Khan as a gap has now extended between him and Tom Reed. Keep an eye on Edward Haynes once again. He's still ever so closer to the back of that number 7 of Hansing Khan. Nothing evolving between the two of them just yet. The gap just about staying the same between them. No intentions for an overtake just yet from the Thule kart. Either way, the number 46 looking very quick out there in 5th position right now. 4th position would look even better in the eyes of the Haynes family. Let's see what Edward's able to do out there on the circuit right now. Down the home straight, diving into the first corner. Look at how technical and smooth they are on the steering. Just barely any steering input as they drive the car into the corner, pointing that front nose cone towards the apex of the corner as we go into the center S's now. There's the O-plate. Finlay Lines missed the apex just a little bit there. Tom Reed taking advantage of every small mistake that is made by Lines at the moment. 3 minutes and 20 seconds is now remaining on the clock. Not long left for these drivers, and not long left for Albert Friend to take home a victory, or will he make a mistake? Will he be caught? And that's the question which we're going to have to keep an eye on at this moment in time with the pace that Albert Friend has. With the pace that Albert Friend has out on the circuit,
1.6 seconds is the gap that he has back to Finley Lines. Tom Reed in third right now. Just trying to keep on the back of that O-plate. The Synergy car has done a good job to get himself into second. Let's see if Tom Reed is able to overturn that and if he's able to do anything about it. Down the inside. It's been time in the making. Edward Haynes finally goes for the move down the inside of Hansen Khan. Hand in the air. Hansen Khan's not happy with that overtake. I didn't see any contact from my point of view. Didn't see any problems with the overtake. But Haynes get the move done. And he will now be the one chasing down the back of Reed and Lines. Friend out in front though. Just pulling away from the drivers in behind him. 1.6 seconds is now the gap that he's extended. Never mind. 1.72 is what he has extended. Edward Haynes going a little bit defensive down the home straight. Doesn't want to give Hansen Khan day of light on the inside line. Thule Motorsport car clearly feeling that he needs to go defensive in fact of him keeping that fourth position. But up at the front end, we'll see if he's able to catch on to the back of Tom Reed. It does visually look like that gap is just closing a little bit between them. Finley Lines still able to hold it in second position for the time being though. Check over the shoulder there from Tom Reed. He will now be aware that the 46 of Edward Haynes is getting ever so closer to the rear bumper of that 111. As we go through the horseshoe and into the final corner once again. It's been a very strung out race so far. A lot of action at the start. Then gaps started to form in the field. Drivers starting to get comfortable and pull out between each other. And now it's nose to tail once again. It kicked off at the start. Will it kick off at the end? That's the question. All the drivers looking over their shoulders, seeing if they have any breathing room, see if there's any drivers around them which could be causing any threat in these closing stages. But Finley Lines in second, a little bit of breathing room back to Tom Reed. Tom Reed's going to be the one in a lot of trouble. 2 seconds is the gap up to Friend in the lead. Down the inside, we knew it was coming eventually, but Edward Haynes, he's going to get it done early. He's not going to waste any time. He gets the move done into Gasworks Bend. And through the final corner, our leader goes, and across the line, Albert Friend will mark the penultimate lap of this race. There is no need for Friend to overly push the cart here. He has a 2.2 second gap. He just needs to keep it on the track, keep it cool, calm and collected, and it will be a victory to put under the number 19's belt. Let's see if he manages to do so, though. Edward Haynes all over the back of Finley Lines. Lines has been comfortable in second for the majority of this race. Reed wasn't really posing much of a threat on the back of the O-plate, but the number 46 is a completely different question. A triple check over the shoulder there from Finley Lines. He's not comfortable at all. Another look over the shoulder. Left, right. He's looking every direction to see where Edward Haynes is in behind. And the answer is, he's right on your rear bumper, mate. They go down the home straight to the inside line. Glued to that white line right now is Finley Lines. Trying the switch back. That's well covered by Lines. Edward Haynes, will he be able to pull something off? He gets a tap in the rear there by the 111 of Tom Reed, just letting him know that he's here to fight. Has a look down into St. John's. Reed isn't able to get there on the inside line. On the inside line, everybody's going to pin it to the inside white line. No one wanting to give up that racing or overtaking line as well. Edward Haynes, he's going to have so much work if he wants to get into second. Finley Lines, he's going to have a lot of defensive action, which he has to do. Albert Friend, he's in the clear. The 111 going defensive now as Hansen Khan's all over the rear bumper of Tom Reed. They go into the final section. Through the horseshoe we go. Is there going to be any last-minute dives? It doesn't look like it. That's very, very well driven by Albert Friend and very well driven by Finley Lines to manage to hold off Edward Haynes in third position. Tom Reed comes home in fourth from Hansen Khan. Then Oliver Spencer. Joshua Griffin comes home in seventh from Jensen Chalk. Emerson McAndrew Urin comes home in ninth, with rounding out the top 10 is Riley Muru.
So So there we go then, there's your top three bringing it home there. A great weekend's racing for Albert Friend. He's won absolutely everything. Finley Lyons comes home in second and Edward Haynes comes home in third. Three great young drivers rounding out what has been a fantastic weekend's racing for all of them. Like I say, Albert Friend, brilliant weekend, faultless, won both of his heats. One is super heat, one is super final. Then we have our man, of course, there, Finley Lyons in second. Brilliant result for him, and Edward Haynes, I think he had a couple of seconds of bronze and then a first. Let's get Edward up onto the being congratulated as well by Alex Goodson, MLC teammates and others coming around. So let's get Edward Haynes over, as we'll get Edward Haynes on the spot. So Edward, you're on the podium here at Warden Law. Not been a bad weekend for you. A couple of seconds in the heats, a third in the super heat, and then a third in the super final. You happy with your weekend?
I'd rather have won, but it is how it is, and I'll just move on to the British next weekend here. So yeah.
You don't seem very happy. You're on the podium. It's a win or nothing with you, is it?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. And what happens next week in the British if you don't get yourself on that top step?
Then I'll be how I am now.
All right, mate. Who's been looking after you this weekend? Who's made it all happen? Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Thule Motorsport, Force for my engines. I'd like to thank my mum and my dad, and yeah.
Listen, well done, Edward. Best of luck for next weekend, and congratulations for making the podium this weekend. There goes Edward Haynes. Let's welcome in Finley Lyons. Here's Finley. So, Finley, well done to you, mate. You've been pushing hard all weekend. You got yourself on the podium there in the super final. Talk us through it. You happy with that one?
Well, it's only all practice for British, so a podium will do. Come home with a trophy. It's always good news, I guess. It's just practice. It was a good race. Albie pulled the gap and deserved it, I think.
Yeah, it was a really big gap he got out in front there. There wasn't much he could do about that. Were you aware of a bit of pressure? Edward Haynes obviously coming up behind you as the longer that race went on?
Yeah, I had to defend in a couple of last minutes, but my good defending sealed P2.
Listen, well done. You're on the podium. Good result. Sets you up for next weekend. Well, who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Kyrie Rogers, my mechanic, the whole of the Zinity team, Mike for the tune, KR Sport Engines, and all my family, my mum and my dad, and just all my sponsors for helping me along the way.
Brilliant. Well done, Finley. Huge congratulations. We'll see you for that podium presentation a little bit later on as we welcome in the man who came home in first place, Albert Friend. Fantastic, mate. What a weekend you've had. You won everything, the heats, the super heat and the super final. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, we've struggled over the last few weeks, but I think the team's just bring it back, and we've done a great job this weekend, so I can't thank them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a whole team effort. I mean, like I say, you've won everything, so you simply can't do better than that. Did you turn up at the start of the weekend and feel that you could get, 4 results like that, top step of the podium on each?
Yeah, I came here just hoping for a good result, practicing for the British Championships, and I just wanted to win as well. I always come into racing, want to win, and yeah, I just did what I could and won it.
You really did it, mate. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible for you this weekend?
Strawberry Racing, Lee Taylor, my mechanic, Nathan, and Cream Racing Engines.
Well, listen, huge congratulations. Go and give your team a high five. Well done from all of us, and we'll see you for that podium a little bit later on.
Thank you.
So there we go, 3 talented youngsters there fighting out in our first super final here at Warden Law this afternoon. Lots to pick out, I'm sure, but that man there, Albert Friend, really did run away with it in the finish. Let's go back to Kai and take a look at some replays.
Well, replays aplenty we have after an action-packed mini Inter Super Final to kick off this afternoon's runnings. Good getaway from everyone in the field there as we went down towards the first corner. A little bit of commotion in the mid-pack, but everyone just about to able to recover it as a couple of drivers getting forced off the circuit there on the exit of the Senna S's. Going down the hill, through the dog leg we go, and now through St. John's. All the drivers so close together, and what a move there down the inside. We've seen these two fighting all the time. Edward Haynes, he had his work cut out for him all the way throughout the race, and he did not disappoint at all, walking away with a podium position once again. We've seen him there before, we'll see him there again. There's no surprise in that one. That was a beautiful move there from Haynes. Just unexpected, under braking, dives down the inside into the first of the Senna S's. Bennett was not happy with that one at all. As we go down into the gasworks hairpin, down the inside. That was another move there from Edward Haynes. He was a man on a mission. It seems like we were only focused on this Thule driver as he was carving his way through the field, and he got himself up into the top 3 here. He able to walk away with that result. And with that one now being out of the way, Mini Inter Super Final is finished, with TKM Extreme coming up shortly. Well, the next race up is not one to miss. TKM Extreme is going to be taking to the circuit for their final now. Kian Bennett and Leah Robinson are starting on the front row of the grid from William Bryan, then Yehan Kali Churn, Jack Stewart and Luke Jarman are on the third row. Fourth row consists of Chris Whitten, then Harrison Morrow, Spencer Lane and Jessica Fitch Hall, rounding out the 10 drivers which we have here competing this weekend in the TKM Extreme class. So the drivers now exit off the grid to start their formation lap. The drivers will have 1 lap to warm up their tires, but there's an issue for our championship leader. That's heartbreak. Chris Whitten has not been able to get his kart started off the start-finish straight. So we will have a mechanic run over with a wheel gun to try and jumpstart this kart. See if they're able to get this one going again. But it's going to be a tall order to do it in such a short time frame. Oh no, Chris Whitten's gonna have to retire from the race before it's even started. Chris Whitten's car is ventured off the circuit, and Chris Whitten, who was our championship leader going into this race, will no longer be after this round, as he's not able to take the start of the race. He's had to pull his car off the circuit due to a mechanical on the start-finish straight. That's heartbreak there for Chris Whitten. And that's such a shame to see after an unfortunate weekend he's had so far. Has to retire before the race has even started. Down the home straight we go, and we go racing. TKM Extreme will dive down towards the first corner, and up at the front end, it looks like we're going to have Kian Bennett with a textbook start. Leo Robinson will tuck in behind in second, down the inside. There's a move by Jack Stewart as he gets himself up into third. Down into the center S as we go, as we now go through the second of the center S's, making our way around the circuit for the first time of this lap. Down the back straight into the Gasworks hairpin. It was just time before it happened. We know he's a man on the move. He doesn't like sitting around. Leo Robinson gets himself into the lead of the race. His first year in the TKM Extreme category, and he's really starting to make his mark. Robinson out in front from Kian Bennett in second, Jack Stewart in third. Stewart just tucked in behind Bennett right now. We've seen out in front, that was Leo Robinson kicking up a little bit of grass and kicking up a bit of dirt on the exit of the dogleg there. And for anyone wondering, the timing on the left-hand side of your screen isn't accurate. Chris Whitten is not in the lead of the race. In fact, Chris Whitten isn't even taking part in this race due to a mechanical error which he had on the start-finish straight before the race even got underway. But out in front right now, Leo Robinson. He's had his fair share of racing around Europe. But out in front right now, he's returned to his home base of the UK. And down the home straight he goes. Kian Bennett in second position right now, as Jack Stewart's in third. A contact warning going the way of Kian Bennett there. Not quite sure what that's for. But obviously the steward's unhappy with an action which has been taken down the inside. A great cut to the camera there, and Kian Bennett's on the inside of Leo Robinson. So Leo Robinson will drop down into second position now, and it's going to be a lead change once again. Having a look to his rear wheel though, maybe an issue there for Kian Bennett. He looked over his shoulder twice at his rear right wheel. So not quite sure if there's an issue there for Kian Bennett or if he's just being cautious. Clearly no issues with the pace out on the circuit. 52.92 is the time which Kian Bennett has set there on the circuit right now. Fastest lap is going to go under his belt. We're keeping an eye on that. Can't see if we can see any issues. Doesn't look like it from our perspective. Leo Robinson sitting quite nicely in second position right now as we are touring around the circuit once again. This race is 14 minutes instead of 12. The previous races have been 12 minutes long due to those being younger drivers in the class. The elder drivers in the classes such as TKM Extreme, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax will all have 14-minute races, so 2 extra minutes of racing, which equates to around 3 laps extra for each class. Kian Bennett out in front right now. Another fastest lap on that previous lap, which has just been completed. So trying to extend his gap back to Leo Robinson. Kian Bennett is in a situation where he knows if Leo Robinson even has a sniff at the inside line when he gets onto the back of that number 5, that he will pounce at the opportunity and instantly go down the inside if the opportunity is arose to him. But looking in the mid-pack, that's William Bryant getting himself in a little bit of action with Luke Barman in front. Sorry, that's Luke Jarman in front of him. So Luke Jarman sitting in the number 6, having a bit of a battle with William Bryant, was able to get that move done on the previous lap. Number 72 of Bryant is trying to overturn that overtake that was committed just 1 lap ago. TKM Extreme, the oldest drivers here that will be competing, as well as the Senior Rotax, same age class, but completely different carts, completely different compounds of tyres, running the Maxxis tyres here in the TKM Extreme kart. Now, TKM Extreme, they do have the most powerful engines, but they are heavier karts and a heavier weight class than the senior rotax, as we've seen a move down the inside from Spencer Lane. So Spencer Lane down the inside made that move on William Bryan. So Bryan losing out on another position. That's 2 positions in 2 laps that he's unfortunately lost. But 8 minutes and 30 seconds still remaining on the clock. As I was saying, TKM Extreme, the weight limit is much higher than senior rotax, meaning although they do have a more powerful engine and a faster engine, that is very much balanced out, and if not burdened by the weight class of this kart. So a 52.88 is the lap times which we're seeing being set here by the TKM Extreme drivers. That lap time was set by Kian Bennett, but in reality, the senior rotax class are roughly 2 seconds a lap quicker than these karts around this circuit. One thing you will have noticed about these karts is that with the engine being on the right hand side, there is no radiator for the engine. So no radiator, no water coolant, no extra gizmos or gadgets for these karts. It's all pure racing motorsport. I mean, back to the basics here is TKM Extreme. It's such a pure form of motorsport and one of the oldest classes here in the UK. The first year of it's competing in the Ultimate Karting Championship. We've just seen Luke Jarman on your screen make a move on Jehan Kalichern. So Kalichern loses out on a position there. The number 28 drops down into 5th. Kalichern, we've seen, had that issue in the superheat earlier where he tried to go side by side through the Dunlop chicane. Unfortunately, Kalichern got spat off into the tyre wall and came off the circuit. Definitely not his best race and definitely not the race he would have been hoping for. Kian Bennett out in front, setting another fastest lap that time round. Really starting to extend the gap back to Leo Robinson now. It's about a second which separates those 2 drivers. So now, as we round the circuit once again, and down through the Dunlop chicane goes Jehan Kalichern. That's where he went off in the previous race on the last lap. Last lap of the race. I don't know what's more unfortunate. Jehan Kalichern going off on the final lap of the race in the superheat. Well, whether it be the superheat or not, going off on the final lap of the race, as did Jehan Kalichern last time round, or going off before the race has even started. In the case of Chris Whitten this time, that's so unfortunate to see. Chris Whitten did not deserve that at all. He's had a difficult weekend already. He's had some unlucky feats, but he was still fighting his way through the field and still powering on up at the front end of the field. Unfortunately, his weekend cut a little bit short though, as he was not able to compete in this race. Just 5 minutes and 20 seconds is now remaining on the clock as it strikes there now. We're keeping an eye on this battle between what is Jack Stewart, Luke Jarman, Jehan Kalichern. He's going to have to try to hold on to that one. He just about does. Spencer Lane, he seems stuck his car on the inside line. Tried to move down the inside, wasn't able to get it done. Warning flag goes out to the number 6 of Luke Jarman. So Jarman gets a warning for contact as he's still attacking and scrapping at the back of that number 57 car of Jack Stewart. So Jack Stewart just about holding on to 3rd for now. This is a battle for the podium. Gets that car sideways through the first of the set of S's. He would have lost quite a bit of time from that one. That would have opened the door to the drivers in behind him of Luke Jarman and Jehan Kalichern. Kalichern actually had to make a little bit of evasive action. Down the inside, not 1 but 2. Kalichern drops off a little bit there, runs a little bit wide out of Gasworks Benz. And Spencer Lane and William Bryan are both able to sweep past the number 28 of Yehan Kali Churn. Unfortunate there for Kali Churn. It was all going so well, and then two drivers just able to slip past in the same corner. He's going to have quite a bit of work left to do if he wants to get himself back into a fighting contention for a podium spot. Obviously, Jack Stewart currently sitting on that final step of the podium in third, but as you can see on your cameras, all over the back of him is Luke Jarman. Jarman applying so much pressure to the back of Jack Stewart right now. Stewart in a position where he's not sure what he wants to do. Does he want to start defending, or does he want to keep pedaling on like he is right now, continuing on with the racing line? But the question is, will he be able to give up that overtake to the number 6 of Jarman in behind, as Jarman is looking relentless to find himself in that third position and find himself on that final step of the podium once again. But Cian Bennett out in front right now. Not much of a gap which separates Jack Stewart and Luke Jarman, but there is a huge gap which separates Cian Bennett and Leo Robinson. About 1.86 seconds is the gap between those two drivers. It's an even bigger gap between Jack Stewart and Leo Robinson, 1.8. It's around similar. It's about 1.81 seconds is the gap which separates Leo Robinson and Jack Stewart. Those two drivers just maintaining their gap again. Cian Bennett, surprise, surprise, another fastest lap to go under his belt. Leo Robinson, who was contending for a race lead earlier on in this race and was fighting up at the front end. He was periodically in the race of this lead. In the lead of this race. I'm getting my words muddled up now. That's what a long day of action does to you at the Ultimate Karting Championship. Here down the inside, he's going to try it now, but no, he's not able to get it done. Luke Jarman just waiting, opportunity after opportunity. It's going to pass eventually. He tried down the inside into the Dunlop chicane. Now he has pressure on behind him from Spencer Lane. The number 11 of Spencer Lane now putting pressure onto the back of Luke Jarman, kicking up a little bit of dust as William Bryan. He instantly checks over his shoulder. So as the drivers make their way through the dogleg and down towards St. John's once again, these four drivers tied together right now. No one looking for an overtake just yet. Jack Stewart going defensive on that inside line, and then he gives it up in the second. Gives up the inside line into the second of the center S's, and that was all that Luke Jarman was waiting for. He gets the move done on the inside, and oh, up and over. Those two drivers come off, and so does the nose cone of the number 57 of Jack Stewart. Now, I'm not sure if that's going to be a drop-down nose cone penalty for the 57, but he does have a nose cone off his kart. Both the drivers retiring from that race. Jack Stewart and Spencer Lane. It all goes from two tight-knit battling to absolute chaos up at the front end as the drivers come together, bang wheels, ride over each other. It all comes spitting off the circuit. That was all started by Luke Jarman's overtake in the second of the center S's. Jarman went on the inside. Then it looks like Spencer Lane thought he could have got a little bit of the action. The drivers, unfortunately, standing by on the exit of where they came off now. But after all that happening and all the trials and tribulations, Cian Bennett, it's been a textbook race from him. You couldn't have asked any more from the number 5. It may not have been a lights to flag finish, but it has been a dominant victory indeed, and you cannot take that away from the driver out in front. Our winner at the first round, he didn't feature on the podium last time out in the Ultimate Karting Championship, but he restores his faith in his championship bid once again, as it looks like he's returning to top form. The number 5 Just has a couple more corners to go before he's once again victorious in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Cian Bennett, he's had fastest lap after fastest lap. Pace has been immense. Take a bow. Cian Bennett, one fist to the sky as he crosses the line, takes another race victory under his belt, taps on the steering wheel. He's clearly elated with the result, which he's been able to walk away with this weekend. Cian Bennett just took opportunity, wasn't rushing any overtakes, was patient for his chance, got the move done and drove away. Cian Bennett walks away with a victory here in the TKM Extreme Final. Leo Robinson will come home in second position from Luke Jarman in third after managing to get that move done eventually. William Bryant comes home in fourth from Jehan Kali-Churn, then Harrison Morrow, Jessica Fitch-Hall, Jack Stewart and Spencer Lane, though, it all ended up in heartbreak. 3 laps to the end, they both came off. But you've got a feel for Chris Whitten. He didn't even get to take the start. Big smiles on the face there of Luke Jarman after he was able to get himself into the final podium position, as they now come down off the weigh scales, meaning we will very shortly go down to the grid as Kev Harris will catch up with our top 3 drivers.
Well, there we go. The third place man, Luke Jarman, just putting himself on the scales there, but it was a great result from that man who came home in first. It was Cian Bennett, and just behind him, Leo Robinson. They've been battling all weekend long, but in the end, Cian Bennett took the win there, as we just still have pictures there. On the weighing scales, kart number 6, who started on the 6th row of the grid as well, Luke Jarman, bringing it home in third place. Just a little moment with the scale, so we'll just have a little look behind us there and see what the other lads are up to. We got Leo Robinson and Cian Bennett there, and I think we can probably, as soon as Luke has got himself off the scales, we'll start doing some interviews. But nice and calm down here with the TKMs, only the 10 of them running, of course. Leo just taking a moment to just catch his breath, have a think about what's just gone on. But those 2 youngsters or young drivers that you're looking at there, Cian and Leo, both really sort of got themselves out in front. It was all going on behind, wasn't it? For a moment there, watching that one, it looked like Jack Stewart was going to get himself in third. But in the finish, that didn't quite happen, did it? While we're waiting, I think we'll probably just get Leo up on the spot. We'll have a chat with Leo first, because a little bit of a delay on the scales there with Luke Jarman. So we'll just let Leo get his race protection off and the overall zipped up. Come on up to the spot, sir. Well done, mate. So, Leo, second on the weekend, and not a bad weekend for you overall. You're running fast from the off, it seemed, this time.
Yeah, we had a really good weekend. We scored really good points yesterday. We had 2/3 in heat 1 and 2, and then second in the super heat, and then second again in the final, which is really good points after obviously got taken out at Whitwell Mill. So it's good to claw back in the championship. Yeah,
brilliant. Really well done to you. That super heat was fantastic to watch. I was commentating that earlier on with Kai Bacini. Super heat, a lot more action, it seemed, than perhaps that super final. The pair of you in the super final, they were running away with. The super heat, it was another battle altogether, wasn't it?
Yeah, the super heat was a lot closer with the racing. But yeah, Cian's just been so fast this weekend, and we managed to both get away. But I'll definitely take a P2.
Brilliant, well done to you. Pleased with that. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all happen?
Tim Wilson Motorsport, FF Course for their GT Driver Academy, my dad, my mum, my grandma and granddad for the support, and just everyone else involved, really.
Brilliant, lovely words, great stuff. Credit to you, well done. We're going to see you at the next round, round 3. We're off to Warden Law, 3 sisters.
Yep, of course.
Fantastic, well done. Great work, young man. We'll see you a little bit later on, and we'll see you for the next round. Let's welcome in Cian Bennett here, coming home in first, because we're just waiting for Luke in third. But Cian, how about that, mate? That's a good weekend's work for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a mega weekend. Couldn't have gone much better, really. You know, been fighting with Leo, and there's been Jehan as well at the front. It's been so close, but had a little bit of a breather in the final, but it just felt so long.
Yeah, I was just saying to Leo that I was commentating that super heat. It was like there was more fighting and more racing going on in the super heat, and in that super final you sort of settled into it and you're out on your own.
Yeah, just got a good start. I mean, we dropped behind Leo. He wanted to take the lead at the start and then managed to get him back. But after that, I mean, it's obviously hard to see what's going on behind. But yeah, just kind of tried to focus on my own race and do my own thing. And, you know, we ended up with the win. So yeah, happy with that.
Back on the podium after last time out when you missed out. So who would you like to thank?
Firstly, I'd like to thank my mum. Obviously, she always brings me racing and has done since a kid. And my family for the support. Rob Saw Racing and Kathleen Saw for just all the help and advice she gives me.
Brilliant stuff, well done. So we'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on, but also as well, just thinking outside of the podium, so the championship's concerned, Chris Whitten I think was leading going into that one, and he's not made the podium, so that's helped you no end.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend when you think about the championship, but there's still a long way to go, so let's see what happens.
Brilliant. Thanks, Kian. We'll see you a little bit later on. Seems that our third place man has gone AWOL, so I'll step in there and hand back to Kai. Great racing in the TKMs. I really do love it. Well done to all of them. And don't forget, of course, happy birthday to Jess for on her birthday weekend.
Well, thank you, Kev. And the replays start even before the race did, as Chris Whitten, a mechanical problem on the grid means that he wasn't even able to take part in this one. Yehan Kalichun was on a move the whole race, and so was that man. Then number 11 carving his way through the field. A lot of fighting, a lot of scrapping up at the front end, as Yehan Kalichun was getting himself stuck in and raring to go in the action. Spencer Lane was also getting involved, as Kalichun nearly losing out of position there. Great defensive and a driver awareness to be able to hold that one around the outside. We look a little bit further on in this race. There was the move that we were waiting on this whole race, and this is where it all kicked off. It all exploded, and quite literally exploded did the karts, as we seen a front bumper come off, and I'm sure we'll see here. Oh, that's just so unfortunate. Two karts going for the same bit of track. It's never, ever going to work out. But Cian Bennett, our round one victor, not on the podium last time round, but he's back to winning form. Cian Bennett walks away with another race victory under his belt. So I've just got news in here that one of our podium finishers in third position in the TKM Extreme race was 3 kilograms underweight. 1.4, sorry. 3 kilograms underweight, which means that unfortunately, if that is the case, then he will be disqualified from the race since he's not complying with the technical regulations of the class. We were talking about how high the weight regulation was for these classes, and especially for TKM Extreme, and that just shows. But our next race, which is going to be coming up next, is going to be the not the Honda Cadets, it's going to be Micromax coming up next, but we're going to quickly take a short ad break. Micromax are out onto the circuit and ready for racing already. Austin Oman and Josh Cook will start on the front row of the grid from Jos Hushka and Arthur Farrow. Then it's going to be Maximilian Eberhardt, Dean Sinch-Bahal, and then it's going to be Harry Radcliffe, George Klimo, Lucian Smith and Max Jolly rounding out the fifth row of the grid. Then Luke Millward and George Swire in 12th. Then Sebastian Behrman, James Roots, Harris Barber, Sebastian Crawford, Maria Roberto and Albert Farrow rounding out the 9th row of the grid. Consisting of 21, it's going to be Oliver Dawson in 19th, then Logan Stanley Jones and Dax fairer, rounding out the 21 driver grid. And there we go. That's how fast you can round off 21 names in the space of half a lap, as the drivers are now ready for racing action. We're all formed up and we're all ready to go here for the Micro Max final. One of the smaller grids that we have here, 21 drivers, yet still so much to go. Well, so much to go after we go around once again. There is a Battenberg, sorry, as we have a false start, which means that we'll have the false start flags out at the marshal post. The drivers will have one more chance to go around once again, and we will shortly be underway with racing action. It's good for us. Gives us a little moment to catch your breath, get yourself prepared, and get yourself some nice snacks and drinks ready for the start of the Micro Max action there at home. The Alpha Live channel have done a great job. Alpha Live Productions have done a great job at bringing such a brilliant broadcast over the course of the day so far. And they will continue to for another 4 races on your screens. We've got Micro Max, then Honda Cadets, Senior Rotax, and then rounding out the day with the Junior Rotax class. Down towards the final corner we go. Accelerating out. Will we go green this time? No, we won't. So this is the first time this weekend that we've had a double false start. So a false start once again. The drivers will get given one more chance to get going again and have no problems on the next restart. But if we do have problems on the restart next time, what is normally the case is it will be red flag. The drivers will be stopped on the circuit. The race directors will have a little word with the drivers at the front and a little word with the drivers on the grid. And then normally we will get back to racing action once again. So down through the Dunlop chicane towards what is the Gasworks bend. We're soon going to be ready for racing action. Well, we've said that 2 times before. Are we going to be ready to go racing this time round? Are the drivers prepared? The jitters should have been shaked off. The butterflies should have flown away. And we should be ready for a racing this time round. A lot slower and a lot more controlled than the last 2 times. That's what the marshals will like to see from the drivers here. Out the final corner we go. Are we green? No, we're not. Well. 3 times round we have went with this class. Micro Max maybe just a little bit too eager to get racing. Maybe a little bit too eager to get underway once again. But they will have to go around once again. The flags are out. The green flag with the yellow chevron. False start is shown to all the drivers. But question is, will the drivers be stopped and have a word with, or will we go racing this time round? Fingers crossed it's the latter of those options and we don't have another false start. I feel that the problem that the race control and drivers are having is that they're going a little too fast out of the final corner. So if they can slow it down, calm it down a little bit out of that final corner, then we should be ready for racing action. But only time can tell. We've had 3 times no go, 3 times no good. Is the 4th time the charm. So maybe a little too fast and they'll get told to slow down by the marshals out there on the circuit and the race director. Down through the final corner we go. Will we go racing this time round? Yes, we will. Lights are out and we are racing here with the Micro Max class. Diving down towards the first corner we go. Oh, it's big jostling up at the front end. As a few drivers going off in the background. Couple going up and over and some not facing the right way. All drivers are out with their karts that aren't able to get going straight away. And all drivers that did rejoin the circuit are okay. So no injuries there. But a couple drivers are off the circuit. One driver already under investigation. That's interesting. It's not often that you see a driver under investigation so early on in the race. Yep, the O plate is under investigation. That's Josh Cook. Josh Cook is under investigation by the stewards after the race start. So not quite sure what Josh Cook is under investigation for, but we'll have to wait and see if any more information is released to us. Down the home straight we go. Austin Oman's out in front. Where is Josh Cook? He's down in 6th. So not the start Josh Cook would have been hoping for. Maybe was involved in a bit of that incident at the first corner. But either way, he loses 5 positions from that pole position that he found himself on. Austin Oman jumps into the lead of this race down the inside. There's a move from the 26, 23 trying to follow through. That's Harry Radcliffe and Dean Sinch-Bahal managing to put Jos Huschke in behind them. Or was that Max Aberhart? Yes, it was. So Harry Radcliffe and Dean Sinch-Bahal making the move on Max Aberhart. There's Josh Cook, the driver under investigation. Driver who started on the front row of the grid. Let's see what the O plate is able to do now that he's in a racing position and found a little bit of momentum back in himself. It is a technical flag to the number 51. That's James Roots, down in 19th position. He was involved in the incident down at the first corner. So what I could only guess is going to be damage from the first corner incident. He will have to pull into the pit lane as he's been awarded a technical flag by the stewards. Down the back straight, nose and tail, down the inside. There goes Harry Radcliffe. Sinch-Bahal made that overtake just a few corners ago. And snatching it back instantly does Harry Radcliffe. No wasting time sitting in a position that he doesn't feel comfortable in. Check over the shoulder from all the drivers as we dance down the home straight. Into the first corner we go once again. It's still Harry Radcliffe, followed by Dean Sinch-Bahal. So, Sinch-Bahal just still sitting in behind Harry Radcliffe. We're keeping an eye on this battle a little bit further forwards as well. As you can see, Jos Huschke and Austin Oman just in front. Arthur Farrow picks up the fastest lap of the race that time round. Maria Roberto is tucked in behind him. Number 24, currently in 11th position, is the driver which is fastest out on the circuit for the time being. Ooh, bouncing over the curbs there and bouncing over the grass is the number 23 of Dean Sinch-Bahal, as he's determined to get this move done on Harry Radcliffe, and he's not going to give up until he is able to get it done. Try to get involved in this battle as well. Josh Cook's now arrived on the scene. As you can see, the KR Sport driver getting involved in this battle as well, as he wants to let his presence known. Had a bad start at the front row of the grid, but now he's trying to fight his way through down the inside. He's going to squeeze off Harry Radcliffe as Sinch-Bahal gets a move. And oh, completely off there goes the 26 as Max Aberhart gives only grass to Harry Radcliffe. Radcliffe having to take an excursion off the corner as one driver spun around off the exit of what is the Dunlop chicane. Not quite sure what's happened there. It's the number 73. Trying to see who that is. That's Logan Stanley Jones. What has happened to Logan Stanley Jones to cause him to be stationary on the circuit? Not quite sure, but it doesn't look like he's able to get that kart restarted either. As back up at the front end, we're keeping an eye on this battle. Dean Sinch-Bahal with Josh Cook tucked in behind right now. Just waiting for an opportunity right now is the O-plate of Cook, trying to retrieve the time which he lost earlier on in this race. Yellow flags are out up at what is post 7. So green flags at post 7, yellow flags at post 6. So no drivers are able to make overtaking maneuvers going down into the Gasworks Bend. The Gasworks Bend obviously being one of the main overtaking zones for these drivers. But they're not able to make a move just yet until the incident is cleared on the circuit. Out in front, Austin Oman, about a 6/10 gap that he has back to Jos Hushka. Sinch Bahal did have the fastest lap, but it's not enough to hold off Josh Cook. Cook down the inside into the first of the 2 ZRSs, and he'll get that one done with no worries, does the KR Sport driver. He'll dispose of the number 23 and get himself now up into a podium position and fighting forwards to try and catch on to the P2 driver of Jos Hushka right now. 1.5 seconds is actually the gap which separates those two right now, though. I'm sure that gap will have extended a little bit on that previous lap due to the overtake being done. Yes, it has. It's 1.59. That is now the gap which separates all the drivers out there on the circuit. So up through the dogleg we go. Down towards St. John's out in front. Austin Oman, still 6/10 of a second that he has back to Jos Hushka in second position. Jos Hushka setting pretty much identical lap times to Austin Oman. Only 100th is what separates the time between those two. The gap at a steady 6/10. There's our leading driver of Austin Oman. In behind him, Jos Hushka visually doesn't look as far back as he actually is. So he has still quite a bit of work to do, just Jos Hushka, if he wants to catch on to the back of Austin Oman. And it doesn't look like he's made much progression on that mission to get himself up to our race leader, as the gap's now extended even more, just a little bit, as it's now 7/10 of a second that separates Jos Hushka and Austin Oman. Josh Cook did actually just set the fastest lap of the race on the previous tour of the circuit. A 56.71 was the time that he set down on the boards. A 56.96 was the time which was set by Jos Hushka in front. So Josh Cook gaining inevitably onto the back of the 55, running a little bit wide there. Wouldn't be surprised if he picks up a track limits warning for the number 26 of Harry Radcliffe, as he ran completely wide off the exit of the Dunlop chicane. Not the Dunlop chicane, sorry, it was the entrance to the Dunlop chicane. It was the exit off of the Senna S's. We've seen multiple drivers have issues with that in past races, just carrying a little bit too much speed off the corner and then pulls off onto that little bit of extra tarmac, which is awarded to the drivers. But if they do go onto that tarmac, they will be awarded a track limit warning. Not necessarily a penalty, unless they're repeat offenders, but a warning is pretty much inevitable if you go 4 wheels over that white line. So now only 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Just shy of 3 minutes is remaining as all the drivers are still touring around the circuit. This 12-minute race has flown by with all the drivers now starting to eke themselves out little bits of gaps between each other. Josh Cook still has Dean Sinch Bahal that he has to worry about. Sinch Bahal in behind Cook was 2/10 quicker on that previous lap of the circuit. He was still a little bit slower last time round though. So Sinch Bahal maybe a little bit more inconsistent in his lap times than Josh Cook in front. Austin Oman though sitting pretty and looking nice out in front. Not much that he really needs to worry about for the time being, as he's already built himself a 7/10 gap back to Jos Hushka. That's a really nice pillow that he can fall back on if he makes any mistakes, and a really nice margin which he's been able to associate for himself back to the driver in second position. That gap between Jos Hushka and Josh Cook though looking closer and closer lap by lap. Hushka and Cook just getting ever so closer as the laps swindle and count down. Identical lap times between Oman and Hushka, with Josh Cook 0.3 of a second quicker than Jos Hushka in front of him. You can see visually that gap clawing down as he's starting to chip away at the margin between him and the driver in second position as Josh Hushka right now. And with only a minute remaining on the clock, there's not going to be long left for these drivers to associate themselves higher up the order. Max Jolly picked up the fastest lap, and one driver's pulled into the pit lane on my screen. It says that the driver in 12th position, George Swire, has came into the pit lane. Unsure for what reasons he would do so, but George Swire pulls into the pit lane nevertheless, and unfortunately looks like he will retire from this race. Yes, he will. So 30 seconds will be left on the clock after Austin Oman crosses, which means that we will get 2 more laps out of this race. 2 more laps of micro max action, and Austin Oman out in front, still just extending his lead. He's not leaning off the pace at all. He's still pushing all the way to the limits. As we have a look on screen right now, there's the O-plate of Josh Cook making the move on Jos Hushka. So Cook finally manages to get the move on Hushka. The number 55, I'm sure, will not let that one go easily, as he's in a difficult position as the number 55. He's in an overtake or be overtaken position, with all over his rear bumper being the number 23 of Dian Sinj Bahal. A contact warning going out the way of Arthur Farrow. Crossing the line to mark the final lap of the race. Down the inside. That's a late move, and what a move it is. Following through as well. Dian Sinj Bahal manages to get through. Jos Hushka catches Josh Cook sleeping going into the first quarter as he makes one of the latest dives I've ever seen to the inside line. And props to Josh Cook for giving him the room and giving him the time of day. But Jos Hushka, hats off to you. What a move into the first corner. Manages to get himself back into second position, but he's still got the remainder of the lap if he wants to hold on to it, as he's not going to go defensive, but down the inside, there goes Dian Sinj Bahal. So Bahal now makes the move. He's going to get into second. It's only the horseshoe remaining. The question is, will he be able to walk away with it? A mistake, a late mistake there from Jos Hushka is going to costly. It's very, very costly for Jos Hushka. He walks away with a podium, but it could have been second. Oh my word. It all kicked off in that final lap. Austin Oman walks away with the victory. No problems at all for him. But Dian Sinj Bahal, hats off to you. Followed through Jos Hushka for that move into the first corner. Waited and waited patiently for that overtaking opportunity. As soon as Jos Hushka opened that door going down into the Gasworks bend, who was there to play? It was Dian Sinj Bahal. He snatches up that second position. Jos Hushka comes down in third, and Josh Cook, what was going to be second position, becomes fourth off the podium, unfortunately, from Max Abrahart, Lucian Smith, George Climo, Harry Radcliffe, then Arthur Farrow, Maria Roberto, then Harris Barber, Luke Millward, Sebastian Behrman, Albert Farrow rounding out the top 14. Then it is going to be 15th will be Max Jolly from Dax Farah, Oliver Dawson, George Sawia. Then it's going to be Logan Stanley Jones and the 2 retirements, James Roots and Sebastian Crawford. But with our top 3 now being in the pit lane and in Parc Ferme, we're going to throw down to Kev to have a talk.
Well, there we go then. How about that from Micromax? What a great result and what a great finish for 2 Sam Pollitt Racing drivers there, Austin Oman and Jos Hushka. And how about that RCE driver in the middle there, Dian Sinj Bahal, coming home in second. In the closing stages, I wasn't quite sure who was going to take the win, or rather who was going to end up on the podium. It always looked like Austin was going to do it, but who was going to be behind him? And in the finish, it was Jos Hushka. And then, of course, it was that man in second, Dian Sinj Bahal. So well done to him. Let's try and get a word with our podium finishers in. Let's get Jos in first in third. Come on up in, sir. Jos, how about that, mate? I'm not quite sure in the closing stages of that you were thinking you might be on the podium. Talk me through it.
Well, I saw that Cook and Dean were closing in, so I was so scared because, of course, it's a wide track and there's lots of overtaking opportunities, so I thought that any lap they would go in. But I didn't even notice that it was last lap. I was too focused in on the race, and then the photo finish with Cook was insane.
Absolutely insane, and we did just see some pictures a moment or two ago of Josh Cook. He just can't believe what's happened, but obviously you've come out on top. Great result for you and great result for Sam Pollitt Racing. What a team it's been.
Yeah, I mean, we all were thinking that it was going to be a 1, 2, 3, but unfortunately something happened at the start, and I don't know if Harry was involved, and but yeah, the 1, 2, 3 could have been on, but I don't know what happened with Harry.
Well, listen, well done to you. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible this weekend?
Ashcott, KPL Supercars, Northern Trading, Romo's Royals. Yeah, my mum, dad, my dad who's been on the spanners, Sam Pollitt for all the great setups, and Ethan Jeff Hall for the great data advices.
Listen, well done. It's a long list of people to thank, so huge congratulations to you and all of them. Go and high-five your team, and we'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
OK.
There he goes. Off goes Joss. Let's welcome in Dean. In you come, Dean. Dean Singh. Come and have a chat. Our second place driver. Come and put your feet on the spot here, young man. Just have to bob down a little bit lower for you because you're a small one. But listen, well done. Talk me through the closing stages of that race. Did you think you were going to end up on the podium?
At the start, it was crazy. There were a few false starts. I was thinking, if there wasn't a full start at the start, I probably could have won it. But congratulations to Austin for sure. He pretty much clean sweeped it, except from that time when he came second. It was a very hard race. I thought I was going to get like 2 or 3 or sets, a top three. Well, I mean, I got a top 3, so I was looking forward to here. Yeah. And I got a top 3, so I got my target.
Listen, well done. You were on the podium last time. You're on the podium again. I think last time it was a 3rd. Today it's a 2nd. So the next time we see you, who knows, you might make it first.
I will make it first.
I love that. You will make it first. Right, who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
My dad, my mum, my whole family supporting at home, all my sponsors. I wouldn't be able to drive if they didn't sponsor me. My teammate Max, Dave Richardson, RC owner, but he's not here at the minute. And everybody else who supported me.
Listen, well done. Go and high-five all of them. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on. A great result for you and a good weekend. Well done. We'll catch you a little bit later on, all right? There he goes. Right, come on in, Austin Oman, the man that's had a good weekend and the man that ran away with it in the final there, Austin. You've been battling hard with Josh Cook. I think you'd probably like to just say a word about Josh because he's been a great competitor all weekend long, hasn't he?
Well, pre-final was when he was at his very best. In the final, he just got unlucky. I think someone did something to him, I'm not sure who or what.
But listen, you kept your head, you got out in front, didn't you? And you had a really good super final there. That was a strong race from you.
Yeah, at the start, I just had to get through, get to first and just go as much as I can.
Well, that's what you did. You got through, you got to the front, you went as much as you could and you stayed out in the front for the whole race. Who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank my mum, my dad, Nigel Horner, and my little sister, Sam Pollitt, and just everyone that watches me.
And everyone else who knows me. Well done. Listen, Austin, congratulations to you. We'll catch you for the podiums a little bit later on. Go and high-five your team.
Thank you.
There he goes, Austin Oman. How about that? Well, what a great result for those Micromax, or what a great race for those Micromax drivers and for us to watch. Let's replay some of it now then with your commentator, Kai.
Thank you, Kev, and a lot of action for us to go over here as it was a chaotic first corner. Multiple drivers being sent onto the grass there. Still not sure what happened there, but I'll tell you what, a lot did happen as we now go down into Gasworks Bend. Move down the inside, that was Josh Cook. After being involved in that incident at the first corner, he had to fight his way all the way through the grid if he wanted to be finishing up at the front end.
These two were going at it all the way through. Harry Radcliffe and Ian Singe-Bahal. We've seen some great racing from the two of them. And as we've seen once again, down into Gasworks we go. That was a move there by Harry Radcliffe on Ian Singe-Bahal. Those two drivers were scrapping non-stop. And what a surprise! Which two names is it again? Ian Singe-Bahal and Harry Radcliffe, as they were going to and fro for that whole race, swapping positions. And this is where Josh Cook got involved down the inside, trying to follow through and squeezing him onto the grass to Maximilian Eberhardt, as nowhere to go did Ian Singe-Bahal. Sorry, that wasn't Ian Singe-Bahal. Harry Radcliffe had nowhere to go but take the scenic route and go onto the grass. Out of the center S's he goes, and it was a great recovery drive from Josh Cook after being involved in that incident in the first corner. He started from second position on the front row of the grid, but had to fight his way all the way back through to find himself up at the front row of the grid. But the last lap, this is where it all kicked off. What a move down the inside, so late. Inch perfect to get it done there from Jos Huschka. Following through was Ian Singe-Bahal, and then a slight mistake here from the 55. Didn't go defensive. Why didn't you go defensive, Harry? But sliding through on the inside line, Ian Singe-Bahal managed to get that second position, snatched it up from Harry Radcliffe. And with the replays being done, we're going to very shortly now move on to the Micromax final. Who's got time for ads when we're here for the action? Honda Cadets are now out on track for their final. Ralphie Branscombe and Marjoris Kovachis are starting on the front row of the grid. From Elliot Bork and Ricky Jr. McIntosh, Ashton Horsepool and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. From Esme Rosie, Jackson Heath, Theo Hamilton, Toby Turner, Harry Grant, and Morgan Cooney rounding out the sixth row of the grid. Seventh row of the grid is going to be finished off by Harry Pennington and Shea Hilton. So, 14 drivers here for the Honda Cadets and 14 drivers to put on a show for us. It's going to be interesting indeed. Ralphie Branscombe, he's had a pretty solid weekend so far. The O-plate will be starting from pole position. The bright pink helmet, you can't miss him out on the circuit, and you especially can't miss him when he's starting from pole position. But the question is, can he work his magic from the front row of the grid? All the drivers will now pull up into their grid spots, and it won't be long before we go racing with the Honda Cadet action. So to the lights we look. And do we go racing? Yes, we do. Ralphie Branscombe bouncing off the front row of the grid. Check over his shoulder. Squeeze to the inside line. Kovachis is going to try it, but it goes the way of Branscombe into the first corner. Branscombe manages to dive down into the first corner, and no worries there for the O-plate. So as we go down the hill into St. John's now, and towards the center S's. Having a look on the inside line, Ralphie Branscombe still managing to keep Kovachis at bay. Kovachis just waiting for an opportunity. He thought he might have got it off the line, but wasn't able to this time round. Fighting in the background between the 45 and the 888. That's going to be Shea Hilton and Harry Grant. Those two drivers were battling earlier on this weekend. Down the inside, that's a late move, and it's banging wheels. They're now 3 wide going into the horseshoe. That was the 30 and the 300, sorry, and the 16 of Theo Hamilton and Toby Turner. Those two drivers going wheel to wheel, quite literally wheel to wheel, as they bang wheels on the exit of the Gasworks hairpin. Out in front, Ralphie Branscombe manages to pull a little bit of a gap. Mistake there from Kovacic as he runs a little bit wide. Opens the door for Elliot Bork. Bork tried it, but Kovacic recovers well. Manages to keep himself in second position for the time being. Down the inside, though, there's a move from Elliot Bork as RJ McIntosh momentarily managed to get himself into third place on a podium position. Unfortunately, not able to keep his car there, though. Out in front, Ralphie Branscombe, with all this battling going on in behind him, he's able to extend himself a little bit of a gap. Looks about 4 or 5 kart lengths, which separates Kovacic and Ralphie Branscombe. The gap will update once the drivers cross the line. Across the line we go, hand in the air there from Elliot Bork. He's clearly not happy with something which is happening on circuit. Down the inside, he's going to make the move though. Kovacic is going to have to concede. So Kovacic drops down into third position, and it's Elliot Bork which gets himself into second now. So Elliot Bork is now the driver tasked with the challenge of catching onto the back of Ralphie Branscombe. It's definitely a tall order, but he seems to be willing to take this one on head on. Through the Dunlop chicane we go. Down the back straight. Harry Grant picks up a contact warning down the inside. Kovacic, can he fend it off? He definitely is going to try it. He has to go the long way round, but he manages to this time. Kovacic under pressure from RJ McIntosh. McIntosh tried to look for a move around down the inside into what was Gasworks Bend, but around the outside, Kovacic just able to carry the momentum and fend him off for the time being. Keeps that inside line as he goes defensive into the first corner very early in this race to start acting upon defensive maneuvers. Ralphie Branscombe is still out in front right now. Down the inside, there's the move he's been waiting for. RJ McIntosh gets it done on Kovacic. Contact warning actually goes to Ricky Jr. McIntosh. So Ricky Jr. McIntosh picks up a warning there. I'm not quite sure what the contact warning was for. Haven't seen any major contact between those two drivers from my perspective. But clearly the marshals and also the race director have spotted something better than my fine eye can find. Down the home straight. Ralphie Branscombe sets another fastest lap there to add to his tally. 57.97 is the time that he set on that previous lap of the circuit. Down into St. John's we go. Still quite a substantial gap between Elliot Bork and Ralphie Branscombe. Doesn't look like that gap is going to come down anytime soon if it's going to go the way of Ralphie Branscombe. He's not looking to give up any time if possible. So now out down into the Gasworks Bend once again. Kovacic, if he wasn't under enough pressure before, he definitely is now, as he has Harmer and Rosie all over the back of him. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer trying to apply as much pressure onto the back of the number 15 as possible. Kovacic runs a little bit wide out of the final corner. Does that mean he's going to get a poor run down to the first corner, though? No, it doesn't. He gets a good enough run down to the first corner and down the home straight just to fend off for the time being. As we look at the drivers, you can hear the tyres skirting around that top dogleg section. Now having a look at the number 45 here. As down the inside, the move is done, and it is a secure. Toby Turner gets the move done on Harry Grant. So Harry Grant losing out on 9th position to Toby Turner in 10th. Out in front, though, we're keeping an eye on our front drivers. Kovacic just desperately trying to fend off from Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. Harmer is all over the back of the number 15 right now. It's not an easy position which he finds himself in, but one that he's going to have to try and deal with as the race unfolds. As up at the front end, Drivers still battling away. Somehow Kovacic, out of his defensive manners, has been able to hold off Jack Fulbrick-Harmer. He wasn't able to hold off Ricky Jr. McIntosh. McIntosh got past a few laps ago. We've seen that, but down the inside, it's taken a few laps in the making, but there goes Fulbrick-Harmer, as Harmer manages to get himself up into 4th position now, and Kovacic is demoted down into 5th. In the background, weaving left and right, is the 153 of Ashton Horsepool, looking for an overtake, trying to get a move done. Wasn't able to get anything that time round. That was going down towards the Gasworks hairpin that he was looking for an overtake. Hands in the air. As getting a little bit emotional out on the circuit right now is Marjoris Kovacic. So Kovacic just holding on for the time being, maybe getting a little bit frustrated behind the wheel right now, as he's now under pressure from Esme Rosie. Esme Rosie tucked in behind the number 15 for the time being. Let's see if anything can change between the two of them. She's definitely showing intent to get that move done on the inside line. A tap on the helmet there. Esme Rosie says, come on, let's work together. Let's get past the driver in front, which is Kovacic. That was a signal back to Horsepool from Rosie. Down the hill and through the hairpin they go, through Gasworks. Now at the final bend and down the home straight. A check over the shoulder there, and that's Ricky Jr. McIntosh. He earlier disposed of what was Kovacic to get himself into that 3rd position, but now he's got a lot of pressure from Jack Fulbrick-Harmer in behind. Harmer's showing every intent to get himself into that podium position in 3rd. He'll throw everything he has at it if he's able to get that move on the inside. And yes, he is. There goes Harmer. Jack Fulbrick-Harmer down the inside. You'll get that move with no worries. Through the Dunlop chicane they go now. Time is ticking down on the clock. 3 minutes and 30 seconds is remaining. Kovacic still under a world of pressure from Esme Rosie. Rosie has a look on the inside going into the horseshoe. Not able to get anything done this time round. Down into the final bend, hopping over the curbs in the background is going to be Jackson Heath. Jackson Heath losing a little bit of time off the back end of having a ride over those curbs. But Kovacic still followed by Rosie. Rosie by Horsepool. Horsepool by Heath. Ralphie Branscombe out in front. 1.87 seconds is now the gap that he has to Elliot Bork. Elliot Bork doing a great job in 2nd position to just extend his gaps either way. He has a nice cushion to the driver in front and a nice cushion to Jack Fulbrick-Harmer in behind. Harmer still followed by McIntosh. McIntosh starting to fall off a little bit though off the back of the number 94. McIntosh originally was in that 3rd position until Harmer made the move. As soon as Harmer's made the move, he's managed to pull himself a little bit of breathing room over Ricky Jr. McIntosh in 4th position. Kovacic, though, I don't know how he is dealing with this pressure out on the circuit. Kovacic somehow is still running strong in 5th position. Although the drivers around him are showing similar pace and showing intention, he has not cracked under the pressure. This is a great display of racecraft from the number 15 of Kovacic. Esme Rosie just looking any way left and right to try and get that move done for 5th position on Kovacic. They go down the back straight. Is it going to be into Gasworks? It very much might be. Oh, up and over. Oh no, that's a nasty incident there. As Kovacic latches onto the rear bumper of Esme Rosie, goes up and over. It's going to be a red flag. No surprise there, red flag's out. I'm sure the drivers will get all attention necessary. Esme Rosie, luckily, is sitting in the car looking around all right from that one, but all our thoughts and attention right now are with Kovacic. That was a really unfortunate incident there. Both drivers racing hard. Red flag out there on the circuit. I doubt this race will be restarted. So red flags are out. That was, yeah, a difficult incident there. That very, very well handled by the marshals there to quickly get the red flags out and give any attention necessary to the drivers involved in that incident. So the two drivers that were involved were Marjoris Kovacic and Esme Rosie. Esme Rosie has departed from the scene of the incident. She's drove away from that one completely fine. So that's good to see. But all our thoughts and prayers are currently with Marjoris Kovacic, and we'll definitely keep you updated with any updates or any developments we have in feedback. But during this red flag, we'll take a quick break from the action, give the marshals and paramedics time to tend to the scene of the incident. We'll take a quick ad break here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
So not the end that we wanted to see there for that one, and hopefully Margaret Kovacic is all right, up and walking to the ambulance. But down here at the weighing scales, they're coming through. 1, 2, 3, putting themselves on the spot. Well, Well done to our 1, 2, 3. That was Ralphie Branscombe, Elliot Bourke and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer there. They're just high-fiving themselves. Jackson Heath coming in for a little bit of a congratulatory fist bump as well. But all eyes on Elliot Bourke on screen at the moment, being congratulated by what I think is his sister there. So, and we've got a happy man in third. That's Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. He was 8th in the championship just before that one, so we'll see what he's got to say for himself. In fact, we'll go straight over to him. Let's get Jack on the spot. Jack, come on over and have a word with us. We'll have a chat with you. Put your feet on the spot there, young man. You're jumping up and down. You were 8th in the championship coming into that one, and now you've put it on the podium. You're obviously thrilled.
Yes, I am.
Talk me through your weekend and talk me through the final stages of that race.
So, us coming to this week, and I just said the best thing I can get is a podium and potentially a win, but it's going to be hard because we've got some good drivers. So I just tried to do my best, and then, yeah.
You did your best and it paid off for you. Well done. Obviously not the finish that we want to see for poor old Margaret Kovacic over there, but well done to you all the same. Who would you like to thank? Who's made your weekend possible?
My dad, Orasar, my mum, Kart Smart, my driver coach, and yeah, my whole family.
Brilliant. A whole family effort. Well done to all of you. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. There he goes. Well done to that young man there. That's Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. I'll try and get Elliot Bourke in. Here's Elliot. Elliot, my man, put your feet on the spot. There you go, buddy. Good to see you again. Second place, another podium. It's going well for you in the UKC, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going quite well. I've had quite a good season so far.
You really have, and you've had a good weekend. Talk me through your weekend. You're on the podium at the end of it. That's the most important thing, right?
Yeah. So in practice, I was really quick, and then I just kind of like lost it. But then I managed to gain it back and managed to get P2 in the final.
It was really good in the super heat. I watched you in that super heat. You were charging in that, weren't you?
Yeah. I done really well in that. I was really proud of that.
Really proud of that. Well, listen, I'm sure all your family and friends and team are proud of you. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
Zipcart, Archie, my mechanic, my mum, dad, sister for supporting me, and my mum and dad for bringing me here, and David and Connor for the driver coaching.
Well done to all of that team. We'll see all of you for the podium presentation and celebrations a little bit later on. Go and give them all a high five.
Thank you.
There he goes, Elliot Bourke. What a champ. Let's welcome in Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie, come on in. You're growing, young man. You've got a bit taller. I have to stand up a bit more now, but well done. Another first place for you. That's helped your championship no end.
Yeah, well, I clean sweeped it all weekend, so I can't complain with that. From quali to final, clean sweeped.
Absolutely brilliant. Well done to you. And in that final there as well, you stretched your legs out. You got a good lead in that, didn't you?
Yeah, I was quite lucky. I got away at the start, and then I kept pulling. Like, I would pull a little, and then we'd get the same time, and I'd pull a little more, and then we'd get the same time, so it was very close.
Yeah, really good. And who's been looking after you once again? Well, I know the answer to this, but who would you like to thank?
My dad, my mum, my uncle, and my sponsors, obviously my team, LMM Motorsports. Lenny's insane. My sponsors like JCC Young Ones, Sharp, Adrenico, and I think that's it. Let me have a check.
Quick, check the overalls.
Yeah, that's it. And I would like to give a shout out to Shay because he finished his first race all weekend today. Kept having technical DNFs.
He did. Good one. Those are some nice words there. That's Shay Hilton, 888 his car, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He did very well to finish because he's just had technical after technical.
Brilliant. Kind words. Go and give him a high five. Go and give the rest of the guys in Honda Cadet a high five. And we'll see you for that podium presentation a little bit later on.
Thank you.
There he goes, Ralphie Branscombe. A clean sweep from him. He's won everything this weekend. And we'll come back to you, Kai, but obviously we are hoping that Margaret is OK. The red flag wasn't how we wanted that one to end.
No, well said, Kev. Thoughts and prayers are with the Kovac's family and the driver as well. Good news is that he was up and walking. He managed to walk himself into the ambulance. So any medical attention further will be necessary and will be given to him as proportionary. But back onto replays of this race. We had so much action going on. I mean, so many drivers bustling and racing all the way through the field. We've seen Theo Hamilton and Toby Turner going at it, as well as Harry Grant down the inside. There was Ricky Jr. McIntosh as he was making his way past Kovacic through the field, as drivers just squabbling all the way throughout the race. Kovacic, unfortunately, losing another position there to Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, and this is where Fulbrook-Harmer was let loose.
Fobakama arrived onto the back of Ricky Jr. McIntosh very quickly and then got himself into that 4th position inevitably. Out in front though, top 3 had already pulled away by now. And this was the number 42 in behind Kovacic. It was Esme Rosie and Kovacic. This battle went on for quite a while between these two. Marjorie Kovacic did a great job to fend her off for so long. But as the drivers went touring around the circuit, we could see that was the 153 getting involved in the battle. Ashton Horspool had a good race as well. But as there is a little delay in proceedings for the time being, good news is that Marjorie Kovacic is walking around and it looks like he is out of the ambulance. So that's a good sign to see. There will still be a slight delay in proceedings. The ambulance will have to drive off the track as the red flag is still out. We're going to cut to a quick, short ad break until we resume proceedings. So as we make our way down towards the grid, 2 more races is remaining. And to kick it off, we've got the big boys coming out to play. It's going to be Senior Rotax Superfinal. Well, senior rotax, we've had fireworks and tribulations all the way throughout the weekend. Kai Hunter, the local boy, is starting on pole position. Pearson Bullock Carter is alongside him from Jamie Perley, Teddy Pritchard Williams, Jack Liddy, and Archie Walker. Starting on the fourth row, the European man, Lewis Gilbert, joined alongside by Tyler Harris. A good weekend so far for Alexander Cole. It gets him starting ninth position with Alex Duncan alongside him. Then it's Ewan Charman and twice world champion Callum Bradshaw starting in 12th. Macaulay Bishop, not the weekend he would have been hoping for. He's starting in 13th from Stephen Duncan in 14th. Then Morgan Hudson-Brown, Liam Hartley, Joshua Graham, and Alexander Adams-Acton. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort and Gustav Zuzikovs round out the 10th row with the grid from Reese Bailey, Archie Buttle, Daniel Armstrong, and Jack Collins starting 24th. 13th row of the grid consists of Ethan Martin and John Brown, then Louis Weaver and Sam Breaker on the 14th. The 15th row is Rachel Robinson and David Mitchell. Ryan Ward and Reg Hayward start 31st and 32nd from Deacon Russell and Louis Marica, rounding out the 34 driver grid here for senior rotax. Well, what was a double grid here for senior rotax is now cut down into two. And you can see the drivers all making their way down towards their starting positions and getting ready for the start of this race as well. As pushing their carts and trolleys down the grid we go. You can see walking down. If you can't see the Team UK suit, that there is going to be Ewan Charman making his way down the grid and getting ready for the start of that race. As we're having a look down as well, you can see the likes of Callum Bradshaw and Lewis Gilbert standing by their carts. So Joshua Graham, that is in the Team UK suit, making his way down the field. Very similar hairstyles and very similar suits. Get them mixed up very often. That's completely my fault, especially from a distance. I think I'll, take that one on the chin. I can see Ewan Charman there standing in his Birillart suit. I have seen Ewan Charman wear that Team UK suit before, though. I think I've seen him rep that one before. But, yeah, that's my mistake there. That was Joshua Graham walking down the grid in the Team UK suit and Ewan Charman standing on the sidelines with his bright fluoro yellow helmet and his nice clean white Birillart suit as well. As we see walking down the grid, all the drivers just waiting to find their grid positions and their spots on the grid, ready for the start of action and start of proceedings. Starting up at the front end, though, one man who will not be a stranger to the front row of the grid. Obviously, we've got Kai Hunter starting on pole position. And there is the number 40 of Jamie Perley. Perley has been looking very fast and very strong so far this weekend. He's been getting himself involved in the action and fighting up at the front end. I'm sure he will be looking to do so the same in the final race of the day for these guys. Obviously, we still have one more race after this. Rocking for the Hunter Motorsport team, his brother's team, actually. It's Kai Hunter, who a team is managed by Reese Hunter as well. So a little bit of brotherly love there between the two of them as they run the team together. Kai Hunter was with DHR last season. This year, he is rocking the Hunter Motorsport colours and has been very strong so far this season. He's walking home off the back of a championship last year in UKC, and he's looking to do the double if possible, but he's got a lot of drivers challenging him up at the front end if he wants to manage to do so. He's got the likes of Macaulay Bishop. Those two had a little bit of a running together yesterday. It's all been okay today. We haven't seen any issues between them just yet. But that can all change in the final. You've got Macaulay Bishop fighting his way through the field from 13th position. I'm sure he would have been hoping to start a little bit higher up, but unfortunately starts a little bit lower down than he would have been hoping for. If we have a look at what the grid is all the way through, starting on the front row, you can't take your eyes off him, the number 3 of Pearson Bullock Carter. Bullock Carter has been so quick this weekend. He's been so strong, and so has Teddy Pritchard Williams there in the number 5. 0-5 there. Joining him on the next row is going to be Jack Lilly from Archie Walker there in the KR Sport colours. Then you see the driver who is very experienced in this field. He's been racing all over Europe. Number 4 of Lewis Gilbert. And Tyler Harris is joining him alongside. There's Alexander Cole. Not too far of a travel for him from Scotland. One of the more local tracks in the series for Alexander Cole. He's been coming on leaps and bounds so far this season. It's great to see the improvement of him as a driver. Alex Duncan, then Ewan Charman. Right there, you're looking at Callum Bradshaw, 2-time world champion. If I haven't said it enough, or if you've missed me saying it before, that man is very well experienced in the senior rotax class. He's had plenty of time to get used to that car and get used to his racecraft as well. I'm sure we'll see him coming through the field from 12th position, as behind him is Macaulay Bishop. A whistle on the grid if you didn't hear it, which means that it's only 1 minute until racing is underway. The drivers will sit on the grid, wait for they are given the go by the marshals, and we will very shortly get ready for racing. So as the drivers eagerly wait to get ready, they get the signal from the race director. We are ready to go racing. And not even 5 meters after their grid box do they start weaving to warm up their tires. After all that patient waiting, they were very impatient to start warming up their tires. What do you expect? They're racing drivers. But no, down to the first corner we go, as the drivers will have 1 lap to warm up their tires and get themselves prepared for the start of this senior rotax super final. 14 minutes of adrenaline-fueled action. And I'm sure there will be some fireworks indeed. There always is. It's senior rotax. What less would you expect from this class? Kai Hunter, the number 1, starting from pole position. But can he keep the cart there? That's the question. The drivers will now start to form up after they came out of the gasworks bends. Kai Hunter is the one which controls the pace. And will we see one of Kai Hunter's signature slow starts? No, I think he feels the need for a second formation lap. We'll go around once again. Why not? I mean, we're definitely not formed up ready. Go around once again. Kai Hunter feels the need for a second lap. Maybe warm up his tyres a bit more. Get himself mentally prepared for the start of the race. He's the one starting from pole position. As we mentioned, he'll dictate the pace, and he's very much dictated the pace by going around again. That may have even been orchestrated between him and Pearson Carter. They both look like they knew what they were doing going around again. No intentions of getting the pack together that time round. But this time round, I'm sure we will be ready to go racing. As, yeah, the leading 2 drivers start to slow down now. There's Pearson Carter. Alongside him was Kai Hunter. We slow it down going down towards the gasworks bend. And Kai Hunter, I'm sure we will see it once again. His signature very, very slow formation lap here, as he likes to slow down the pack a lot. Yeah, to a crawling pace here. Hunter trying to catch his opponents off guard, sticking a little bit back, waiting to accelerate, waiting, delaying, and foot goes down. We exit out of the final corner. Do we go racing? Yes, we do. Down towards the first bend, and Kai Hunter's had a terrible start from the inside line. Pearson Carter goes diving to the inside line, goes flying past on the home straight. Maybe that will be looked into. Carter definitely accelerated a little bit earlier there than Kai Hunter out the final corner. As we now go down towards the center S's, Hunter's got his work cut out for him if he wants to get himself back up to the front of the grid. In the mid-pack, though, it sounds like someone has a broken exhaust, and 2 drivers that have came off there. That's the number 37. Couldn't quite catch who the other car was. Number 37, one of them was Reg Haywood. Here we're looking at the 2-2-5, that's Callum Bradshaw trying to... No waiting around there for Bradshaw. He finds himself in 9th already as he's carving up the field right now. Diving left, diving right, overtake after overtake. What do you expect from a two-time world champion? As down the hill we go. In the lead still is Pearson Bullock Carter. Teddy Pritchard Williams still in second position right now. You can still hear that broken exhaust. Not quite sure what cart that is. I'll have to have a little look down the order. Rich Haywood has retired from that. It may have been Tyler Harris. So high up the grid. It was looking to be a great weekend for Harris, but unfortunately has dropped down to the back of the order. Up at the front end though, Bullock Carter signalling to Terry Pritchard Williams in behind. Kai Hunter still in third from Archie Walker, then Jamie Perley, Lewis Gilbert, Jack Liddy, and Callum Bradshaw in 8th. So we're trying to figure out who has that broken exhaust. It looks like it was car 84. Yes, that is Tyler Harris. So my suspicion, unfortunately, is true. That was Tyler Harris who has the broken exhaust. That really hurts to see. There goes Kai Hunter, and trying to force his way through as well as Jamie Perley. Wasn't able to get that one done on the Jax Motorsport teammate though. Callum Bradshaw, he's made a couple more moves. He's found his way past Jack Lilly, up into 7th, and the fastest lap under his belt. Callum Bradshaw is coming to play. Out in front, Teddy Pritchard Williams may feel a little bit too... Going a little bit defensive there was Jamie Perley. Doesn't want to open up the door to Archie Walker in behind. Lewis Gilbert just keeping an eye on this battle that's unfolding in front of him. And Callum Bradshaw doing everything he can to catch on to the back of Gilbert. Down the inside, that didn't take long. And it was just a little blip to the inside. And Hunter makes the move stick. Pritchard Williams down into 2nd, and Hunter back into his retrospective 1st. Hunter, after a difficult start from the inside line, now finds himself back in his righteous 1st position. He will feel. Pritchard Williams in 2nd though. He's not going to give it up easy. We know Pritchard Williams is a very strong driver. I'm sure it won't be long before he tries to make a move back on the inside of Hunter, because the drivers know if they let Hunter get fresh air and they let him drive away, that's when it all starts to fall apart. Pritchard Williams, if he wants any chance of this race win, he needs to get on the inside as soon as possible. And they may be teammates, but no team orders there as Jamie Perley sneaks down the inside of Pearson Bullock Carter, says thank you very much. I'll snap up that 3rd position and I'll push on forwards. Perley picked up the fastest lap, but it's now handed back to Joshua Graham down in 17th position. As down the hill we go. Oh, Archie Walker's picked up a mechanical flag. The driver in 5th position has a mechanical flag, and that's cart number 7. Can we see what the issue is, though? I can't quite see what the issue is with Archie Walker's cart. The number 7 there, the KR Sport cart. The rear bumper's fine, the front bumper's fine. He's still racing. Oh, never mind. As if a mechanical flag wasn't enough, contact definitely is. He comes off there with Pearson Bullock Carter, and Bullock Carter will be fuming. Damage and contact with a driver which has a mechanical flag. Oh, that's such a shame there for Pearson Bullock Carter. They were both battling for track position and trying to sneak down the inside. It just didn't work out there for the number 7. Either way, Archie Walker would have been awarded a mechanical flag, but I'm sure that was definitely not the way that he wanted to finish this race, having contact with another driver. Through the Dunlop chicane they head. And now down the hill, we're keeping an eye on Ewan Charman. Charman's all over the back of Jack Lilly. They go round the final corner and down the home straight. That's been a long time coming. Kai Hunter did pick up the fastest lap. It's quickly handed off to Joshua Graham, though. As we watch Kai Hunter pressing on at the front of the field. Confirmation once again that Joshua Graham picked up the fastest lap of the race. Another fastest first sector. Joshua Graham is absolutely flying out there on the circuit. He's setting purple sector after purple sector, fastest lap after fastest lap. Blistering pace there from the driver in 13th position right now. And he will be kicking himself that he's so far down the order, because he definitely has the pace to be leading this race. No question about it. As the rest of the field file through the final corner and down the home straight. As we've been focusing on the front end, where has Callum Bradshaw came from? From what was 10th position, he's now finds himself in 5th. Departing of the field is Callum Kinder, like a Noah's Ark departing the Red Sea. No problems at all. Moses parting the Red Sea, sorry, I'm getting my stories mixed up there. But Callum Bradshaw, either way, just carving his way through the field like a knife through butter, no problems at all. As the drivers go through the horseshoe once again. There he is, in the 2.25 of Callum Bradshaw, putting in the work out there on the circuit right now, trying to catch on to the back of Lewis Gilbert, the number 4 in 4th position right now. There's Jamie Perley, he's the driver in 2nd position, the one with all the work to do if he wants to cut down the gap to Kai Hunter in the lead right now. 6 minutes remaining on the clock, which means that 8 minutes has been completed in this race. Over halfway done, and still plenty more action to unfold on your screens. As a mechanical flag, the second one of this race, that one's unfortunate. It's handed out to Ethan Martin, the number 75. He's currently in 22nd position, but as if rubbing salt into a wound, the driver in 22nd position, Ethan Martin, is awarded a mechanical flag, which is such a shame because he still would have picked up points. The top 34 drivers here in the Ultimate Karting Championship get points. So championship points are awarded to all the drivers which make it into the super final. Callum Bradshaw, he's going super fast in the super final. He picks up another fastest lap to put under his belt. 2.4 seconds to the leader out in front. About 1 second to Lewis Gilbert in front, and one driver going off. That was Alex Cole as well. That's the 317. That's Alex Duncan and Alex Cole. The battle of first names, and they both go off the circuit. 12th and 13th position unfortunately collide up at the center S's, and both go off onto the grass, taking a scenic route through the corners. Ideal situations. As we go through right now, Macaulay Bishop in the O plate right now in 6th. Stephen Duncan with the A plate on his car. Won that at the A plate event earlier on this year, the Anglian Cup. So Stephen Duncan rocking the A plate. It may look a little bit strange to have a letter on the car. We've got the O plate, we've got the GP plate. You don't very often see the A plate though, so Stephen Duncan will rock that with pride. You can't blame him. It was a difficult event to win. He takes away that one indeed. On the inside, we were waiting for a move to happen. That's Joshua Graham. It's Joshua Graham in the Team UK suit. No, that's not Ewan Sharman. It's Joshua Graham in the Team UK suit. He makes a move on his teammate in the KR Sport. So Archie Buttle loses out on 1 position, and Joshua Graham gets himself up into 9th position. Now he's the driver which has to chase down onto the back of Ewan Sharman. Macaulay Bishop, the O plate in 6th position right now, started down in 13th. Callum Bradshaw started down in 12th. So both the drivers, nose and tail, have been carving their way through the field and gaining positions retrospectively, lap after lap. There he is, the O plate of Macaulay Bishop, hooking it up very nicely around this circuit. As you can see, it was a solid first sector there from Callum Bradshaw. A good second sector as well from Callum Bradshaw. So it's definitely going to cut down the gap a little bit to Lewis Gilbert in front. 1 second was the gap before they crossed the line, and it's now about 9/10 of a second, which separates Callum Bradshaw and Lewis Gilbert. Definitely not much between those drivers. Joshua Graham picks up the fastest lap on that tour of the circuit. So the driver in 9th position sets a new fastest lap of the race, snatches it away from the grasp of Callum Bradshaw. And 2 minutes and 26 seconds remaining on the clock. But out in front, I mean, is it a surprise at this point? Kai Hunter, 8/10 of a second clear of any other driver. Jamie Perley in second. He has been trying his best, and he has been pushing very hard to try and catch on to the back of our race leader, but just nothing has been working for him, unfortunately. Jack Lilly on the back of Archie Buttle there, you see him heading down the home straight. There's our leading drivers. And there is the number 22 of Archie Buttle with Jack Lilly all over the rear bumper of his KR Sport machine. They go through St. John's, down towards the Senna S's. But back up at the front end, there's Jamie Perley currently sitting in second position. Teddy Pritchard Williams is applying a good amount of pressure to the rear bumper of that number 40 kart. 1 minute and 30 seconds is remaining on the clock right now. There is Joshua Graham. He's in behind Ewan Charman, the Team UK teammates. They're going to battle it out on the circuit. Irrelart versus KR Sport. Who's going to be victorious out of this one? Down the home straight. Different nose cones, different drivers, different teams, different chassis as they go pedaling up the hill up towards what is the dog leg, now down through St. John's. Looking over his shoulder, Ewan Charman, but down the inside, there goes Joshua Graham. We knew that was going to happen eventually. He then goes defensive into the second part of the Senna S's. Ewan Charman, unfortunately, loses out on that 8th position. Joshua Graham, as well as the fastest lap, now finds himself in 8th. There's Jamie Perley. Teddy Pritchard Williams is all over the rear bumper of the number 40 right now, and he's came at the right time. 30 seconds remaining on the clock right now. There is not long left for these drivers out on the circuit. Kai Hunter out in front. Jamie Perley still in second, but he's gonna have to keep an eye on the drivers in behind him. Teddy Pritchard Williams is all over the rear bumper of that number 40 car. Lewis Gilbert is also getting involved in this battle. These three are gonna have it out. Watch out for Callum Bradshaw. Where's he came from? He's now arrived onto the back of this battle. So from what was a 2-kart battle is now a 4-kart train, all squabbling for second position. And it's going to get a little messy here as we make our way onto the final lap of the race. Kai Hunter, 8/10 of a second. He's out the window. We're not focusing on him right now. We're focusing on this battle for second place. Jamie Perley, but no, defensive in the background goes Gilbert. He's going to give up the chance of a podium as he goes defensive from Callum Bradshaw. Bradshaw is now going to be desperate to get himself into 4th as they go down the hill through the dogleg, now into St. John's, parking it on the apex, using his experience as Lewis Gilbert. Experience aplenty also has Bradshaw. He's going to try the switchback. Can he go round the outside? No, he can't. Here comes Bishop on the inside line. Bishop gets on the inside line of Callum Bradshaw, and he'll get that move done. Trying to follow through with Stephen Duncan. The A-plate wasn't able to get it done, though, as they all congest going down into Gasworks Bend, into the horseshoe now. On the inside, Bishop, he bumps into the back as they're all barging. It's a finger in the sky. He knows he's won Kai Hunter, but nothing changes there. Oh, my word. What a final couple of corners there from Senior Rotax. I mean, if it wasn't difficult enough to decide on the replays, you've definitely got your work out for you now, the Alpha Live production team. Kai Hunter walks away with a victory there. Jamie Perley in second from Teddy Pritchard Williams. Lewis Gilbert comes home in 4th after fending off Callum Bradshaw and Macaulay Bishop. Stephen Duncan comes home in 7th from Ewan Sharman, Josh Graham, Archie Buttle rounds out the top 10. But that's our top 10. We're more focused on our top 3. We're going to throw down to Kev, who's going to have a word with them now.
Well, there we go then. Senior Rotax comes to an end. What a great race that was. We had some big names lining up this weekend, and all weekend long it didn't disappoint. In the end, though, Kai Hunter takes the win from Jamie Perrelli and Teddy Williams there, kart number 5. But I was a bit confused down here. I don't know what it's like where you were, but I was still watching on my iPad that's got the live timing. It's still counting down. The checkered flag caught me napping, I have to say. I was busy watching the race and what was going on, and then the next thing I know, I'm hearing the commentator, yourself, Kai, yelling about last lap and checkered flag, and then that's that. But there we go. So well done to the 3 of them, Teddy Williams, Jamie Perrelli and Kai Hunter, just doing a few high fives with people just by the fence as I'll come around and we'll try and get a word with Teddy, who came home in 3rd, kart number 5. Jump on in, sir. Yeah, come on in on the spot. Let's have a quick... That's it. Put feet on the tape, feet on the mark, sir. Well done to you. It was all going on in the closing stages of that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit scrappy, and 14 minutes around here is a long time. I think I've got arm pump. Yeah, I'm not used to being in a go-kart.
Well, listen, you did well in the go-kart this weekend. Just tell us how it's all played out for you from start to finish. How have you got on up to this point?
Really struggled Friday, Saturday morning. Quali night, finished 4th and won a heat, and then just found a bit of pace. We worked really hard, so I'm glad, and it's a really good stepping stone for next weekend now.
Yeah, exactly. You've turned up this weekend to just get a bit of lap time in before the British. Strong competition all weekend long then, but must be really thrilled to finish on the podium. Did you expect that coming into the weekend?
Not yesterday morning, a little bit last night, but no, I'm really happy. And yeah, big thanks to Baloo, Paul Spencer, Strawberry for this weekend.
Brilliant stuff. Really well done to you, sir. Go and high-five the rest of the team as we just bring in the man who came in next, if we can. Jamie Perrelli, step on up. Well done to him. Kart number 40 there from Jack's Motorsport. So, Jamie, some big names turned up this weekend, and that was quite a tough super final in the finish there.
Yeah, it was really difficult. I mean, everyone was so quick, but ended up being quite spread out, defended the last 3 laps, and then come out in second, so I can't complain, really.
14 minutes plus a lap round here is quite physical, isn't it, when you're wrestling one of those karts at those speeds and you're defending?
Yeah, tell me about it. I'm shattered.
Who would you like to thank this weekend? Who's made it all possible?
Michael and the Spanners, all the people down at Jack's, and my family, obviously, for supporting me the whole way.
Brilliant. So puts you in good form for next weekend, coming back for the British Championship?
Yeah, hopefully we can get a good result there too.
All right, brilliant. Well done to you. Go and high-five the team. And we'll try and get a word with Kai Hunter. Come on in. Kai, obviously no stranger to this circuit from Hunter Motorsport. Romped home with it in the end, did Kai. So, Kai, well done to you, mate. Must be pleased with that one. Some big names turned up this weekend, but you held your own and you put yourself back on the top step of the podium.
Yeah, I think it was a great weekend. All in all, Heat 2 went a bit sour, but you know what, that's racing, I guess. So, yeah, change a few things for the final. Absolutely unbelievable.
I've got to ask you about the start. I'm standing up at the top end here of the straight, and you started on pole, and it looked like by the first couple of corners you dropped down to 3rd. What happened off the start?
Yeah, well, I went round the first time because there was so much dirt on stuff on the track. I thought, like, let's clear the track up maybe for a lap. And then the second start, obviously, was trying to slow. Number 2 went, and then he just let the start go. So, but it is what it is. I mean, it's hard to count the starts around here when you've got more momentum around the outside. So I'm not too bothered.
Yeah, well done to you. As always, who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible this weekend?
I want to say me for Venator, my brother, obviously, because he does a lot for us. Hunter Motorsport, my mechanic Alfie, and yeah, everyone who else has helped me. Obviously, my dad, and James for putting the balcony so low.
Yeah, the balcony issue got sorted on day one, didn't it? But listen, a credit to all of the guys here at Karting North East, Warden Law as well. The place looks fantastic. Paul Bainbridge and the team and your dad and everyone, they've put on a great show this weekend, haven't they?
Yeah, I think Paul, Emma, and the girls in the CAF do obviously a lot for the track, so we're very grateful because I don't think we could have this without them. Obviously, Scrutiny is turning up, helping us out, so yeah, I think everything looks amazing, and hopefully have another good round tomorrow, next week.
Brilliant. Well done to you, Kai. Go and high-five your team, and congratulations, and yeah, thanks to everyone who made it all possible.
Thanks very much.
Brilliant. So there goes Kai. Dead right. Is you're down here trackside, and when you look at the scene here at Warden Law in the Sunderland sunshine, it is absolutely immaculate. Almost as clean as the racing that was taking place there with those senior Rotax drivers. Great racing once again from our oldest and perhaps most experienced drivers here. Let's take a look at some of it now then. Back to Kai.
Well, thank you, Kev. And yeah, I mean, it was really interesting. Kai Hunter definitely didn't get the start he would have been hoping for. Piazza Plagata 100% got the jump off that start there, got himself into an early lead, but it wasn't long before that lead was overturned as Kai Hunter was a man on a mission, carving his way back through the field. On on the inside. There goes Pierce Carter. All he had in front of him now was Teddy Pritchard-Williams, and it wasn't long before that happened as well. On the inside, Kai Hunter, textbook overtake, doesn't need to worry about it, dispatches himself back into the lead once again. A comfortable position there for Kai Hunter as he gets himself into the lead of the race. Jamie Perley was going at it with his teammate of Pierce Carter as those two were going to and throughout that race. As number 7, Archie Walker, after getting a mechanical flag, comes together with Pierce Carter on the exit of Gasworks Bend. Those two unfortunately dropped down towards the back of the pack. Ewan Charman and Joshua Graham, the two GB drivers, were going at it. There goes Alex Cole, and there goes Alexander Walker as well. Back up at the front end. Joshua Graham down the inside of his teammate. Great move there to make himself past Archie Buttle. But here is Jamie Perley trying to fend off Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Ewan Charman couldn't defend from the Team UK teammate for much longer as Graham dove down the inside, and no worries for that overtake to be done. On the inside, this is really where it kicked off. Lewis Gilbert, Callum Bradshaw and Macaulay Bishop on the inside managed to get that move done. We went into the Horseshoe Complex and it was all argy-bargy as we went through the Horseshoe Complex. Now, it was a hand in the sky and an easy win there for Kai Hunter, but Macaulay Bishop crossing the line just manages to jump Callum Bradshaw. And with that race now being out the way, there's only one more race left to come. We're going to have a short ad break before that, though. Next up is Junior Rotax. Well, the last race of the day is now upon us. Junior rotax superfinal is the next race to take place on the circuit. Harry Bartle and Jacob Ashcroft are starting on the front row of the grid from Lizzie Mentia and Thomas Behrman, then Jack West and Joshua Smith. Then it's Lewis Goff and Cameron Nelson from Lucas Blanford and Zane Quaker on the 5th row of the grid. William Antrobus and Charlie Neve follow them up. From Cole Denham and Joshua Turnbull starting 14th, 15th is Dana Moore, then Will Archer, Noah Barham and Ollie Wise in 18th. 10th row of the grid is Jake Flewitt and Kai Clark rounding out the top 20, then Finley Buck, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Joe Anderson and Adam Wooden in 24th. The 13th row is Elliot Powell, then Jack Thompson. The row behind them is Oakley Garthright and Rory Armstrong, then Shun Sekiguchi and Thomas Min-Spearing. Rounding out the 17 rows is row 16, first of Zach McDonald and Jake Woods, then Charlie King and Albie Lapper. Rounding out the 34 kart grid here for Junior Rotax. What was 3 separate groups and 3 separate grids is now combined into one. These are the 34 quickest and best drivers from over the course of the weekend, and we can't wait to see the Warriors go to action. As walking down the grid we go now, having a look at the drivers sitting, waiting on the grid, ready for this race start. It's going to be interesting to see who walks out on top of this one. Got to keep an eye on Lizzie Mentia. Mentia has been so strong over the course of this weekend. Amazing pace, amazing racecraft, and I definitely think she's going to throw a big, big problem the way of some of the drivers if they feel that they've got it easy up at the front end of the grid. Talking about the front end of the grid, you can't keep your eyes off Harry Bartle, the young gun with something to prove. He's had a lot of success out in Europe. He's had a lot of success in the UK, and he's not looking to stop anytime soon. At the young age of 13 years old, he's probably one of the best drivers in this class. Starting on pole position, rocking the Oakley as well. As we walk down the grid, the drivers just getting in their carts, getting themselves ready for the start of the race. And I can tell you what, after a long day of racing, and a packed day of racing as well, has never been a dull moment, and Junior Rotax, I can tell you now, will not disappoint either. So there is, going down the grid, there's Jared Fox-Whiteley, the number 42. He's shown some great shons of paces. Hasn't been able to string it quite together though this weekend. He's had a couple of unlucky moments. There's Adam Wooden as we walk down the grid. And we can see all the drivers going down towards the rear end of the field now. Another Hunter Motorsport colours. They've already won one race this weekend. Can they win another? So as the sun continues to beat down on the Warden Law Karting Northeast circuit, we'll still feel the effects of the sunlight. The track temperature will continue to rise, rubble will continue to be burnt, and we will continue on with this racing. Just very shortly, we will get underway with the racing here in Junior Rotax, and we cannot wait to see it unfold. A whistle at the front of the grid, that means that we are ready to go racing. That is a 1-minute warning. All the drivers are now in their cart, ready to go racing, and all the marshals will have to clear the grid. And now it's just the drivers themselves in their carts. It's all about mental preparation now and the start of the race. It's a long gap. It's only one formation lap. You don't have much time to warm up your tyres. You don't have much time to get yourself mentally prepared for the start of the race. As the drivers look around themselves, familiarise themselves with their opponents, and get ready for the start of this race. A couple of drivers stretching their arms. You can't blame them after sitting so compact in the kart for a while. But up at the front end, Harry Bartle and Jacob Ashcroft. Two big names. Ashcroft, currently the leader in our championship. The 222 isn't looking for a second place finish. although we may have 3 of them on his kart. Harry Bartle, though, starting from pole position, looking to keep it that way. Lizzie Mantia going to be looking to throw an upset towards them. And Thomas Behrman, the brother of very successful Formula 2 driver, and may I say, single race Formula 1 driver from the Jeddah Grand Prix. Thomas Behrman, brother of Oliver Behrman, which wasn't long ago before we seen him racing in these categories. It doesn't feel like long ago at all for me, since I was racing on the grid with Oliver Behrman. It really wasn't that long ago. Racing out of the same awning, out of the Strawberry Racing awning for a couple races, whilst he had his time with the team. Oliver Behrman always been a very successful driver all the way through his karting ranks, all the way up to his single-seater racing, even to the peak of Formula 1 racing for the Tifosi Ferrari team. But his brother here, Thomas Behrman, looking if he can replicate the same. It's been a long day of commentary. I apologize for butchering any names. For some reason, I was mixing together the name Thomas Min-Spearing and Thomas Behrman. So we'll get there eventually. We'll get there eventually. Thomas Behrman starting on the second row of the grid, though, repping the number 6 on his kart. Out the final bend we go, and down the home straight for the last time today, we go racing. All the drivers 3-4 wide in the mid-pack down towards the first corner. That's not going to work out for one driver, as the number 11 and the number 60 go flying off at the first corner. That was Charlie Neve, and can't quite work out. Joshua Smith and Charlie Neve with the 2 karts to go off at the first corner. As around the circuit we go, one driver off in the background as well. That's the 76. 76 out in the background. That's Kai Clark, unfortunately, having some issues on the first lap. He will have to pull down towards the back of the grid. But up at the front end, it's still very close. Down the inside, that was a move there from the 214. That was Jake Flewitt making a move on what was Kai Clark, picking up a contact warning, although he was the driver that went off the circuit. Down the inside, William Antrevis on the limits there into the first corner. Barely keeping that car in a straight line as he was sideways under braking into the first corner. Managed to get the car stopped and turned in time. Harry Bartle out in front. He's having to go defensive already, and that shows the caliber of... Oh, up and over. Luckily, manages to keep it on the circuit. That was the number 10 Argenti kart there. That was Thomas Min-Spearing. He manages to get going again. Lucky to keep that in a straight line. Surprised there was no damage to the axle. But Thomas Min-Spearing, you'll get going again. But unfortunately, you'll get going again down at the back of the grid. There we see multiple drivers battling all the way throughout the field. Up at the front end, Harry Bartle isn't getting away any easier than he would be hoping for. He's got Lizzie Mentia peering over his shoulder, having a look into the S's. Bartle goes to the inside. The O plate using it large down the inside. There's Lewis Goff. He will arrive and make a move there on what was the number 6 of Thomas Behrman. So Thomas Behrman losing out on a position there as Lewis Goff went down the inside, sideways under braking, barely keeping the car under control. Lewis Goff was being pushed to the limits there. Somehow keeps that car in a straight line. That was beyond me. As down the home straight we go. All of the drivers still so close together. Charlie Neve, fastest lap of the race. Unfortunately, a little bit further down the field, but there's a move. Thomas Behrman, he may have just lost a couple of positions, but he isn't going to sit around and take that. He's going to go straight back on the inside of Lucas Blanford and take back 5th position. Up at the front end, Harry Bartle still just trying to fend off Lizzie Mentia. Mentia cannot be shook off. She's there to stay. As in the background, a move on the inside and a tap on the helmet. That was the 140 making a move in the background. as we see drivers fighting all the way through. That was Oakley Garthright gaining a couple of positions, fighting his way through the field. As we have a look at Lucas Blamford. Blamford trying to hold his own out there on the track. As out in front, we're still seeing Harry Bartle. Nothing really changing between him and Lizzie Mentia. Oh, 2 karts off on the home straight. It's not very often you see that, and that looks like a very squished side pod for one of the karts. That looked like that may have been Jack Flewitt and Cole Denham. Jake Flewitt, the MLC colours with a very flat side pod after coming together with Cole Denham on that home straight. Under braking, going defensive. That looked like that was the number 20 of Joshua Turnbull, having to pin it to that inside white line to fend off Adam Wooden in behind him. Down the home straight. This camera angle really gives you a sense of how fast these karts go in a straight line. Harry Bartle still not able to shake off Lizzie Mentia. Mentia isn't going anywhere, and overall she's actually quicker than Harry Bartle at the moment by 0.08 of a second, so nearly a tenth faster a lap than Harry Bartle in the lead. Mentia clearly not desperate to go for the move just yet, just applying the pressure to Bartle, keeping constant pressure, hoping, waiting for a mistake to be made by Harry Bartle out in front. Just loading the pressure onto the back of that O-plate car. There's the 222, our championship leader of Jacob Ashcroft. Not the start he would have been hoping for. He finds himself between Dan Amal and William Antrobus. Oakley Garthright, after having problems earlier on in this race, picks up the fastest lap in 18th position. Down the inside, there's Thomas Behrman. Disposes of Lewis Goff for 4th position. So Goff dropped down into 5th now. Thomas Behrman up into 4th. Out in front, under braking. A little bit of rubber being kicked off a couple of the karts. Pinned to the inside white line. Behrman, sorry, that's not Behrman, that's Antrobus. Antrobus doesn't want to give that up. There's Behrman. He's followed by Goff. Around the final bend, heat waves down the home straight. Jack Thompson picks up a contact warning. And Harry Bartle out in front, able to pull a little bit of a comfortable gap back to Lizzie Mentia. Nearly half a second is now what separates the two drivers. Will Archer, fastest lap going his way. He's currently in 12th position. But let's see what these drivers are able to do. There's the number 92 making his way around the circuit. That's Jack West in 3rd position. But look out for his teammate in behind. Thomas Behrman, he may have dropped back a few at the start of the race, but now he's coming back for vengeance. William Antrobus with so much pressure from behind. He's got Jacob Ashcroft, Dana Moore, Cameron Nelson, and Joshua Turnbull all lining up, waiting for a chance down the inside. That was a surprise overtake there from Cameron Nelson and Joshua Turnbull, making their way past Dana Moore in that final corner. So Dana Moore from 8th down to 10th as the two DHR teammates managed to slip through on the final bend. And that's left Dana Moore with even more pressure than he had before. Down the inside, just trying to fend off that position. Here's the number 20. Turnbull made that move into the first of the center S's on his teammate of Cameron Nelson. So up towards the Gasworks bends on the inside, going defensive as the 261. That's Will Archer trying to fend off Jared Fox-Whiteley for the time being. William Antrobus hasn't quite gotten rid of the heat just yet. And not the heat from the sun, that's the heat from the drivers behind. He's got Joshua Turnbull, the fastest driver on the circuit, tucked in behind him. He also has Jacob Ashcroft right under his rear bumper. Joshua Turnbull just waiting in the bleachers for something to happen between the 57 and the 222. 3 DHR carts nose to tail right now is Jacob Ashcroft, Joshua Turnbull, and Cameron Nelson. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. We're over halfway done this race down the inside. It was going to happen eventually. He's going to try and fight it back, but I don't think he will. Down the inside, Ashcroft managed to get that one done on Antrobus. Antrobus tried the switch back out of Gasworks Bend. Wasn't able to carry enough momentum to get that one done, though. Harry Bartle out in front, a new fastest lap going his way, and a yellow flag up at the top corner. Who's that? That's retired. One of the Tony Kart Strawberry drivers has came off. That looks like it may be Charlie Neve. Yep, that's Charlie Neve. Unfortunately, has came off the circuit up at the dog leg. Not quite sure what happened there, but fighting in the mid-pack. Once again, that's Dana Moore and Joshua Turnbull going to play. It's all going down here for the last race of the day. Junior Rotax have came to put on a show, and moves being made every single corner. Up at the front end, we've got to keep an eye on the drivers. Harry Bartle from Lizzie Mentia. Then we've got Thomas Behrman, who's even faster than both of them. Jacob Ashcroft, fastest car out on the circuit right now, but only fractionally, only by 200ths for Thomas Behrman. There's our leader, Harry Bartle, with the pink helmet. Pink and green helmet. Pink and blue helmet, sorry, in behind of Lizzie Mentia. Mentia doing a good job to not fall off the back of Harry Bartle. She's actually looking even closer than she has been recently. 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on this clock. This could be a great confidence booster for Lizzie Mentia going into the second half of the season if she can get this move done. Down the home straight we go. Harry Bartle, followed by Lizzie Mentia, then Thomas Behrman. Behrman's putting on the burners. He's not running for the bleachers. He's running straight for the home court advantage as he's pushing down home. 1.1 seconds separates Behrman and the leader. Only 0.8 between him and Mentia. And that gap is falling lap after lap. The time separating the top three is minimal. 51.09 from Bartle, 51.05 from Mentia, 51.02 from Behrman. It's so close between these top three. And in the mid-pack, they're still going at it. Will Archer has not had a moment to breathe as Joshua Turnbull's having to defend to hold him off right now in 10th position. To 9th down the inside. There's a move from Jacob Ashcroft, on Lewis Goff. Oh no, that was Lewis Goff and Jacob Ashcroft, followed by William Antrobus down the inside. That was a late move, and he's managed to get that one done with no problems. Yo, maybe that's a little bit of a push and pass there from Antrobus. A little bit of a naughty move there from the 57, but he'll take it and he will run with it. A little bit of a push under the braking zone into the back of Ashcroft. But they'll push forwards, and having to go defensive now is Lewis Goff as he's holding up all the drivers behind him, parking it on the inside line. Ashcroft is coming for vengeance. He's not happy about what's just happened behind him. Contact warning going to Jacob Ashcroft. Contact warning being handed out to Jacob Ashcroft. Maybe they feel that Jacob Ashcroft was a little bit vigorous with that move that he made on Lewis Goff before. Yellow flags going down the hill, so no moves can be made into St. John's. Into the set of S's, peering over his shoulder. Antrobus isn't comfortable. But oh, a little bit of congestion there, and that's opened the door widely. They're going to go through the set of S's and up through the Dunlop chicane. How have they kept it all on the circuit? It's all unfolding. As we go down the home straight, look at this chain of karts. About 12 karts separated by nothing down the inside. There goes Goff. He'll get the move. Following through is Fox Whiteley. But look at the background. down the inside. There's another move being made. Dana Moore's going to take to the grass. Oh, and one driver also going off and round. That was the number 74. That was the 174 of Charlie King. So Charlie King catching the worst of that battle. But as we now go through the Dunlop chicane once again, the question is, who's going to be next to dive down the inside? Who's going to be next to make a move? Going defensive is the number 20 of Turnbull. He doesn't want to give it up to Lewis Goff on the inside line. Goff's going to have to try and fight back on this one. Harry Bartle brings home the fastest lap of this race. There's going to be 2 more laps of junior Rotax action here. A 50.84 was the last lap, which has been set by Harry Bartle, extending his lead over Lizzie Mentia. Mentia just not able to respond to the lap times being put down by the O-plate out in front right now. We're looking at Lewis Goff. He's coming down the hill through St. John's. He's got a lot of pressure on his shoulder right now from Rory Armstrong. Down the inside, the 2 teammates. Are they teammates for much longer? Well, at least there's no team orders going on there as Turnbull banzais down the inside of Cameron Nelson into the center S's. The 2 teammates banging wheels. And they may be friends off the circuit, but there is no friendships on the circuit. I can tell you that for free. Now, as we go down through what is going to be the down the home straight final lap of the race. Oh, one driver off. That's Thomas Mintz-Spearings. Mintz-Spearings went off. He's had troubles earlier on in this race, and he's had troubles again. The number 10 will pull off and retire from the race. Harry Bartle out in front. Mentia's close, but will she think about an overtake? She just looks a little bit too far back. Doesn't look close enough to make a move, but second place is still an outstanding result for Mentia. Bartle's done a brilliant job at fending her off this whole race. Around the final bend we go, and down the home straight. It's victory once again for Harry Bartle and Lizzie Mentia. Hats off to you. Comes home in second position from Thomas Behrman, picking up the final spot at the podium. But who knows who's going to finish where after the chaos which has just unfolded. I mean, the cameras couldn't even keep up with it, and there's about 50 of them around the circuit. So much going on for these drivers, and some drivers even hitting each other coming into the pit lane, and then maybe still thinking they're racing. Harry Bartle comes home with another race victory to put under his belt. Lizzie Mentia comes home in second from Thomas Mintz-Spearing. Jack West in fourth from William Antravis. Then Jacob Ashcroft, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Joshua Turnbull, Cameron Nelson, and Lewis Goff rounding out the top 10. And wow, what a final race of the day. You couldn't have asked for any better from Junior Rotax to round it out for the classes. It's like the whole day was building up to that race. And with the top 3 now being in Parc Ferme, we're going to throw it down to Kev to round out the day's action.
Well, here we are then down in the Parc Ferme area. The 1, 2, 3 off the scales. It's a 1 through 1, 2, 3. Then Harry Bartle, Lizzie Mentia, and then of course in third place Thomas from KR Sport. Lizzie Mentia, huge congratulations to her. Just having a word with her mechanic there. I think I'm right in saying that's the first time she's ever got a second place on a weekend. Third place is the best she's done prior to this, but been brilliant all weekend long. Did well in the heats, did Lizzie. Got herself a third, a second. I think I'm right in saying a first in her pre-final as well, and now second overall. Harry Bartle, though, congratulations from him just on the left-hand side there, number 1 spot. He's obviously won everything all weekend long. First in the heat, first in the second heat, and the first in his super heat, and the first in the final. We'll just get a word then with straight away with the youngster that's come home in third, and that is Thomas Behrman. So, Thomas, come and jump up onto the spot here, mate. Well done to you. Quite a race out there weekend. Quite a race out there and quite a weekend for you. Easy for me to say. Did you expect to be on the podium come the end of this one?
I always knew it was going to be a challenge. Missing a day of testing and coming straight from a European track to a British track. It's still grippy, still sunny, but different classes, so it's tough to adapt. But I think we did a good job to get where we got, starting P5, and I think we probably maximised our result for what we could achieve this weekend. So I think a pretty decent job.
Yeah, really decent job, and it seemed to me like the longer that race went on, the longer that super final went on, you three out in the front really just had to sort of keep your heads, because it didn't look like those positions were going to change much. Lizzie was a little bit too far down the road for you in the finish there?
Yeah, I thought in the middle of the race, I thought I had a shot at catching her, but yeah, at the end, I don't know, I lost it a little bit, but mega job to her, to be honest with you. She got me a little bit at the end, but yeah, it was a tough race, physically and emotionally, I guess. But yeah, I think it was a secure P3, secured.
A really secure P3, great to watch from where we were standing. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
Thanks to Steve, my mechanic. It's been great. And all the KL boys, Ash, Martin, Sean, for help this whole weekend on setup, driver coaching and everything.
Well, brilliant. Huge congratulations to you. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you.
Let's get Lizzie in here, get a word with her, because she's had a fantastic weekend. Well done to Thomas. Lizzie, how about that? Am I right in saying that's the first time you've ever got a second place at a UKC round?
Yeah, first one.
First one, well done. So you've had a third, you've had a second. The one is the first top step of the podium, is only a few rounds away, I'm sure. But talk us through your weekend, because you have been strong all weekend long.
It was amazing quali. Obviously, qualified high up, second overall. We were, 400 off first overall. In my heats, I got a second and a third. Set us up great for the pre-final. Super heat, sorry. Won the super heat, and then obviously started third and finished second.
Yeah, I mean, you're in great company there as well. You got Harry Bartle, he won everything. Jacob Ashcroft won everything, and you were just on the bubble behind him. So you must have known you were quick this weekend.
Yeah, obviously, like top 5 all weekend and everything, so it went amazing.
A little bit of sort of bump and hustle in the early stages of that one as well, because Jacob Ashcroft didn't feature. He's finished down about 6th or 7th. So you did have to work for it. You did have to keep your head, didn't you, in the early stages?
Yeah, it was a tough start, obviously, with people right on my bumper, but then obviously managed to get a bit of a gap from behind, so there was no stress from behind, and obviously kept pushing. So
brilliant. Well done to you. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
FHO Racing, Still Clean, Race Her, Alpine Stars, and then obviously my team, DHR, Mum and Dad, and just everybody behind me.
And your mum and dad are behind you just over there, so go give them a high five. Well done. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you.
Right, well done to Lizzie. Huge congratulations. Let's get Harry on up. Harry, huge congratulations to you, mate, as well. You can't do better than that in a weekend, can you? Win everything and the final.
Yeah, obviously, great weekend for the championship. Trying to claw back some points from round 1. Team, did a great job setting out the kart, so it was enough to keep me in front.
And you got out in front and stayed there. It seemed to me that once that race was sort of up and running and a couple of laps had gone by, you just found a rhythm and you were really flowing through the track.
Yeah, I was starting a bit at the start, and once we got going, found some pace, and we were able to hold the gap at a sensible like time, so she couldn't go in. And then towards the end, it got a bit closer, so I had to defend, but it came across the line first.
14 minutes plus a lap. It's quite physical. It's quite mentally tiring keeping yourself in that position, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously every race is going to be mentally, but just happy to be in front.
Brilliant. Well done to you. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
Sub Racing, Cream Racing Engines, my mum, my dad, all my family that's supporting me, Big Stu on the spanners, and all my sponsors, Auto Slick Cars, AB Race Cruisers, Autocraft, and then everyone else who's helped me through.
It sounds good to me. There's a lot of people to thank. Well done to you. We'll see you and all of them for the podium a little bit later on, and hopefully at the next round as well. Your championship hopes are very much alive, aren't they?
Yeah, so hopefully the win, but anything's possible, so.
Well done to you, sir. Go and high-five the team. Big thanks to Harry. There he goes. Your winner on the day there in junior rotax. And it was a clean sweep for him, winning in the heats, winning in the super heat and winning in the super final. That's done his championship hopes no harm at all. I think he'll probably be leading the championship after that one. And that is it from us here at Warden Law for round 3 of the 2024 Ultimate Karting Championship. It's been a superb weekend here. We can't thank the track enough. Paul Bainbridge and all the team at Karting North East have had this place looking absolutely immaculate. They've run a really tight ship all weekend long. So huge thanks to everyone, from the marshals, the cafe staff, all the guys running around making it all possible, and of course the hunters themselves for putting on a great event here, and Paul Bainbridge, general manager, circuit manager, putting it all on. It's been a fantastic weekend's racing. Right, next time you see us, we'll be coming to you from Three Sisters near Wigan, and that's the last weekend in July, 26th, 27th, 28th of July, and we'd love it if you could join us then. But for now, from myself, Kev Harris, and all the UKC team, until then, follow us on the social media at UKC Official. But for now, we're going to say, see ya.